It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 11th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Whew, what a day. What a day we have coming up for you. Sit back, relax, strap on your seatbelt. We should probably charge for this show. It's pay-per-view level stuff. I am revved and ready to go. I am hyped. I'm excited. Wednesdays are a great day here on the MMA Hour. It's when we take you home. It's the go-home show before the weekend, if you will. A lot to discuss, of course. 274 still on a lot of our minds. Hotly debated event online and everywhere else. And we got some guests pertaining to that card. We got to answer some questions. There's just a lot going on, a lot of interesting people to talk to, a lot to get to. I'm excited about today's show, my friends, and I hope you are as well. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the Ultimate Fighting Championship and the UFC and the MMA. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code TheMMAR for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAR only at DraftKings Sportsbook. I have all these pencils here. None of them have erasers anymore, and I don't know what that says about me and
you don't make
anxiety.
Mistakes.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good way to spin it.
But you did just make a mistake. So
what was the mistake? What was the mistake?
that you didn't make mistakes. Can we go on? All right, thanks.
Now I'm going to be harping about that mistake. Now I feel completely different about the show. I'm going to be lamenting this for the next 4 hours. I'm going to be hating myself. I'm going to be kicking myself. So thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. It's like there's a big fat pimple right on my nose for the world to see. Appreciate everyone who's stopping by today on this lovely Wednesday. It's a beautiful day outside in New York City. A lot to discuss, a lot to get to. Back into the show, we're going to be answering your questions as always. Actually, we're not going to end the show with that. We're actually going to end the show with a little guy I like to call Alex the Great Volkanovski. Are you familiar with him? Not that long ago, he was in this studio cooking up Takis with me. Taki chicken wings? I don't know if you guys know this, but Takis are from Australia. Fantastic little crisp, if you will. And now he's back because there's been some news. There's been some things that have happened in his life. He is returning on relatively short notice against his greatest rival, Max Holloway, 9th Island, Las Vegas, July 2nd, International Fight Week, UFC 276. It's going to be the trilogy. It's going to be Holloway, Volkanovski, Holloway 3. And once again, they're not the main event. Learned that from our good pal Jedi. Third time in a row, not the main event, the co-main event. But it's going down, who cares? Main, co-main, doesn't matter. It's 25 minutes. Hopefully, it shall be the war to settle the score on July 2nd. So we'll talk to him about the fight, why he's coming back so soon, his little tour around New York. And by the way, might have a little bit of a bone to pick with him, although I feel bad picking said bone with him because he's joining us at 6:30 a.m. over in Australia. I mean, you talk about the mensch of all menches. 6:30 a.m. is when he's scheduled to join us. Last possible slot of the show. How can you not love this guy? Anyway, he put together like a whole little memory dump thing on Instagram of all his stops on his media tour. We didn't make the cut. Not a single photo. Nothing. We didn't make the cut. We didn't get a shout out for the Cooking with Volk. GC didn't get a shout out. GC gave him a shout out. Didn't make a single cut. Not a single photo. Jabroni shows made the cut. We didn't make a single cut on that. There was like a 10 photo slide. Not a single one of this here stop. Felt a certain way about it. Might get into that. We'll answer your questions at around 3:30. Bit of a spin on the question segment, on the nose, everyone's favorite segment of the week. Why? Because our good friend Louis Gilmore is serving as interim moderator. Now, will he become the official moderator of the segment? We shall find out. It's really up to him, not up to me. But he is going to pick the 21 or so best questions over at arielhelwani.substack.com, where I ask you for said questions. I solicit said questions. And we're going to try to streamline this so that we can get to the best ones. Because let's be honest, sometimes I run out of steam an hour into the whole damn thing. So stay tuned for that. I'm really looking forward to seeing the gems that he unearths. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by GC to get his best bets for this weekend. The host of the critically acclaimed podcast. Is it called Best Bets, the podcast? I forgot.
No bets barred.
Damn. No bets barred. What does that mean?
I don't know. Jed thought of it.
All right. Great logo. One of the all-time great logos in the history of podcasting. GC will join us to give us his picks. Can't wait for his take on Invicta tonight. Of course, it's Invicta Wednesdays. They don't call him Invicta GC for nothing. Michael Chandler is going to join us to talk about his big win this past weekend. Tony Ferguson. I mean, it's been like Chandler, Ferguson, Oliveira, Connor, Nate, who else? All these people just tweeting up a storm. It's going on and on. The tweets here and there. So we'll get his take on everything. 145 Joanna Jedrzejczyk will join us. Not 145. I'm always bad with the math because I have to go in their time zone. 2:30 she'll join us. 1:30 Pat Barry's going to join us to talk about his situation with Rose and the corner work and the loss and the criticism that he's received. All that stuff and more. So that should be a very interesting conversation that I'm very much looking forward to. And in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by one of the rising stars in the UFC's heavyweight division, one half of the main event of the July 23rd card in London, England. 0-2, they're going back. Some big names on this one. Just announced today, Alexander the Mauler Gustafsson against Nikita Krylov, Mohamed Mokaev. Also the card, Darren Till, but there is only one main event, and it's Curtis Blaydes versus Mr. Main Event himself, Mr. London himself, Mr. 0-2 himself, the one and only Big Tom Aspinall. Hey, there he is. Tommy, how are you? Wait, before you answer that, Frank? Tommy Aspinall. This is your new theme song. Aspinall, Tommy Aspinall. You should walk out to this. What do you think about that? Walk out to that soundtrack. You think it would go over well?
You know what? It's actually in the works.
Oh,
Might be in the works at the moment.
Really?
Maybe we might be working on a little bit of a remix, a little bit of a. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what yet. We're playing around with a few ideas, but something definitely to get the crowd singing a little bit.
Are you going to get into the recording studio and voice some tracks?
No.
That would be amazing.
Definitely not. But we're working on something. I'm keeping it low key at the moment. All right. So you'll find out. You'll find out soon enough.
It worked for Roy Jones. He voiced some tracks. What do we got there? A little espresso, cappuccino. What is that?
It's a flat white, actually. It's a flat white. Yeah, this is my go-to. Flat whites. I always thought that they were like more of a girly drink.
No,
like because you think flat and white, it sounds a bit. I don't know. I thought it was more like a latte or something like that. But no, it's actually one of the strongest coffees. And I've recently switched over to flat whites and very highly recommended for anyone who's not tried one.
Very popular in Australia. You make it yourself, or do you go and have someone make it for you?
No, I made it myself. Bro. I've got a machine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're big time now. You're big time. I mean, you're Mr. Main Event. You're Mr. 0-2. You're Mr. London. Back again. Did it in March. Came back to you in July. And this is what you wanted, right? You said it on the program the last time we spoke. You don't want no big Las Vegas fight. You don't want no title fight. You wanted to be back in England. Were you happy when you were offered this whole scenario?
Of course. I mean, it's not that I didn't want another fight, do you know what I mean, or somewhere else. But if they're coming back to the UK, obviously I'm not going to miss that opportunity. Do you know what I mean? Like this is, mate, that night in March, was it March? Yeah, the night in March, that was something special. And if we have the opportunity of doing anything even close to that again, like I want to be a part of it, why would I not? Do you know what I mean? Why would I not want to be a part of something like that? So I ain't going to pass that opportunity up. So we got it again. We're going again. July 23rd. Aspinall versus Blaydes in the Big Smoke, in the O2 Arena, London, England. What more could you want?
No, I agree. And we'll get to Blaydes in a second. Just curious, has life changed dramatically or a lot for you since March, since that win?
In what sense?
I don't know. Do you feel like you're getting more attention, more love, more Johnny-come-latelys, more sponsors? I don't know. Has life changed in any respect? Because that was a big win on a big stage.
I'm definitely getting a lot more love, but I got a lot of love anyway, to be honest with you. Like, I get a lot of love from the UK people, of course. But yeah, you know what I get the most of is like when I'm doing regular stuff, which I only really do anyway, like I'm taking my kid to school or I'm down at the shop. People keep asking me like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, the fucking same thing as you're doing here.
Yeah.
I'm buying a fucking loaf of bread. I'm buying a loaf of bread or whatever the hell I'm doing. Like, why would I not be here? You know what I mean? Just because I've always thought anyway, it doesn't matter if I'm fighting on the main event or the friggin' whatever. It doesn't make any difference. I've still got to do daily things that everybody else has got to do.
Right. It's like there's a famous feature here in the Rag magazine. Stars, they're just like us. Tom Aspinall, he's just like us. He buys loaves of bread.
Come on, mate. I'm a regular guy. I'm just a regular guy. No difference. No difference, Ariel, between me and you, apart from that weird fucking shirt that you're wearing. What the hell's that?
What's wrong?
It looks like I don't know. It looks like a blouse, like a grandma's blouse. Like
really?
Something
a bleeding house coat?
Yeah.
Does this look like a house coat?
I don't know. It looks like something that like your grandmother would wear going to like
a
christening or something like that. Yeah, it's not. I thought you had style, man. What's going on?
I'm slumping down in my chair here because my confidence level is down to 0. Is it bad, Frank, this shirt? What do you think of this shirt?
I think it's great.
Oh, thanks. See? I have these people working with me just to boost my confidence. Thank you for that. What did you think of Curtis Blaydes when they offered you him?
Do you want my honest opinion?
I would love it. That's why I like you. You shoot from the hip.
Of course I do. Of course. If you're going to ask me an honest question, I'm going to give you an honest answer. I ain't got to bullshit nothing. Curtis Blaydes is probably the toughest fight in the division for me stylistically. But with that, because it pushes me to a whole new level, mate. That pushes me to levels that I've never been before. And that's what I need. If I'm with someone that's going to make me comfortable, I'm going to stay exactly where I am and do the exact same work that I've been doing. If you're going to give me someone that I think is a scary fight and you're going to give me fear, like, you don't want to see me scared, because I end up doing stuff like I did in the O2 the last time I fought. I end up doing some crazy stuff that no one's ever done before. So me with a massive fight with a really tough guy, that's dangerous, man. That's dangerous for any heavyweight.
Was there a part of you, though, in the back of your mind, like, hey, can I get Tuivasa or, a better matchup for me? Did you try to negotiate it?
Well, I'll tell you something,
Tell me.
Ariel. I'll tell you something between me and you, because let's be honest, nobody watches the show anyway.
I agree. No, it doesn't.
No. Right. The UFC, they're always pushing for a call out, right?
Yeah.
They always want you to call somebody out. You get Chael Sonnen on his frigging podcast saying, you need to get a call out ready. They do their job for them. This is the 3rd time I've called somebody out. And anybody who knows me personally knows that it's not really my style to call people out by name. I don't like doing that stuff, especially someone like Ty. Like, I called Ty out because Ty's got a lot of hype behind him. And he was the only guy, as far as I was aware at the time, that didn't have a match. So I thought, me and Ty make sense. I'm a fan of Ty. I don't want to call Ty out, but I want another fight, and that's what the UFC want. That's the 3rd time that they've not given me who I want. So why should I keep calling people out? Do you know what I mean? What's the point in all this thing? Like, I understand, make the matchmakers' jobs easier for them and all that stuff, and I get it, but like, why am I trying to be someone that I'm not for something that's not even going to happen anyway? Like, that's not my style. So I don't know. I just don't understand why they're pushing for a call out all the time if they're not going to give you who you actually call out.
But it's working. You're getting big fights. You're getting main event fights. Come on, for the ego, it's got to feel good that you're main eventing over Darren Till, right? I mean, that has to feel good.
Mate, you know what? Honestly, hand on heart, doesn't bother me.
Of course it doesn't bother you.
Care. Like,
it should bother him.
Well, maybe it does. I don't know. But like, that's all this like main event stuff. Oh, I should be the main event. I'm the people's main event, and all this stuff that all these other people say. Like, I'm not really bothered about any of that kind of stuff. I'm not trying to be a celebrity or trying to have the most views, or my fight I said this and it went viral, I said that. I'm trying to fucking win fights and destroy the opposition. That's all I care about. I'm not bothered about how popular I am, like how much I'm trying to be a celebrity. I'm trying to run through the opposition and make everybody else look stupid. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to be no celebrity, get some frigging big time sponsor and be on this game show and that game show and be on TV and get this many views. I couldn't give a shit about any of that stuff. What I'm interested in is getting better and winning fights and making money, and that's it.
Did you watch his last fight, Curtis's last fight?
Of course, I watch all the division. I watch. I know everybody in my division. I know, like the heavyweight division, I know inside out. Any other division, I barely know anybody, but I know all the heavyweights.
So, just curious, what do you think of his performance? And not only his performance, how he has been fighting as of late as well.
I think he's. I've always been a fan of Curtis. Like me and Curtis have actually met before, and when me and Curtis met, I don't know if he remembers or not. I don't know if he'll see this or not, but I told him what a big fan of his I was then.
Wow.
I'm a massive fan of his style. I'm a massive fan of his the way he mixes his wrestling in with his striking and the threat of both. Like, I think he's really good. I think he's, like I say, I have massive respect for him, his skills, everything. Like, he's really, really good, and I'm not denying that at all. Like, I think he's amazing.
And where were you when you met him?
I was in Vegas. We fought on the same card. I fought Orlovsky, and he fought Derek Lewis. Right.
And by the way, like it's almost like he's one of those guys who's super tough, just maybe not the most popular. He doesn't have, the loyal following, though there was this like weird Curtis Blaydes Twitter thing that happened a couple of weeks ago that I still don't understand. You know what I'm saying? He's just not one of those like flashy guys. So I feel like he doesn't get the respect that he deserves, and beating him maybe doesn't get you. But like, I think those who know how big of a win this is. I feel like you win this fight, we could be talking title shot next. Am I crazy?
Yeah, I think you're a bit crazy.
All right.
Yeah.
How many more? How many more do you want?
No, you know what? Ariel, you know what? I'm not even interested in it.
I know.
I never thought that I was going to be talking about a title after 5 UFC fights, 6 UFC fights. Like, I'm not. I don't know. I feel like I've got more work to do, man. I've got a lot more work to do. I've got more proving. I don't want to be one of these like people who gets here by talking. Like, that is not me. That is, to me, to be honest with you, I struggle with a lot of MMA fighters these days, mate, to be honest, in interviews and doing all that. I struggle to watch. I don't watch. Like, I struggle to, it's just like, I've got small children and I see the same things in the small children, just fighting for attention all the time. And I just don't want to be that guy. I want to be the guy who everyone's like, fuck, I don't want to fight him. If my name comes up in a contract with him, that's bad news. But I don't just want to be one of these like popular people who's popular just for the sake of being popular. Like, I couldn't give a shit. What's wrong with you anyway today? You seem in a bad mood. What's going on?
I'm freaking locked in right now. This is a big day. What are you talking about? I'm talking to a future heavyweight champion right now. What are you talking about, bad mood? I'm in a great mood. You're not.
Well, that's good. Was it a shirt comment? I didn't mean it.
You did insult my shirt, but it's okay. I'll get over it. I was going to say, you rise above it. We're not going to see you front row at an event, with 2 beers in your hand, spilling it on people, and that's okay. It's dare I say, GSP-esque. And I know after we last spoke, I believe you were with GSP, right? At that expo thingy. Did you get a chance to talk to him, to, absorb some advice from the great George St. Pierre?
Of course, I absorbed some advice from GSP.
What do you say? What do you say?
You know what? I was so surprised. I was so humbled by him because, so the way it was, we were stood in like a little, so we were on this event and we were like signing shit, taking pictures and all the rest of the stuff. But we had like, there's quite a lot of fighters there. There's probably like 15, 20 fighters there or something. So we had like conflicting schedules. So it wasn't like, we wasn't running into each other too often. And I was stood in a hallway talking and I felt the old tap on the shoulder.
Wow.
And I turned around and it was GSP. So I just went for the hug. I couldn't even stop myself. I went straight.
Perfect.
I went straight for the hug. And he just started telling me what a big fan he is of me. And I couldn't believe it. I'm still shocked to this day.
Wow.
And I was like, fuck, you're a fan. And we just, we just had the most normal, like the guy, there's no like airs and graces about him. He doesn't think he's above anyone, just a normal, humble guy. And that is what I aspire to be. You know what I mean? Like I say, I struggle, really, really struggling with MMA fighters these days on the thinking the celebrities. And it's like, to me, it's almost like no one even really cares about not no one, but a lot of these like people, they don't even care about really winning or losing or looking good or improving in between the fights. All they care about is like how many followers they got on Instagram and how they can say this thing and this went viral, that like, and people like GSP and Khabib and people like, they're masters, and that's who I want to follow, not these like Instagram fighters all the time. I couldn't give a shit about any of that kind of stuff.
GSP is maybe the most down-to-earth superstar. Him and DC, probably the two most down-to-earth superstars that I've ever met covering the sport. Like, they are just, you would never know that they did things on a global scale and are beloved. And GSP, you know, had a even greater run and was beloved internationally long before DC. So yeah, I'm not surprised by any of that. By the way, did you go to Fury White?
No, I actually didn't go. I had some personal matters that I had to deal with on that particular day. But I watched it, and it went exactly the way I thought it would go. To be honest, exactly the way I thought it would go. Are
you in favor of Fury and Ngannou? You know Tyson very well. Are you in favor of this?
Of course. I mean, who doesn't want to see that? I want to see it with MMA gloves because I actually believe, obviously, usually I'm rooting for Tyson. And of course, I would be on this one. But if Francis hits you with them little gloves, he is so dangerous, man. And he's very unorthodox. And I think that Fury was going to lose to anyone in boxing would have been Wilder because he's so unorthodox. And I think it's similar kind of thing with Francis. And if you alter the rules slightly and put Tyson, you know, with the smaller gloves, maybe a little bit different, I think it's a little bit closer than people might think, you know.
So you're in favor. Not only are you in favor, you think it would actually be closer, because I think a lot of people think if the fight happens, Tyson is going to steamroll Francis.
No, mate, he would steamroll Francis.
Oh,
but
okay.
I would give Francis a fair shot. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised either way. With them small gloves, and Francis hits like an absolute truck. So you never know. You never know with them little gloves on, because it's different. It's way different with the small gloves. No
chance he retires, though, right?
No, I think he retired. I think if he wants to retire, he's done everything that he set out to accomplish. So maybe he retires. Who knows?
Man, I don't think so. There's still more for him to do, more money to make, more fights to be had. He's still so young. By the way, I get very excited, almost like it's a personal friend of mine being mentioned. I was listening to, I think, the press conference, and Tommy Fury mentioned you, that he's trained with you and all this stuff. And I was like, I know that guy. He mentioned Tom. I was like, that's my guy, Tommy. Like he referenced, he was almost like he was referencing a man. I was like, wow, Tommy getting the plug on the big boxing stage here. It was nice. Did you hear that as well?
I think someone sent it me as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with all the Fury family. Do you know what I mean? I know Tyson's got 5 brothers. I know I've actually sparred most of his brothers.
Crazy.
I've sparred his cousin Hughie Fury as well. I sparred loads with Hughie, and I know his uncle Peter Fury. Like, they're close family friends, and yeah, it's his whole family's great. Do you know what I mean? It's not just Tyson. There's a whole family of like good people, and everybody can box well, and they just have so much knowledge, especially like his uncle Peter and stuff like that. Like, the guy has so much knowledge when it comes to boxing, and yeah, just overall good people. The Fury people, great people.
A very good chance, by the way, July 23rd, huge day for English combat sports, because the talk is Anthony Joshua, Alexander Usyk on the same day. So what's the bigger heavyweight fight, I ask you? Aspinall Blaydes, Joshua Usyk.
Joshua Usyk is bigger.
Come on, Tommy. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
You said you want me to be honest. Of course. I don't think you understand. Boxing people in this country absolutely love Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
Like, it's a man, and not even just in this country, just globally, I'm sure. Like, he's a big deal. Anthony Joshua is a frigging big deal. And I would love to see that fight again. What do you think?
Oh, I would love to see the fight. I would love to see, if he beats Usyk, finally Joshua versus Fury. But first and foremost, he has to beat Usyk. I think it's wild that it's happening on the same freaking day. But the word is they're not going to go head-to-head. My good friend Eddie Hearn told me he spoke to Dana White, and you won't be going head-to-head. with that fight. So I think that any English fan out there who's a fan of both sports, which I'm assuming there's a lot, doesn't have to worry.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm sure me and Curtis are going to be a better fight anyway. Let's be honest.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, you can't. But mate, if you're talking about MMA over boxing, of course we're going to take MMA. You asked me which one's going to be the most popular, so I told you that Joshua's going to be the most popular. But if you're going to know which one you want to watch, which one's going to be more exciting, of course it's going to be me and Curtis Blaydes, because what a matchup!
It's a great matchup.
What a matchup that the UFC are putting on. I know it's going to be an absolutely incredible fight between me and Curtis, and very much looking forward to it.
By the way, I was at Madison Square Garden 2 weeks ago for the Katie Taylor-Amanda Serrano fight, and I was sitting in front of 25 or so of Liverpool's finest. They were there to support Liam Smith. You know Liam Smith, the boxer, Liam Smith? Beefy Smith.
Beefy.
Yeah, Beefy Smith. Yeah. And gosh, these people were so much singing, dancing, fucking hell, Ariel. Who you think's up? Fucking hell, that lad. I can't do it very well, but it was just, I had such a great time. These people are phenomenal. They're great to hang out with. Do you like that kind of people, or you're not such a big fan? You're looking at me with a puzzled look, so I feel like you're not such a big fan.
No, I wasn't sure if you were. I thought you was started having a stroke then or something. I wasn't too sure what was going on.
Fucking hell, lad. Fucking hell, lad. Why do they talk like that?
Wow. Well, I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. But yeah, definitely a few passionate fans knocking around. Definitely. Well, look at the crowds last time.
Yeah.
Mate, you don't understand how crazy it's going to be next time. Like, it's going to be. You thought last time was crazy. Next time is going to be so wild. It's going to be so wild, honestly.
Do you think? Is there any kind of pressure? Any pressure to one up it? To do something even greater?
From my point of view, one up it in what sense?
You had such a great performance. I don't even know how you can one up that. But do you feel like, man, I got to top this? Now they're expecting a lot out of me. Now they're expecting a greater. No,
you can't one up that.
Yeah,
you can't one up it.
I know.
Like, how can you fight a top 5 guy, not get hit?
It's crazy.
In the first round, when you're ranked outside the top 10, and basically no one really gives you a chance. Let's be honest. And you go in and not get hit and finish him in the first round, you can't one up that. That's something special that's never going to be done again. And I understand that. And I mean, it was at the point where people were saying like, "Oh, Volkov's not very good," and it's like, no, Volkov's fucking really good, just really, really good. That's what. Like, I seem to see this narrative a lot with my opponents. Is when I fight them, people start to think, "Oh well, what? Like, why he's gone downhill, or like that guy's over the hill now?" And it's like, no, he's absolutely not over the hill. No, he's absolutely not terrible. He's actually really good. It's just that I'm so much better.
I like when sometimes because we know that you think you're the SHIT. So I like when you puff your chest out a little bit, but then you go back to humble GSP Aspinall. By the way, flat white at 6:30 is a very bold move on your part. Are you going to have trouble sleeping tonight?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
We have a lot of.
No, do you know what, Ariel? To be honest, I have. I've been sick. I've been sick for like 5 days.
Oh no!
And today is the first day that. Today's the first day that I've just been able to eat and come back to life a little bit. So today I feel absolutely amazing. I'm having a coffee. I've just had a big meal. Oh, I feel fantastic. I'm speaking to you. It's all going on. I feel good. I feel good today. But seriously, I've been sick. I've been sick as hell. So I'm feeling much better today.
Not the big C, is it?
The big C? No, COVID.
Yeah.
No. It's not COVID.
Thank God.
COVID.
Thank God. We need you healthy. We need you well. It's always great to catch up with you. You always make me sweat a little bit. You always make you never, just like your call outs never get accepted by the UFC or answered. My first request to have you on the program never gets answered, never gets accepted as well. It's always like, no. I'm going to make you wait a little bit, and I appreciate that out of you. Nothing good comes easy.
No, you asked me on like a day's notice, and I was like, no, I'm busy tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow. Sorry, bro. I've got other things going on. It doesn't just revolve around your show. I know it's a big show and everything, but come on. What's going on?
See, this is what happens. You get a few main events. You'll get a title shot after this one. Make no mistake. And then soon you won't be answering my texts, and we'll start beefing, and you'll say you're too busy, and then you want to get paid for your interviews. This is the beginning of the end.
Why people get paid for this shit?
No, but people try to say that they get paid or try to trick people into paying them. Not here, though.
Like,
it's quid pro quo.
Wow. I really need to.
Don't do it.
My game big
don't
time,
do it,
don't
Tommy.
I?
Don't do it, Tommy. Don't do it. Stay.
Who's asking you for money? Who's that? Say the name. Say the name.
I won't do it. I'll tell you who's not asking me for money. GS frickin' P. That's who. All right. Never.
The main man.
GSP would do an interview with me and then invite me over to his house for dinner.
Can you ask GSP if I can just come and train with him one time, please?
I'll do it right now.
Please.
I'll do right. Tell you what. Next time we come on, GSP will come on as well, and we'll have a nice little powwow.
Sometimes because we're friends on Instagram these days, me and GSP. We're like that.
Look at you.
We're like that.
Look at you.
And sometimes I just want to be like, oh, George, can I just come over and train with you a little bit?
Anytime you want to go to Montreal, I'll make it happen. I'm the king of Montreal. I run that town. So anytime you want to go over there to TriStar.
You left.
No. I still
you
got
abandoned Montreal. You abandoned. No. You abandoned them. What? I always want to ask you this question.
Okay.
Why move from like a beautiful country like Canada?
Look at this. Look what I have.
So where is it? Where is it you live now? New York.
New York. Yeah. Don't cut a promo on New York right now. It's the media capital of the world.
I've never been to New York, so that's why you moved for.
Yeah, for my job, for my dreams, for my long-term successes. But hopefully, I'll come back one day. I'm a citizen of both countries. That's why I have both flags here, and I will come back as the king of Canada, the king of Montreal, and I will regain my throne. We do have to move on now, though. I like how you start asking me questions when you know we have to wrap it. Our next guest is standing by, but it's always
no. Why? I don't get why you do this. Why do you do this to me though? You fucking
what?
You bring me on, and
yes.
then you want to cut me off.
That's it. Well, you
want to cut me off.
That's the secret of the show. I don't keep you for an hour. I keep you on for 20, 25 minutes, and you're on your way. That's why. Hopefully, you want to come back the next time. I'm not going to take up your whole night.
Yeah, but it's called MMA Hour.
Yeah,
you give me 20 minutes, and not only is it called MMA Hour, it's on for about 5 hours.
That's
as well.
true. That's true. That's why we have other guests to get to. But it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Okay.
Love talking to you. And I hope you'll remember this the next time I ask you to come on after you win on July 23rd, that I'll only take 20 minutes of your time. It won't be such a big deal. So you don't have to keep me, standing. Listen. Come on, Tommy.
Nice.
I'll see you there.
Nice.
I'll see you at the O2, all right?
See you there.
All right, there he is, Tommy Aspinall. That was great. Well done, Frank. Well done. You were reading my mind. You were reading my mind in that moment. What a legend that Tommy Aspinall. I really like him. He's slowly starting to become one of my favorites. And he does actually remind me a lot. I mean, the sense of humor is different, but he reminds me a lot of GSP. So well done to him. Can't wait for that fight, July 23rd. Coming together nicely. Nice little card over there. Darren Till, Jack Hermanson, Nikita Krylov, Alexander Gustafsson, Mohamed Mokaev, Charles Johnson, Molly McCann, Hannah Goldie, Nathaniel Wood getting his opportunity. Very nice to see against Kamuela Kirk. And I can assure you many more will be added. One guy who I'm told will not be added is Arnold Allen. Unfortunately, still dealing with some hand issues. So hopefully by the end of the year, he'll be able to return and will be in good health. But that's what I was told when I was trying to investigate the status of that card. All right, in a second, we're going to be joined by Pat Barry, of course, in the news very much over the last few days, stemming from the Rose Namajunas Carla Esparza fight, which has been talked about a lot since Saturday. Unfortunately for Rose, it didn't go her way. Carla, now the new strawweight champion, spoke to her on Monday, but wanted to have Pat on because he, of course, is a big part of the story. He has been by her side since the very beginning of her career, and there's been some criticism thrown his way regarding the corner work and the performance and whatnot, and he's been kind enough to agree to come on. So without further ado, let us go back to the Zoom machine and say hello to Pat HD Barry, there he is. What's up, Pat? How are you?
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for doing this, my friend. It's good to have you on the program. Could I ask, eventful weekend for you guys, eventful aftermath. What have the last few days been like for you since, the fight on Saturday? What have they been like for you?
Well, I guess, like normal. The fight's on Saturday. We leave the arena, go back to the hotel, pack up our bags, go straight to the airport, fly home. So I think we were home by maybe 6 a.m. on Sunday.
Wow.
Still awake from Saturday. Then we stay up all day Sunday, just like normal. It's the normal process, just going over everything that went down, the entire training camp, the entire fight week, the entire fight, letting all of the, I guess, learning lessons or, things let them just slowly expose themselves or become more apparent to us. And you go to sleep Monday morning, wake up Tuesday, and we're back to normal. And back to life, man. It's been a big week.
Yes. It's a lot to process. I saw Rose in the background over there, so hello to her as well if she can hear me.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, I'm doing laundry.
I didn't want to be rude and just ignore your presence, but we saw you walking in the background there. Hope you're doing well. And look, stars, they're just like us. They also have to do laundry on a Wednesday.
I know, right? Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's never ending.
And you got the Ruka shirt there too. Respect. Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Why do you do that? Why do you do the thing where you drive straight? Where you stay up all night. Why do you guys do that thing on the Sunday? Why do you put yourself through that?
We've agreed a long time ago that the fight is never over until we get home. That was a.
I think maybe just one thing. I mean, there's many different reasons. I think there's just an instinctual kind of impulse to just get back to my place because there's just lots of emotions that go into it, whether it's win, loss, draw. I don't care what the situation is. And you might feel a certain type of way, impulsively. And then you don't want to I feel like it's very easy. The closer it is to post fight, it's very easy to make dumb decisions and or do something out of character that. That's kind of unrecognizable to yourself, because of just so many variables of just different things going on that, you get, you don't want to, you want to get back to home and kind of back to ground yourself before you kind of make any decisions that might affect the rest of your life or something, Yeah.
Okay. So we like I said, we came up a long time ago. We decided that the fight's not over until you get home. So every fight, no matter where it's at, when the fight's over with, it's still a mission. Once we get home, close the doors, put the bags down, that's when we've made it slid into home plate,
Okay, that makes sense.
Back to just like who was that? The Warriors are trying to get back to Coney Island.
Yeah. I get it.
Yeah,
I feel like it's you got to reset because I feel like that's such a vulnerable time for athletes or just a competitor that I feel like you can be very impressionable by the rest of the world as far as I don't know. I just feel like it's a very vulnerable time, and it's nope, I gotta get back to center. I gotta make sure I'm me, and then I can reintroduce myself to the rest of the world because,
it's real easy to start.
It's easy to get, influenced by things that, aren't necessarily bad, but they're maybe not you.
How do you feel, Pat, about the fight in retrospect? Now, a few days later, about what went down on Saturday?
A lot happened. How do I feel about it? I have to, well, one, I've got to for sure choose my words wisely to make sure this comes out the right way. But it's not going to sound correct. It's not going to sound like the right thing, but I'm happy with where we are right now. Just as a FYI, or just a heads up to everybody else out there in the world that follow patterns and are normally expecting this is the moment where Rose disappears for 3 years and shaves her eyebrows off and comes back and she's completely nuts in the head because of the result. And none of that's going on. None of that's going on. We all as fighters, there's different types of fights that you have. There's different days that the fight day just happens to fall on. And this was one of those fights. and one of those days where this is how it's going to go. This is how it's going to go. No one's going to understand, but this is how it's going to go. And it went the way that it went. It's not the result that we were looking for. It's not what we trained for. It's not the result that we prepared for. But I knew throughout the entire training camp, Rose needed a certain question. She needed a certain question answered to herself, like internally, like just personally, she had something that she was looking for. And somewhere in those 5 rounds, she found it. Somewhere in the 5 rounds, she got that answer to that, whatever the question was that she was looking for, she got it in that 5 rounds. That's why we can be sitting here today and she's actually genuinely happy, comfortable, content.
Oh, no, I was just listening, but I did have something to say, but.
Well, I'm just curious.
No, I think.
What is the question and what is the answer? What was the question and what was the answer?
Okay, so I mean, just in a general sense, I would say that it just basically had to do with, I have like 3 goals, like my base level goals, like come out unscathed, like happy, healthy, and safe. And then number 2 was like obviously win the fight. And then sometimes it's like, I don't give a shit, that's all I'm looking for. And then ultimately it was like not only win, but like dominate and set myself apart from the rest of the division. That's why I talked about it in all my interviews leading up to it. And like I literally said, I was like, I'll take what I can get though, because like ultimately for this fight, all that matters is that I'm happy, healthy, and safe because of, just the patterns in which my career's gone and all that stuff. That was the main thing and so as far as like all the things I wanted to get out of this, I got like base level everything that I wanted as far as I got what I wanted out of it. And it's crazy. It might sound crazy to people because I think they look at Carla as like this, like what is this Carla, and it's like, no, there's many moments to get in a lot of danger. So, yeah. What? Oh, sorry.
Wait,
go sit down. Would you want to split up?
Okay, wait. I'm just have to ask before.
Okay.
Is this titled "We're interviewing Pat Barry today" and Rose happens to be jumping in, or is it? No, it's fine. I just want to make sure this isn't one of those. The dude's always in here.
No.
Like,
oh yeah, no. For sure.
We know.
I'm in Pat's interview, guys.
That's right. Actually, that's the first time we ever. Way back in the day, that was the first time we ever met Rose on this show. I was interviewing you about some fight. And she was in the background. I don't know if you remember that. So the tables turned over the years, but now we're back to the original. Anyhow.
Now we're back to the original. But it's styles make fights. I mean, I have to use that quote in there.
I used to
Rose,
think that phrase, but
Rose stuck to a game plan. We had a strategy and she stuck to it for the first time ever. So the first time ever, she stuck to the game plan and didn't stray away. She didn't become undisciplined. She stuck to it. It just so happens that Carla stuck to her game plan too, and neither one of them broke. That's all we were waiting for. If you go back and we watched it only once, we're probably never going to watch it again. But we went back to it, and every time they click over to Carla's corner in between rounds, you can hear Carla Oyama saying, she's about to do that thing that she always does. The crowd's booing. She's getting frustrated. She's going to do that thing. And when she does it, you know exactly what to do. And this was the scenario. This was the scenario, man. Fighters, how many times have you seen fighters come out that are just amazing at everything that they do, and then they wind up in some type of silly scenario that maybe they shouldn't be in? Maybe that they shouldn't be in. Rose has been one for creating masterpieces every time she gets in there, almost every time. 9 out of 10 times when she gets in there, it's amazing. I've been saying it since the beginning. This girl is amazing, man. She's something else. I know it was always, people sound like I'm just being excited because it's her, but it's not. She's literally my favorite fighter on the planet, man. I love her style, the way she moves, the things that she's capable of doing. And over time, if you look at her record and if you look at her performances, majority of the time, that's the Thug Rose everybody's in love with. Everybody fucking sorry for that language. Everybody loves. Like that's what people show up for. People show up to see Thug Rose do something amazing because every time she gets in there, 9 out of 10 times, it's something amazing. It's just every once in a while, a fight lands on one of those days, man. Just a fight lands on just one of those days where there can be explanations, there can be reasonings for things, but it's just every once in a while, you just have one of those days. And it just so happens that this was one of those days. She stuck to the game plan. She stuck to the game plan so much that when we were asking her to come out of the game plan, she looked like, no, you're trying to get me. Stick to the game plan. There's a lot of things that went through the training camp. There was moments in the training camp where Rose had been doing everything that she's supposed to do. This was the best training camp she's ever had. This is the most growth mentally, which I've always said, it's never physical. It's never for her. For her, it's never physical. It's always about the mind, man. It's always in the head. It's always. If she's motivated, if she's driven, if she has a purpose, we've all seen what she can do. We've all seen it. We've all watched it over and over again. Just amazing. Joanna 1, bam. Joanna 2, gone. Jessica 1, amazing, until she decided to stray away from the game plan. Now she gets dropped on her head. That's the one thing that I think the general population or the world doesn't take into consideration. There are dire consequences for messing up in this game. There are consequences for messing up. If you stray away from the plan and you start to freestyle, which the majority of the time when she does, it's a work of art. But every once in a while, she'll stray away from the game plan and get her nose broken with one punch. I mean, think about it, Jessica Part 2. I don't think she got hit one time until 2.5 minutes left in the last round. One punch, all because she decided to stray away from the game plan. She decided to do her own thing. She got punished for it. In the first fight with Jessica, everything's going great, almost a clean sweep. She decided to stray away from the game plan. Doof, dropped on her head, almost broken her neck. Like, there's big consequences to not sticking to what it is that you're training to do, to not trusting what it is that your coaches and team are supposed to put together. Now, Rose always is going to always trust herself over any and everything, always. And like I said, most of the time when she does, it's a work of art. But every once in a while, making that decision to freestyle can potentially turn out bad. Most of the time it turns out great, but it always runs the risk of you're doing that thing. And when you do that thing, this time, sometimes bad things happen. Good example. We had, I think it was 6 weeks ago, rewind time. Rose's grandmother is one of the most important people in her life. She raised Rose and her brother. She was always a part of their life. She's a very important part of Rose's life. Rose had a sparring day where after sparring is at 12, at 1 o'clock, her family was getting on a big Zoom call, family in Lithuania, family wherever they are, all for like the grandmother's birthday, right? 5 rounds, that's it. 5 rounds of sparring. Then we're going to shower up and we're going to go head over to the place, get on the call. It's going to be the big family reunion on Zoom, birthday for the grandmother. It was round 5. I leaned over and I said, 30 seconds. And when I said 30 seconds, Rose decided for the first time in her training camp, this was 6 weeks ago, we've been going since January, for the first time, she decided to just go off of the strategy and she ran right into a knee and had the biggest, goofiest, like Ace Ventura black eye, like this big swollen baseball on her cheek, completely black swollen eye, all because look at what happens. Look what happens when you look what happens. It's not that happens all the time, but when you stray away from the strategy, things like this can happen. Like in Jessica 1, Jessica 2, moments in the Weili fight where maybe she took a punch that, that just got a little closer than it should have been. So she knows going into this fight, you've got to stick to the game plan because this is the kind of things that happen. Also, after the fight is Mother's Day. You have a phone call with your grandmother, who's your favorite person in the world, on Mother's Day. The last time you had this Zoom call with her 6 weeks ago, you had to show up and give this crazy explanation why she's looking at you going, why are you still doing this? Like, what are you still doing this for? And you have to go and you have to talk to her with this big face, and you just have, you know what I mean? It's that type of thing. If you make mistakes at this level, the consequences are pretty heavy. The consequences are pretty heavy, man. So we went into this fight with a strategy. We have Carla memorized, man. We know everything that she's going to do before she does it. We know what it looks like. We know when to avoid, when to attack. This is a strategic, perfect game plan. And just so everyone knows, we went in there for the win. The plan was to win the fight. The plan was to do this thing in particular. And if you do this thing, people are going to start booing. They're going to start booing, but that's only because they don't know what's going on. And when they do start booing, Carla's going to open up. And when she does, bam, there's it. That's the game. That's the game over punch. And we all know Rose has one punch knockout power. And in the fight, she did everything perfect. Perfect. I love the UFC, and I love everything the UFC does for everyone, and I love it. We love the organization, but I will say, in the fight, there's 3 moments, but there's 2 in particular where bang, 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 here it comes. This is the time. And when Rose went to throw the punch, her foot slipped. I saw that. I saw it. I saw her foot slide. And when it did, I know my head went crazy. Like, oh, there it is. You saw it. You was the best. We're going to kill it, man. It was there. I got there. And moved around. And when the opportunity for that one, the thing that we trained for, came again, and she went, foot slipped the second time. The second time, man. I love the UFC and everything they do, but this is, out of all of the fights I've ever had, even back in my career, this is the slipperiest canvas you can ever fight on, which at that moment, when she had the opening for the kill the second time, when she went for it and that foot slipped, I had like a moment of clarity, man. I don't know. Just all of a sudden I went from this crazy to completely just calm. Apparently, the world is trying to make this very difficult for you. Apparently, something is going on because, I mean, of course, Rose and her spirituality, and we look at things, so I have to think a certain way because she thinks a certain way. Something is trying to stop you from winning this fight. Something, I don't know. I saw the foot slip twice. When the second one happened, we caught eyes, and I shook my head. Because as a coach, yes, we are there to win fights, but we're really there for longevity and happiness. That's what my job is, man. Not only my coach, but as a partner, fiance, whatever you want to label me as, like that. That's my job, is to make sure that Rose is happy, healthy, and safe for the rest of her life. So in that moment, I felt, hey, you know what? This is one of those scenarios where now that you've seen it twice and you've missed it twice, this is exactly the type of thing that's supposed to throw you off your game and make you come out of your strategy. And when you do come out of your strategy and you really go for it, you might accidentally slip and throw yourself on the ground. And now you fell on the ground because you did something you weren't supposed to do. Now she's on top of you and she's got you in a scenario where you don't want to be. And now you've got to battle yourself and you've got to battle Carla. And Carla is a 2-time UFC world champion, which means she's one of the best fighters on the planet. Everything that she does, she has mastered. Everything that she does. And even though we have it all memorized and we know what's coming and we know what's available, she's a master of what she does.
Can I ask you?
And if you make, yes, sir.
In between I think it was the third round, you said something. You were alluding to this. You were like, "You hear the booze? You hear the booze? It's working. That means we're doing our job." And obviously, it's not something you often hear. What did you mean by that?
If Rose gets in there and you stick to your strategy, if you come in there and you do what you are supposed to do, the crowd's probably not going to like it. They're not. They're probably not going to like it at first. Now, when they start booing because they want instant kick to the face, it's Rose. It's Thug Rose. You know how you feel every time she walks out. I know how I feel every time she walks out. When Rose walks out, you're expecting to see something amazing every time, man. You're waiting for it. You're just waiting to see the highlight reel. And oh my God, she's going up against Carla. She's going to throw her over the top of the fence. And you're just waiting for that. And it didn't come. The opportunity never really presented itself. Rose didn't break from her game plan, and she didn't risk anything. It's too dangerous of a fight. She didn't. She stuck to the game plan. And when the opportunity presented itself and she went for it, foot slid. And it was like, and then it presented itself again. And she went for it. You know, Carla didn't break from her game plan either. Like I said, we watched it once on TV. And this was great about watching it, is every time the camera goes into Carla's corner in between rounds, you can hear her coach, Colin Oyama, saying exactly what they were expecting. Any minute now, she's going to break. Any minute now, Rose is about to do that thing. And when she does it, you know what to do. They were waiting. She waited for Rose to do that thing that Rose does, and she was going to take advantage of it. They were waiting for that. And we knew that. We knew this isn't the moment where you flip out and start doing whatever it is that you want to do, because you might find yourself in a bad spot. You have to have control. Now, where I blew it is all of the training to have control, all of the training that I did, all of the training that we put together to stay in control of your emotions, stay in control of yourself, we never once went over how to come out of that. Because at the end of round 4, myself, when I got in the ring, and people are going to have comments always. When I got in the ring, I pretty much said, hey, man, I think we're up 4-0. You can feel free to kind of let go a little bit now and freestyle.
Isn't that the point, though, not to freestyle? Because if you're up 4-0, you can take it.
Yes, that's the point.
Right.
That was the whole training camp, is not to.
Right.
The whole training camp was not to do that, expecting her to do it. That's what we know that now. We know it's the entire training camp. Hey, this is the strategy, but we know for a fact that when a bell rings, you're going to do what you want to do, and we fully support that. So now we get into the ring, we get into the fight. It's about to start round 5, and we're pretty much saying, hey, we've seen what we need to see. We know where you are and what you're capable of. You can open up now, and almost like as if you could see Rose go, no. Yeah, you try to trick me. It's like, we're not. She was so prepared to stick to the game plan that she actually stuck to the game plan when we were telling her, all right, you can ditch it and go to something else now. She stuck to it. She stayed completely disciplined. She stayed completely disciplined the entire time, and so did Carla.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm curious what your response would be to the criticism, because this has been one of the things that's been said by fellow coaches and obviously people online. You're too close to the situation. You have one of the best coaches in MMA, Trevor Whitman, there. He should be speaking more in between rounds. He should be the one talking to her, and you're kind of number 2. How do you respond to that?
It's fine. I'm fine with the world thinks of me. It's no matter what. Like, no matter what, it's my fault, right? Pat, you shouldn't be talking. You shouldn't be nothing. I'm the closest person. I'm the closest person to her. I know what I'm looking at more than anyone else. Like, I know what I'm looking at when I know what I see when she's in there more than anybody, more than anybody, man. I'm 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Like, I know what it is that I'm looking at. I know what it is that I feel. I know pretty much like where Rose is at any point in time based off her facial expression. People are going to say that, but those are the same people that I have to ask, like, what if Rose would have jumped in the air and started doing spin kicks and gotten taken down, crucifixed and elbowed in the face? Now what? Now what? Like, now what? Now what? Now I made the bad call by saying go in there and freestyle, because there's no winning. You know what I mean? Like, that's why what the world says about Pat doesn't matter to Pat. It doesn't matter to Rose, and that's why it doesn't matter to Pat. If it mattered to her, if it bothered her what the world said, then that would probably be a thing, but it doesn't. It's all about staying focused, being a professional, doing your job to the best of your abilities. For Rose's eyes, is staying safe, not getting dropped on your neck because you made a bad decision, not getting punched in the nose with one punch because you did that one thing that you weren't supposed to do. It's about winning fights, being the best version of yourself that you can be. And I know what Rose is in the ring. That's what the training camps go. That's how they go. I know who's in there when she's in there, and I'm able to make certain decisions based on what's going on in the scenario. Now, we also speak in code. Not everybody knows what we're talking about when we're saying it. I'm not saying, hey, the crowd's booing. Yeah, it's working. Keep doing that. Make them boo some more. That's not what's going on at all. You hear the crowd booing? Yes, that means that you're right on track. The thing that you're doing, the game plan that you're sticking to, the strategy that we've all as a collective team come up with, that we've all agreed on, this is part of it. And you're going to have that opening and you're going to see it. And she saw it. She saw it twice. Actually, there was 3, but she saw it twice and she acted on it. And that foot slid, man. That foot slid, and it wasn't at that moment, wasn't worth the risk. You know, I mean, there's I think 4 minutes into round 1, there's a lack of action going. DC, Joe Rogan, they're joking about how much nothing's happening in the fight. And 4 minutes into round 1, DC talking about the lack of action, joking about it, says to pull up the fight stat, like pull up the punch stats or something like that. Pull up the stats. And 4 minutes into round 1, he says Rose has landed 3 of 33 punches and Carla has landed 3 of 27 punches. Now, I have to go back and watch that again. But I don't know if 57 punches were thrown in the first 4 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if 57 punches were thrown in the first 4 minutes. So I kind of am assuming that if they say Rose landed 3 out of 33 and Carla landed 3 out of 27 in the first 4 minutes, that they have to be counting that as 12 punches. And if they're counting that as 12 punches, then that means that they've counted every takedown attempt as a takedown. That's the only thing that makes sense, because there for sure wasn't 49 punches thrown in the first 4 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's why coming out of those rounds, it was like, yep, that's what you're supposed to do. That's 1 down. Yep, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. That's 2 down. Hey, I know you saw the overhand and it was there and I saw your foot slide. Don't sweat it. The opportunity will present itself again. We're up 3 rounds. Hey, man, we're up 4-0. I mean, I don't actually know what's happening, but according to my eyes and us in the corner, I think we might be up 4-0. Now, we're also fully aware that at the end of that fight, I think you said you're pretty content with you did not earning that win. Like,
oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't feel like I won, but I definitely didn't feel like Carla won, and I definitely didn't feel like I lost. You know what I'm saying?
It's just one of those.
It definitely was one of those things where it's like, oh, okay.
It's just one of those fights, man, where there's a high level strategy going on by 2 extremely dangerous girls, and that's how it played out, man.
But it is kind of weird because, like, it is kind of weird that usually when fights go the distance for me, like throughout the fight, I'm thinking about, okay, what are the judges seeing? I don't think I was really thinking about that this fight. I was thinking about like my goals of like, I wanted Carla to know, one, I wasn't going to do what her corner wanted me to do, because they kept wanting me to come out of my game plan. And, and every time I'll step forward, they'd be like, oh, there's her foot. Okay, now she's going to do the thing because she's going to crack because everybody's booing. That's what he said in the corner, like, or whatever at one point. So I knew that they wanted me to like get flustered by that. And I was like, no, I'm staying solid in myself. Like, I'm not going to let you control me, you know, like I'm controlling myself. And then, So I guess I wasn't really thinking about like the judges. In my mind, I felt like I won the fight because of all that other stuff going on. Like, it is more of a psychological battle for me, you know, as far as like, no, I'm gonna do what I want to do. But I get it, you know, like, so whatever. But I still have to watch it again too. I watched it like once, but I also felt like, you know, I also proved like I feel like my takedown was cleaner than hers, and like, you know, I don't know. so yeah, I think ultimately, like, I wasn't really thinking about the judges, but so I wasn't really confused, or I wasn't really like, oh, like, I wonder what it's going to be. Like, I was pretty solid, like, yeah, I won that. But thinking in retrospect, like, I don't know. Yeah, for sure, people seen something else.
It wasn't the action-packed,
Sure,
wild fight that people expect when it comes to Rose. It wasn't the oh, we're in for something special, here we go. It wasn't that type of fight. That's what people were expecting. You know, that's what people were expecting, and that was the game plan. The strategy was to first round KO Carla.
I was going to say one more thing. It's like, so one thing that I think maybe was a mistake as far as just my mentality was, you know, throughout history, I've always been an exciting fighter, and I've always been very offensive, and it's always been to the point where people like coaches got to coach me back. Like, usually they got to tell me to pull it back. So I was really trying to grow and evolve myself as a fighter by controlling that and not being like whatever. And so I did it like too much to the point where like now, like, because I think I trusted in my natural abilities for my offense, that I felt like it was, as soon as I like see her, I'm going to just, it's going to come out, you know, as opposed to like, you know, continue to like visualize that and really like work on that. As much, like, I put more priority, like usually my training camps go like, I work on taking care of my defense, game planning wise. And then as I get closer, I'm just winning and I'm just thinking about offense. Whereas I kind of did it sort of backwards this training camp, where it was like a mixture of like my offense and defense. And then as I got closer, I was like, I just got paranoid about the defense, that I was like, I'm putting all priority on that. And then it's sort of just like, I was like, but when I get there, I'm gonna like, my body's just gonna take over. And I was training like the opportune moments to do those type of things, but the emphasis wasn't on that. And, you know, it was, and I guess I kind of overly believed in my ability to do that without actually like putting that effort in. So that's maybe like one mistake, but like I said, there's all like adjustments that you can make.
I don't think there was any mistakes. I'm going to jump back in here real quick.
Can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question? I remember, it's for both of you, honestly. There's really no, it's for you too, Pat. I mean, you're a big part of the story as well. I remember the last time we spoke after you lost the belt, and very different circumstances. And you said you were relieved, right? You were relieved. You didn't really like life as a champion. Now I know that you said this time around you liked life as a champion more. You know, you figured out things. You've grown as a person. Now that you're no longer champion, do you like life as a champion, as a non-champion again? Like, are you happy to not be champion? Have you come to the conclusion that you're happier as a person without the belt?
I think I know what you're saying, or I know the question, because it's like, yeah, I'm not the actual champion anymore, but like I've that's another thing that I'm at peace with, is because this title reign was totally different from the last one as far as like just my time doing that. I enjoyed it. But I'm also enjoying this side of things too. Like, I'm enjoying everything. Because, and one thing is like, you can never take away what I've done. You know, I am a champion, like, and I'll always be a champion. So for that, like, I enjoy the life as a champion still, but whatever comes with the actual materialistic belt and all that stuff, like, I don't know. I mean, it's cool. You know, it's a responsibility for sure. And if had I come out as the victor in this fight, yeah, it would have been, you know, it would have been pretty intense. So like, there's pros and cons to each of those things. Of course, if a part of me for sure would have loved that, you know, and then there's another part of me that's like, it's okay with not that, because, you know, get to get back to like other things in life. You know? Okay.
But for sure, being the champion is better.
Yeah.
For sure, being the champion is better. Just when it comes to thinking about that, when it comes to that type of thing, of course, man, winning is always going to be better than anything else. But in this scenario, like I said, training camp, the time in, what's been done already, what Rose's actual goals are. I mean, the Rose has never been one for. Not one for legacy or my record is 15-0 nonstop. That's never been a thing for her. Rose is a martial artist. Like, she's a martial artist to the fullest extent. And when it comes to that, that's the part of it that drives her the most, that has, the most fire behind it. There was something that Rose was looking for in this fight that she got. Somewhere in that 5 rounds, she got what she was looking for. Whatever that bit of information was that she was looking for, she got in that 5 rounds. Hence the slap on the back of the end and when they caught eyes, like, good fight. Whatever it was that she needed, she got out of that. And now the result, not what we wanted. Now, of course not what we wanted. But if there was a way for this to go that would suck, this is probably the best of the sucky outcomes, because there was personal goal that she reached. There was a goal as the team, as coaches, that we were able to achieve, that we got out of it. I mean, it's just, if you follow Rose's history, it's usually amazing things, and then maybe a setback. And then something even more amazing, and then a setback, and then something really, really amazing. Now a setback. So if we go off of history and if we go off of patterns, in a way, this is kind of exciting for myself being a fan, for people out there in the world, because traditionally the way it goes is after a setback, here comes something amazing. Now all it is a moment in time. It's an experience. It's something that we learn from, and it's something that, just like the other setbacks, it's something that Rose has already grown from and is going to grow even more from. We'll take a minute to step back, take a look at everything that we worked on, all of the growth that was made. I say this was the best training camp she's ever had, because this is where the most mental growth came from. This whole fight was all about not getting distracted. I mean, fights are like that all the time. But a big portion of this fight was not getting distracted with the outside world, not letting things happen that are going to cause you to do that thing that you do every once in a while, where you run the risk of things not turning out so well. It was all about that. It's like the whole training camp, barely getting online. Like, people, if you can get caught up in that, you can get caught up in the flash, you can get caught up in the gold chains, you can get caught up in the, suits with oiled chest, no shirt under it. Like, it's very easy to get caught up in those things. I mean, Rose barely got online. Sorry to everybody out there who felt like as if maybe she kind of disappeared a little bit during the training camp, but she got offline, because every time you get online, you only see things that are going to distract or potentially cause some type of frustration. For instance, you remember Weili won, where Rose did the interview with the guy, where she started talking about did versus Rid, and that was a thing that Lithuania did during the yada, yada, yada. And then the guy took the interview, and then when he wrote Rose says Dead versus Red injects politics into, you know what I mean? And he sent that article out, and that whole fiasco started. Whereas that was never the intention. Fool, we were never saying anything about her being red. That was never the intention. You just wrote it that way. It's the same scenario with this whole Sean Strickland thing that's all over the place everywhere. So years ago, Rose did an interview, and in the interview she said, I joined Rufus Sport when I was 14 years old. And then I left Rufus Sport for a few years. And then I came back to Rufus Sport to pursue my MMA career. And this is where I met my fiance, Pat Barry. Did the entire interview. And when the guy wrote the interview up, he wrote, Rose Namajunas joined Rufus Sport when she was 14 years old, where she met her fiance, Pat Barry, when she was 14 years old. That's where everybody's getting all this shit from. A botched interview, that's where everybody's getting all this from because somebody wrote something, however they decided, and people read it and it's credible and they just run with it. It's those types of things everywhere that are causing Rose to get into the fight with Carla and to be emotional and to be however she's supposed to be. All of that. It's a nonstop, man. We had not conspiracy things, but there was just there's things, everything coming at us, trying to take her mind off the game. And it didn't work this time.
Can I ask about every time I talk about you, even when you're on the show, when I say you're going to be on the show, I get the comments about your relationship, right? Are you going to ask him about this? Are you going to ask him about that? Do you want to address the history of your relationship once and for all?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Bro, we don't sweat that. We haven't sweated that for years. Like I said, this is no matter what happens. Even if I tell you exactly how it went down, it's gonna get it, bro. We don't. That's not. We've passed that years ago. It used to be a moment. Like, where's all this shit coming from? Where's all this hate coming from? And then we found the art, just like the Did versus Red that got spun way out of control. We found the article. Don't have to get in touch with anybody. We know that everyone out there is going off of something that's not right. And there's no point in trying to go and correct everyone and try to get the word out there. And that's not what I... Bro, that's pointless.
Yeah,
that's pointless. That's pointless, man. It's pointless. The people who know us know, like her mom and her family, my mom, my family, her grandmothers, like the people who know us know. The people who don't are going off of, the people who know Rose's actual history, like the people who know Rose's actual history about being groomed since she was 6 years old, and she knows exactly what that's like. You know what I mean? People know. They're just reading something and they're just running with it. Just shit to talk about. So no, that's nothing that we ever intend on addressing. Like, bro, we know what's happening. People who matter know what's happening. They know what's going on. It's all just a distraction to get Rose to come out of her game. And the next thing you know, she's getting crucifixed by Carla and put in a situation where she has to tap now. And now Thug Rose, with all of the amazing things that she's done, and she's so amazing. Now you're tapping the Carla. Which is completely, she's capable of doing that. But now you are in a scenario where if you stray away from the game plan and you put yourself in a spot where she's going to take it away from you, you're going to be fucked in the head for the rest of your life, man. And I know. There's
probably a good chance that I would have, could have. I mean, there's definitely like either one of both of us could have brutally finished each other in a very devastating fashion too.
Could have.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not saying that.
It just runs the risk.
Yeah. Before we go too far, sorry to interrupt, but before we go too far, because I don't want something to get taken out of context here, and
for sure. You went right by something that is a pretty big deal to say, and I understand that it's personal, but you said groomed since 6. Obviously, you're not referring to yourself, but that's a huge thing to say. I don't think anyone knows that, but do you want to? Everybody knows that.
I said I've been.
Everybody.
The public, or you mean the?
Everybody knows about Rose's history.
I came on the Ultimate Fighter and said I have a history of being sexually abused. Since I was a little kid. So,
okay.
Yeah, I thought everybody knew that, but I guess not.
Probably not. But
I should probably watch the Ultimate Fighter more. I'm not a huge Ultimate Fighter fan. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry. There's something coming out soon that you'll see that tells everything.
Oh, really? Like a documentary or something?
Something like that.
Okay. All right. But this is personal stuff. It's one thing to criticize you as a coach. It's another thing to criticize you as a human being, as a partner, as a fiance. So I just wanted to, if it doesn't bother you, if you don't want to, totally. But I wanted to give you the opportunity because it comes up often, and it has come up.
Yeah, like I said, it all stems back to one article written a long time ago.
Okay.
One article written. She did an interview. She said what she said. They took the interview. They wrote it however they wanted to write it, and that's the one thing that everybody's going off of. That's the one thing. You read that in an interview somewhere, and that's the one thing I can't believe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's it. That's it. And we've over the years, we've talked about it here and there. We've pointed, the articles are written pretty terribly, but this is something that we're past that. Years ago, this was a problem.
Yeah.
Years ago, secretly, this was a problem. But that's not a thing, man.
Okay.
I've got a 3-second knockout that people criticize me. It was only 3 seconds. Like, no matter what, people are going to they're going to say whatever they want to say all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. Like I said, her mother loves me. My mother loves her. Like, you mean it's what? People,
I was saying, just like people spit on Jesus.
People spit on Jesus.
Everybody gets some hate.
But it's not. That's not. Sean Strickland and I are actually kind of cool. We're actually kind of friends.
Really?
Actually, bro, every time we see him, we laugh and joke with this dude all the time.
We was on the bus in New York.
We're on the bus hanging out with this dude all the time. He crept in some, or he slid into my DM. That's
so it's like, why? Then why? What?
That's right. It's Sean Strickland. It's fine.
Okay.
Like I said, this isn't the type of thing that we sit up trying to figure out. We're not. Where is he? But people are gonna say what people are gonna say, no matter what. Mm-hmm. Like no matter what, and I can always point back to a botched interview, just like the Dead versus Red thing. Just a botched interview. That's it.
Let me ask you this. Because we have like 10 or so minutes left, unfortunately. I appreciate the time from both of you. You mentioned at the very beginning, this is not going to be one of those things where she disappears for 3 years and you're not going to hear from her. So does that mean Rose wants to get back in there relatively quickly? Does that mean she's going to fight again this year? Does that mean, what does that mean?
There's after Saturday, there's definitely this is the moment to take a step back. Okay. Just for a second. Just take a step back. This isn't, like I said, that's why I wanted to come on here and tell you, this isn't the moment where Rose runs off into the woods and we don't see her again for 3 years. Like this isn't that moment. That we didn't get that result. Saturday night, Rose didn't get demolished by Carla. She didn't. I
probably pissed some people off.
Probably a lot of people. Probably a lot of people. But that's a lot of people who are that's a lot of people who are here just to see
blood
people get kicked in the face and lay on the ground unconscious. That's what was expected, because that is the type of thing that you produce, man. You've got some of the best highlight reels out there. I love every second of it.
The expectations were high.
Expectations were very high. And it turned out to be a fight where both opponents didn't stray away from the game plan. Uh-huh. And both opponents were waiting for the other one to crack, waiting for the other one to break. And they just, neither one broke. Yeah. And everyone expected Rose to, but she didn't. She stuck to it.
But guess what? Now
zero distractions.
Exciting.
What was that?
That was one.
It's already exciting, but I think it's more exciting now.
That was one of the things that came out of this fight. I don't know who can get in touch with her, but I heard Rose say that she would love to help Joanna beat Weili.
Oh,
bruh, can you imagine that?
Joanna's coming up in 7 minutes on this show. I could ask her right on the spot. She's next.
Bruh,
you want me to?
I didn't like totally make that decision in my mind yet, but I just was kind of like thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and nothing like personal against Weili or anything, but Henry Cejudo was kind of talking some crap before before our rematch, so I don't know.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding, but
you're not going away. You're not done fighting. You're not going away. You still want to do this. All the criticism, sometimes the criticism breaks you. I'm a martial artist, man. I'm lifelong martial artist, so wherever that takes me, that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm still a huge fan of the sport. So yeah, I just gotta reevaluate some things,
Look at the patterns.
And if anything, I feel like, I'm sorry, I may cut you off, but I mean, since the fight's been over, I feel like I've been shadowboxing more than than maybe during training camp. It's just because I'm like, I started coming up with like training ideas and stuff, like of just however that manifests. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like I can't say right now, but as far as I'm super excited for those two ladies like Weili and Joanna. I think them. I think that's gonna be a really good fight. I'm excited Well, whatever. I don't know.
Hold on, man. I gotta get in here,
Sorry.
man.
Okay. I'm gonna go downstairs.
Okay, so if you're a fan of Rose, right, like I am, and you go over her history and you go over Rose's record and you go over patterns, right? If you get stuck on numbers, I used to never get stuck on numbers, but now I kind of have to because numbers is a big thing in here, right? If you go off of history and if you go off of patterns, we've seen Rose do amazing things and then have a stumble and then come back revamped and do amazing things and have a stumble. And then she comes back revamped and it's over and over again, bro. And I'm not excited that we lost this fight. The plan was to win. Rose was supposed to knock Carla out in the first round. That was supposed to happen. That's what we prepped to do. And just something was just stopping it from happening, man. Something was just stopping it from happening. But Rose didn't just go get handled by Carla. And Rose didn't do something she wasn't supposed to do. And now you're getting tapped out, which I believe, I don't know, but I believe that's something that you don't come back from. With everything that you've done, for you to go in after all this time and experience and for you to go and just be careless. And if you lose like that, which is completely possible, it's happened before, you're never going to forgive yourself, man. I get tagged in the Czech Congo video every day, man. Every day for the rest of my life. Every day. I'm the other guy in that video. And you've been in scenarios where you are shining. Make one mistake and you get dropped on your head. Everybody thinks you're dead. You've made scenarios where you've been shining. You've made one mistake and now you got punched one time in the nose. Your whole face swelled up and everyone thinks that you lost that fight now because you got hit once. Like, there's been scenarios like that, man, and she stuck to the game plan. It's my job as a coach. I have to make sure that Rose's mental state for life stays as good as it can. She went in there. She did her best with what she had versus a very, very, very game opponent. And she did something that she's never done before, man. She stuck to a strategy and she didn't crack. Even when we told her, hey, all right, you can abandon, right. She stuck to it, man. Like I said, whatever it was that and I know she was looking for something, whatever it was that she was looking for, she got. And because of that, she came out a better person. And because of the result, we can only assume she's going to come back 10 times better than she ever was. It's just going to take a second. We just have to go and figure out. She has to figure it out. She has to figure it out. Figure it out. But when she does, we've seen this over and over again, bruh. The next time you see Thug Rose, it's going to be amazing. Every time. Tell me once that hasn't happened. It's happened every time, man. She has a stumble. She's already doing push-ups, fool. She's not joking. She's been shadow boxing nonstop. You know, it's eating her up right now, man. But she's got it under control. It's going to take some time. We started the garden back 2 days ago. We're already on that, bro. We're already back on the garden. She's not concerned with what we talked about earlier, the things out there in the world.
Yeah.
She's not concerned. She's good, bro. She's good. And not only is she good, honestly, man, it's been a while since I've seen her this happy.
Wow.
And that's the only thing that matters to me, bro. It sucks we lost. It sucks that you don't have to fly around the country talking about being the GOAT now, which that's not a thing for her. Legacy is not a thing for her. Like wins, loss, that's not a thing for her. She just wants to compete. She wants to compete. She wants to compete at the highest level to the best of her abilities. And being a martial artist, Rose does this so she can learn things about herself. That's why she does it. She's not financially motivated. Rose doesn't do this for money. She doesn't do this for the bling and the stars and the adoration. She doesn't do it for that. Most of us do, but she doesn't do it for that. And that's rare, man. That's special. That's special and it's rare. And I get to be a part of it every day. She does this for something else. And that something else is what makes her happy. And it's only, I'm just being a fan now.
Yeah.
According to history, we're about to be in for a treat. Like according to history, man, shit's about to get.
All right. Pat, I appreciate it.
Bro.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for talking about this. I know it's not always easy after, a setback, if you will, or a tough night at the office. So I appreciate both of you. I don't know if she can hear me, but thank you to Rose as well. And appreciate you coming on and addressing some of these things.
Yeah, no problem, brother. I just wanted to let you know there's a lot of different types of losses that you can have. This one ain't that bad.
All right. Thank you, Pat.
This one ain't that bad.
Best to you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Thanks, man.
All right.
Later.
There he is, Pat Barry and Rose Namajunas as well. Interesting stuff from the two of them. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of thoughts on their responses, but overall, good to see that she is in good spirits. And as he said right at the very end there are certain types of losses. This one isn't that bad. And it's not just losing, it's losing the belt, and it's being criticized heavily. A fan favorite, right? Someone who is typically showered with praise and love. So all that somewhat new territory. And it seems, based off of what we just saw there, that she is handling well. Now, what's interesting is they talked about maybe wanting to help Joanna get ready for Zhang Weili. In a matter of seconds, we're actually going to be joined by Joanna. How crazy is that? I didn't plan that. I didn't know that she was going to say that in particular statement. But Joanna is returning finally first time since March of 2020. Last event before the pandemic, if you'll recall. The greatest women's fight of all time. It was Joanna Jedrzejczyk versus Zhang Weili in Las Vegas. UFC, I think it was 246, 7, whatever. It was in Vegas, and now they're going to rematch in Singapore, June 11th. Short window of time. Let's not waste time. Let's say hello to Joanna Jedrzejczyk, the former and perhaps soon-to-be future UFC strawweight champion. Is she there?
I'm here.
Joanna, yes. How are you, Joanna? How are you? Good to hear from you. Good to see you.
I'm ready. Guys, always dream about big things. And this is what I'm dreaming about since I lost it. And it's been a roller coaster. But hey, set your dreams very high,
I love it.
That's my goal. And soon to be this year.
Yes. Actually, a guy who works in my studio here, our producer, GC, bet on you by the end of the year that you would be the strawweight champion. That was back in December. He put money on you.
Beautiful.
So you have supporters over here. I want to ask you, Joanna, we just actually spoke to Rose seconds ago. Rose was on the show.
Oh, really?
And she mentioned that she is would like to perhaps reach out to you to help you prepare for Zhang. What do you think of this? Considering your history, are you open to this?
Of course I am, because she said this, and 2 days ago I got a message from Mikey Brown that Rose wanted to get in touch with me. I was like, what Rose? And he was like, Namajunas. I was like, oh, of course, give her my number. And yesterday or 2 days ago, I saw a message from Pat Barry. It went to the spam on my Instagram, but I responded, and I'm very open to do this, because it's my last 2.5 weeks in Florida, because I'm flying to Singapore May 30th or 29th, because I want to go there early, adjust to the time, to the climate, humidity, and I want to make everything the right way, so there is no like, that I want everything to be done very good. So,
okay.
That's good. If she mentioned that, that's good. Let me reach out to the number to my coaches and see what we can do.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
A fun,
Nice.
Unexpected union of sorts. Can I ask you, last time I spoke to you, Joanna, you were on the show, and this was the time you were taken out of the rankings. You said you want a bigger piece of the cake, all this stuff, and so your future a little bit unknown. Has all of that been resolved now? Did you get the piece of the cake that you were looking for? Are you happy?
I am happy. It's part of my life. Being an athlete is part of my life. And I remember when I lost the belt, people were like, why are you laughing? But I'm still alive. That's the thing, I can enjoy every single day, but people don't know, and many people, they know that I run so many businesses and I do so many things, but being an athlete, it's part of my life. But I got to the point where I want to be. When you negotiate, it's a business, sport is a business. And I sat with Hunter, with the UFC, and we've met in the middle, and I'm very happy with it. And I'm very thankful to Dan Lambert for arranging the meeting with Hunter and my manager, Jennifer Goldstein from CAA Management. And I got, we've met in the middle. I'm not this person who is going to only stand, for what I want, because I see perspectives, and that's a good thing.
Okay.
So I'm very happy. I signed a new deal, long-term deal, few fight deal, and I'm very happy with it.
What did you think of the fight on Saturday? I'm sure everyone has been asking you this. What do you think of what happened, and who do you blame for that? That kind of fight.
It wasn't spectacular. But I can't blame. I know how hard this business is, and we perform. And I was probably in one of the best shapes ever when I stepped into the octagon in the first fight with Rose Namajunas, and I got knocked down. I got knocked out, and that's the thing. Sometimes we perform. And when you step there, it doesn't work, Sometimes it's like this. This sport is a very beautiful sport, but it's such a difficult sport, where the mental game is as important as the physical game and strength as well. And it wasn't a spectacular fight, but till the end of the fight, I thought that Rose was winning the fight. And I was surprised how Carla Esparza shows up, and of course she's the champ. I can't take anything from her. She's the champ. She made it once again, but I don't know. I lost my last fight, but I'm super proud of my performance and the way I put the effort I put in the octagon, and that I put on Fight of the Year in 2020. And this is what I want to continue doing, putting on a hell of a big fights, because it's made me happy. And that's the thing.
Was there any talk of doing this 5 rounds?
I don't blame, but it's hard. It's hard, when Rose felt like maybe she thought she was winning the fight, because you have to do a little bit more to beat that champ, and it looks like Carla Esparza has done enough. But if the first round was close, the second, the third one, you have to risk. And of course, there's belt on the line. Sometimes you have to pay the ultimate price. But this is what I had said this morning to Brad Okamoto. We perform for people who are coming to the arenas, who are purchasing the pay-per-views, and it's like a deal between us. And for me, there's no sport without fans. And this is, I sacrifice for them as well, not only for myself to go there, collect check, but I want to perform in the front of people and deliver them what they're paying for, That's the thing. And we should think about it more.
Mm-hmm.
That's the value you get. You don't see this value, but hard work pays off, sooner or later.
Was there any talk of this fight with Zhang being a 5-round fight?
No. Like Dana, he has said at the press conference once that he would love to. Then I offered, but I haven't heard, So, they have 2 title fights, so that's why.
Okay, yeah, that makes
fine,
sense.
Yeah. So from the first seconds, I have to put on hell of a pressure and just take this fight second by second and bring it on my side, from the first seconds.
Have you been told that if you win this fight, you will get a title shot?
Oh, it's clear. Of course, it's clear. It's clear. It's clear.
Isn't it crazy?
So that's why I'm super happy.
Isn't it crazy? Here we are. It's like 2015 all over again. Carla's champion. You're going in there. Like, it's crazy. Who would have ever predicted this, right? This couldn't have worked out better for you.
But you know this. You are smart. You're very smart, and you notice that history likes to make a circle, and it's happening in the front of us,
it's
crazy. It's happening, and I feel like it meant to be. I'm in the right place, in the right spot, right timing. I'm going to be the champ till at the end of this year. So the perfect scenario for me is to get a victory in Singapore June 11th and get back to the gym, go on small holiday, vacation, get back to the gym and maybe fight at Madison Square Garden where I have lost the belt a few years ago. So it's beautiful, but this fight, the fight between Rose and Carla, showed that how unpredictable is this sport and how crazy is this sport. I beat Carla, Carla beat Rose. I beat Carla, and then Andrade beat Rose.
Right.
Weili Zhang beat Andrade.
Crazy.
How crazy it is,
Yes.
So anything and everything is possible. And yeah, it's happening. So I'm so pumped. I'm so motivated. And I'm tired, I have been training so hard. I got back to American Top Team in the middle of January. I went to Poland. I went home to Poland only for 8 days only. I have been working so hard and preparing for this moment. That's this is what drives me into. But the thing is, I'm supposed to cut some of the training sessions because I'm training 13 times a week, every week since I got here. But after this weekend, I don't want to stop. I can't stop. I won't stop. I want to do more, because everything is here and here. And how hard we believe in our dreams, and in ourselves.
You mentioned Madison Square Garden. A couple of weeks ago, I was at Madison Square Garden. There was a women's boxing match there. Did you see it? Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. And that might have been the best women's fight that I've seen since your fight against Zhang. And I'm wondering, all this talk about women's boxing, here they are. It's so great. If someone like you is like, yeah, I've been doing this for 10 years now, where have you guys been? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you see all the love that they're getting and say, hey, we were doing this long before all these other people?
But what's beautiful, what I'm waiting for, that this sport has grown so much since I won the belt and I lost the belt. It's been 5 years already. Wow. And I'm not jealous. I'm very happy for the champions, the fighters who are right there at the top. They are getting this extra attention, money. But I'm just patiently waiting for my moment. And this is what I have said to my manager a few days ago, to Jennifer. And I told her, girl, imagine me winning and we will go double the power. We will get double the attention they are getting now because I will make this big comeback, That's the thing. And they will love me again, but they do, I got so much love every single day, but I feel like it's going to be bigger than my victory over Carla is going to be bigger than all of the victories of all the UFC champions right now, Wow. It's huge, man. And I'm preparing for it.
Did you watch the first fight a lot in the preparation for the second fight?
No, Mikey Brown is mad at me because I haven't watched, and he sent me a short video. Watch it.
Not once?
He's like this, but no, not once, man. I will watch it today or tomorrow, probably today because I have another sparring session tomorrow. But I'm focused on what my coaches want me to do, and we drill. I spar really hard. I mean, hard but smart. But I spar with Pantoja, and this guy is right there at the top. He's going to be the champ very, very soon. But he pushes me so hard. Yesterday I was crying on the mat. I was like, I know I can do better. And this is how I have to work. I have to work my ass hard, cry sometimes, go there and be the best shape ever in the octagon in the day of the fight. I don't want to be the champ of the kickback. I don't want to be the champ of sparring session or training session. I'm trying to be the best, but I want to be the best this night,
Wow.
The night of the fight.
Crazy story. What a crazy, I can't believe how...
I used to always say this, but when I saw Kayla Harrison, who just won Saturday, and I saw her 2 weeks before the fight, she was sitting there pissed. She didn't want to talk to anybody. She was mad. I just went there and I thought she was crying, and I was like, I feel you, girl. I don't want to make you happy. I will be crying. I will be crying soon, like you crying.
Right.
You know why? Because we are different. We are special. You made it. You're an Olympian. You PFL champion. I was there. I made it. I feel it. Look at the other people. They're happy with shitty performance. They're happy with shitty sparring. We are not like this. even after we done like with a good training session, sparring session, we are unhappy because we're so professional. We crazy about this, you know? And you know what happened? She was in the gym on Monday. She said she has to swallow the bitter, you say?
Yeah. Bitter.
The taste in her mouth after the fight. She won. You know, she won, but she was not happy how the fight went. She was back to the gym. I was like, you are crazy. You have to go home and rest a little bit, you know. But I love having people like her, you know. I love having people like her, and people can shit on us, but we know our value. We know how different we are. We know that we are special. Amen. That's the thing.
Joanna, I told you I'd keep you 50 minutes. 50 minutes are up, so I will let you go. Yeah. Thank you so much.
But man, I love talking to you, but I'm so excited. But guys, dream big, you know, and I really believe that I will win, you know. But hey, this fight with Weili Zhang is going to be one of the toughest fights in my fighting career, probably, because every fight is different. Every fight is more and more difficult. But and you know, I'm telling all of this, but it's always 50-50. You step there, you can win or you can lose. Anything and everything can happen. I don't know. But what's the most important, that I want to be in the best shape ever, physically and mentally. And I'm preparing for it, you know. And there is no losers in this sport, you know. We both are winners, you know. Sometimes you get your hand raised, but sometimes not. But the most important thing is to work your ass hard every single day. But it's coming home at the end of the year with me. So mark my words.
Can't wait. Thank you, Joanna.
Lambert, thank you so much for this.
Good luck.
ATT, Jennifer, I love all of you. Check my new supplement company, My Labs, and yeah.
All right.
This is unleashed. See ya. I love you, man.
All right. Take care. There she is, Joanna. I love her too. A firecracker of a personality. I mean, just comes in 0 to 100 real quick, just like Drake likes to say. Wow. I think she's fired up, guys. I think she's fired up. That was my big takeaway. What about Rose training with Joanna? That'd be nuts. Considering their history, in case you didn't know, they fought twice before, and Rose beat her twice. And so it is a crazy thing. It's Joanna, Andrade, Rose, Zhang. They've all fought each other. They've all beaten each other. And of course, Rose has the history with Andrade as well. Has the history with Zhang, beat her twice. Crazy stuff. So that's going down June 11th in Singapore. 2 title fights on that card. The women's flyweight title fight between Valentina Shevchenko and Taila Santos. And then, of course, Yuri Prochazka going up against Glover Teixeira. One of the biggest stories. Everyone's still buzzing about it. That happened this past weekend. Of course, Michael Chandler's incredible knockout. A knockout we'll never forget. And a knockout we'll probably be talking about come December, of one Tony Ferguson. Mr. Michael Chandler, who is such a big deal. There used to be a time where, like, I had to say, hey, Mike, we just don't, we're so busy here on the show. Now I can't even get to, it's like 10 texts to 1 at this point. He's such a big star. He's all over the place. I don't even actually believe that he's standing by. It's probably, a fill-in or something like that. Someone playing Michael Chandler. Let's see if he's actually there, because he's such a huge megastar. There he is. Iron Mike. I mean...
You know, Ariel. Hey, Michael. And Michael never forgets. Okay, I remember back when I was a nobody. And you wouldn't have me on your show. No, I'm just joking.
Wow, you've been in this very studio after MSG, and you're fighting Brent Primus. Now here you are. It's 10 to 1. It's 10 texts to 1. That's who you are. You're Michael 10 texts to 1 Chandler. But I love it. I won't stop. Just like you. I'm relentless.
Yeah. That's right. No, I'm quickly becoming the daddest man on the planet. So I get done after these fights, man. And everyone wants to be pulling me in a bunch of different directions, man. I just want to be sitting here holding the baby bottle, and went to a doctor's appointment this morning for my son Ace. So we're moving on.
Congratulations to you and your wife on that as well. Now you're a father of 2, and it happened, I mean, very close to your fight. What was life like? I mean, here you are, you're welcoming a second child into your family, and then you're about to have this massive fight. How crazy have the last couple of weeks been like for you?
They've been, pretty crazy. I mean, obviously, we didn't plan it this way. Whenever we decided to go down the road of adoption again, we were excited about it and excited about the prospect but you never know how long it's going to take. You never know how easy or hard the process is going to be. This one just turned out to be a couple weeks before this fight, so I left Florida where I was training. I met my wife in a location, and then we ended up with them. And just 2.5 weeks later, I ended up obviously, fighting at UFC 274, which obviously worked out really well. But now I can finally get back. It's funny. All fight week, the last part of fight camp, everyone's just kept asking me, what's it like to be a father of two? And I'm like, I have no idea. I know what it's like to be a father to my son, Hap, who we've had for almost 5 years, but I hadn't even been home yet to enjoy and love and serve and take care of my new son, Ace. So my wife has been carrying the brunt of it and single momming it for the last couple of weeks, but now daddy's home and I'll, back on daddy duty.
There were a couple of really underrated moments on this topic that I just wanted to ask you about. At the ceremonial weigh-ins, I saw you doing this, and I'm assuming you were talking to your son. And then one amazing moment after the knockout, and you're flipping all over the place, you jumped on top of the cage, and there's a ton of hysteria, but it looked to me like you broke down. You spotted him in the crowd. I had a feeling you were looking at your son. I know that feeling. I know that look, and you started crying. Am I right that you were looking at him, and could you even describe what that feeling was like? Because I believe that was the first time he saw you in person, right? Fight in person.
Yeah, it was the first time, and obviously, this was definitely to him on the scales because he and I do that to each other, so it was just a way for us to share a moment. And yeah, as soon as the fight was over, I was jumping up on the cage. You can kind of hear me saying, "Where's my son?" Because I'm happy I didn't see him and my wife before the fight because I think it might have taken me into a space that I didn't want to be in right before I actually fought. But with that was also the caveat of I also had no idea where they were whenever I did win. So I didn't know if I was supposed to be looking north, south, east, west. I didn't know where they were. But then as soon as I saw him, it was just like that was the moment where I was. It hit me so hard, and I was so happy that he was within arm's reach very soon. Like he was going to come see me. And then immediately he was concerned because he was like, "Daddy, your black eye, you got a black eye." And I went in for a kiss. He even turned his head real fast. Cause my face is all bloody and sweaty. And he's like, "Oh, dude,
Yeah.
But that moment, it's so hard to describe that moment for every fighter. Right after the fight is over, as soon as the ref pulls you off or the opponent gets knocked out or you get your hand raised and they announce your name, up until that moment, there's always a chance that you could lose because we're fighting in 4-ounce gloves. And this is such a crazy sport. And you train all these months to get this one opportunity. So to finally have that weight lifted off of my shoulder, the next, the next order of business was do some backflips. And then the next order of business after that was to hey, where's my son? I've shared this moment with my wife so many times now. I couldn't wait to share it with him. And as soon as I saw him in his lime green shirt, I lost it a little bit up there on national TV. I had one job, man. Act tough, but I lost it. So
plenty tough leading up to that point. By the way, what happened to your finger, man?
Oh, dude. I went from everybody knows I wear a silicone ring. I'm normally a size 10. I'm wearing a size 12 right now. Wow. I can tell you what, man, it was one of those kind of serendipitous things, man, because my warm-up was done. I was completely done with my warm-up. It was the third round of the OSP Shogun fight. And I had this thought in my head. I was like, you know what? Tony does like to throw some kicks, and I've been doing a really good job of blocking left kick, going body shot. So I was like, hey, Marquez Jackson, one of my best friends, one of my best training partners. I was like, hey, throw some kicks at me. So he threw a kick. He was throwing them fine. He was throwing them perfectly. But for some reason, I went to go catch one of them, and it just bent my finger back. Sorry, I'm in the weird light right here. It bent this finger all the way back to there. And Coach Henry puts his hand here because he saw me go like this. I lifted my finger up, and it went the opposite direction. It was just out of socket. So I was like, all right, boys, we got a thing going on here. Don't worry, we're fine. And then immediately I made a fist, and it kind of went, and I think it popped back into place once I made a fist. But still, I saw Dr. Davidson. He's the UFC doctor. He came over, took a look at it. He said, hey, you can make a fist. It's back in the socket, so you're fine. And it's just been, very fat, swollen, bruised, and I can't really make a fist since then. But I told him, I said, boys, it ain't a hand, it's a hammer. We got one job to do. We got to go out there. We got to sling it no matter what. So Coach Jason hopped up. I started hitting mitts. I just wanted to keep the adrenaline going because, yeah, it was an outer body experience for sure. You're about to make the walk and fight a guy in front of millions of people on pay-per-view, and you just dislocated at least one of your fingers. I might have done it to my pinky one as well, but it turned out fine. We're all right.
Did he shock you in the first?
He, I think no matter what, the fight shocked me itself because I think I saw with a guy like Tony, he's awkward. So speed-wise, I'm faster than him, and I'm used to seeing guys faster or as fast or faster than him. So speed wasn't the problem. It was more just his movement and his awkwardness, and also the way that he moves is different than the way you see everybody else standing in front of you for the last 10, 12 weeks. Shoot, for me, the last 12 years, there's nobody that fights like Tony. So I think I was somewhat lulled to sleep in certain aspects too, because I'm like, what's he going to do next? Is he going to attack right now? Or is he a little bit gun shy? It was weird. Honestly, I don't want to say weird because I don't want to ever discredit what Tony has accomplished. He's just a different type of athlete. He looks different, feels different, acts different, moves different. But yeah, no, he caught me in the eye, got a black eye. He caught me one other time, obviously on the top of the head as I was kind of coming in. So he threw punches from weird angles. He threw punches when I didn't expect him to be throwing punches. And then, obviously the first round, I was able to have a little bit of success on the feet, but also blast double of them, have some success on the top. And obviously we saw the way it ended in the second.
When you see that photo online, I'm sure you know the photo I'm talking about. What do you think?
No matter what, obviously I feel more bad for him than I do feel proud of myself, to be honest with you. It's one of those pictures where you're just like, gosh, dang, man, that could be any of us. Mixed martial arts is such a ruthless, tough game, man. And we've all been on the wrong side of those exchanges. We've all been on the right side of those exchanges. It's just, is your card going to be called? Is your number going to be called tonight? Is it my number or your number that's getting called tonight? And luckily for me, it was his number that got called. Unfortunately for him, but lucky for me, yeah. That picture now those pictures will live on the internet forever, and he has become a meme and that kind of stuff. But it doesn't. If anything, it should make people love the sport more. That no matter what, we're braving the unknown and braving the embarrassment every single time we put those gloves on. Because the internet is ruthless, it's undefeated, and the trolls be everywhere.
The hardcores, and I'll include myself in that category, we've been watching you for a very long time. We remember the first Eddie Alvarez fight. We remember you coming in. I remember Strikeforce. We remember all of that. And, none of us are surprised about this. I thought there was a great tweet from CJ Tuttle of Bellator PR, who's like, hey, you see the success he's having here. This should let you know that Bellator isn't a second-class organization. Like, there's good fighters here as well, and it's great to see you have the success. But I got to say, Mike, where did the promos come from? That freaking promo on Saturday, like you hit all the notes. It was like check, 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 check. The delivery was fantastic. You're getting props from The Rock. And that's like the highest praise possible in that regard. Where did the promos come from? Because I don't know if the promos were always there like we're seeing now.
I wasn't legitimately putting myself in a position to be the number one fighter in the world. Therefore, I didn't want to show my complete skill set. I also didn't want to. It's hard, like you said, man. I don't want to ever speak about Bellator or where I was previously in a non-positive light. I love Bellator. I love Scott Coker. I love that I came up in that organization. But it's really hard to cut a promo like that and talk about becoming the best fighter in the world when you're not fighting the best fighters in the world. CJ, love you, buddy, but Bellator doesn't have the best fighters in the world. There might be one or two outliers in the organization, but it's just the truth. And I got a text on my phone from Scott Coker right now. He and I still speak. We are as close as they come, and I am very thankful for my history in the organization. But to answer your question, it was going to be hard for me to get on a microphone and tell everybody I'm the most entertaining fighter in the world when I'm not fighting in the premier organization. We can all admit, and if you don't admit, you're either a hater or you don't know the sport, that the mixed martial arts is the UFC is the premier organization, and the fighters in the UFC are the premier fighters on the planet. Are there other outliers outside of the organization that could hang with the UFC? I'm sure there are. So that's kind of where it has come from. That's kind of where I realized when all the eyeballs, all the lights, all the cameras are on me. And when I say all of them, I mean all of them, because you're fighting at the highest level in the UFC on a big pay-per-view like this. That's when you break out the extra wrinkles in your game, the extra stuff that maybe even a guy who is well versed as Ariel Helwani didn't know was there. I'm glad that I got it in my back pocket. I actually got a phone call from Diamond Dallas Page, who was like, "Goodness gracious, Mikey, the promo."
Yeah.
So I knew I wanted to talk about Charles. Everybody wants to see me rematch him. I knew I wanted to talk about Gaethje just in case he had won. And I knew I wanted to talk about Conor because I think I'm the most electrifying, most entertaining guy in the sport. And it would be a huge pay-per-view if he comes back. Now, finally, everybody's talking about me and Diaz, which I thought would be a phenomenal fight over the last, year or so. So it'll be interesting, man. There's some big fights on the horizon. And I still think my number one goal, obviously, is still to win that title. So I think I could be next for Charles, or maybe Makhachev or someone else gets that title. If it's that title shot, if that's the case, then I got some big fights ahead of me.
Okay, so this is the biggest question I can ask you, because the last couple of days it's been Diaz to you, Conor, Charles, Tony. The lightweights are just tweeting up a storm over there. If I'm Dana White and I come to you, Michael, you have earned the right to be asked this question and to answer this question. Who do you want next, and when do you want that fight? Because already Diaz has thrown out a date, and Conor's out there talking about you. What do you want next? Who do you want next? When do you want it next?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, first of all, wouldn't we all love to be in that position where you actually get to choose, and you got the guy like Dana saying that you've earned the right to, to make that decision. And it's probably the toughest decision that you could possibly make as an athlete. I mean, we saw Dustin Poirier make it, and he made it pretty easily. He made the decision to go for the money fight, the big fight, the legacy fight instead of the title fight. I don't know if I make that decision though. It's hard. I think Diaz and Conor are huge fights. Obviously the Conor fight for me as an athlete is so much bigger than the Diaz fight. I do want the Diaz fight, of course. But that Conor fight will definitely cement my legacy as a guy who did just about everything in the sport, except for win a UFC title. So I got to win that UFC title, right? So it's been my goal to be number one since the very beginning. I think I want that title fight against Charles because everything else falls into place after that as well. So that would be my choice, I think. Just it's the champion in me. It's the competitor in me. I'm still scratching at the surface of my potential. I can still get so much better. I go back and watch my last performance. Yeah, maybe I win knockout of the year. Maybe it's one of the most devastating knockouts people have seen. I've continued to show people that I'm entertaining. I'm never in a boring fight, but I still have some wrinkles in my game that I can bring to the surface, and I still have some places I can get better. So I just want to see what's next. It's only been a couple hours now. I've actually been home and thought about what's next, but we'll see.
Do you want to fight in July, or is that too soon?
Well, I mean, that's the other thing as well. I mean, like we said, I got X-rays and MRIs, 3 of them scheduled this week, just to work on and look at some things, man. God did not create our bones to crack up against each other like we do. I threw two kicks in that fight, one on Tony's inside right leg as he was a southpaw. He switched stances, and I hit him with a really hard low kick as well. So shin bone is jacked up. Could have a fracture in there. Ankle has had some problems in the past. Obviously, the dislocated finger it was definitely 100% dislocated after having Dr. Davison look at it. But now we got to take an MRI and make sure there's no ligament, tendon, joint problems that might need surgery. So, obviously me committing to July right now it's not possible. And even if I was 100% healthy, would I want to come back that quickly? We'll see,
It feels to me like they're going in the direction of Islam versus Charles next. And then it feels like you have 3 massive options. Conor, who we still don't know when he can return just yet. I'm hearing late this year, maybe even early next year. We'll see. And then you've got Diaz, who's, calling you out, but July 30th doesn't really work. He wants to, it seems like, speed up the clock on his contract. And then there's Dustin out there as well. And you guys have kind of been circling each other too. If it's down to Diaz and Dustin, do you have a preference?
Diaz, I have no interest in fighting Dustin, honestly.
How come?
I got asked the other day who do they see being a champion if it wasn't me or wasn't, and I completely forgot about him. To be quite honest, man, I think he's a great dude. I think I like him for the sport, but I also think I was completely disregarded and pushed aside whenever I came into the organization. He completely disregarded me, completely, acted as though I didn't deserve to be where I was. And so maybe it's a little bit more of a personal issue, but I also don't think Dustin a draw. I guess he is the number 2 guy, the ranked number 2 now. But he's kind of just stayed at number 2, and he's, I don't know how active he's going to be. But I did see that he tweeted that I was saying everybody else's name but his, as if I was, maybe didn't want to fight him because of, technical reasons or whatnot. But that was more just, I forgot about him, to be honest with you. So hats off to him for what he's done in his career, and I respect the heck out of him. He makes some great hot sauce. But as of right now, I don't really have a desire to fight him.
You had a really interesting tweet in between the whole Charles Oliveira, having to go back and try to lose that extra half pound. And then obviously we see what happens the next night. Do you think it's fair that he was stripped of his belt?
I do, only because I'm the most cutthroat when it comes to making weight. I don't care. You want to talk about the scales were messed up, and I've seen other people talk about scales are messed up. And I had a Brazilian reporter come up to me and tell me, "Hey, the scales are messed up. I want you to do an interview." And I'm like, "No, I don't need you. I don't need to talk to you about scales being messed up. The scale is the scale is the scale. And we're all professionals, and we all woke up at a certain point. We all checked our weight. We all know how to lose weight. We've been doing it dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I've made weight over 100 times in my career, and I've never once missed weight. I don't say that to dig at Charles, but you don't make weight, you don't wrestle. He's lucky he even got to compete, honestly. So it's unfortunate that it happened, because I'm a fan of Charles Oliveira. You are a fan of Charles Oliveira. You have eaten your words. I have eaten our words. It's about time we all start putting some respect on Charles Oliveira's name. And I will tell you this, watching him finish Gaethje the way that he did, I wish I was a little bit more in a position to really, really fight for putting my name in the hat for that title, because I think we might be witnessing the best lightweight reign that we've seen in a long time. I think even Khabib and him, when you talk about strength of schedule and how he's finishing guys and how he's beating guys, Charles Oliveira is looking about as unbeatable as they come right now. But I think I still got his number. I think we have some unfinished business, and I would just love to compete against him. I would love to win that title from Charles Oliveira. So back to your original question. Yes, I do think he should have been stripped, only because you got one job up until fight night, and that's to make weight, and it's unfortunate that he didn't. And we're also talking about a Charles Oliveira who, albeit he has missed weight at 145 in the past, maybe he's done it at 155, but most of them were at 145. If it happens more than once or twice, it becomes somewhat of a habit forming tendency. So it's unfortunate that he did, because I do think he's one of the best lightweights that we've seen in a long, long time.
Considering both guys, were you surprised it went down like that in the main event?
I once again, man, I think we were more wrong about Charles Oliveira than we actually thought we were. Charles Oliveira went out there and was not afraid to stand toe-to-toe and slug it out with Justin Gaethje, and then hurt Justin Gaethje numerous times just to drop Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje doesn't know where he's at, and then Charles just smashes him on the ground. Completely looked like a fish out of water again. Justin did. And I love his technique of, he gets clipped, he gets hit a little bit, and he just falls to his back. This is one of probably the most underappreciated aspects of his game. The fact that he might not even barely get hit. He'll just fall to his back, get a little bit of a rest, because he knows most people are not going to engage. I did. I think I kicked him a couple times and jumped into his guard, if I'm not mistaken. But most people are going to be too afraid of him on the ground. And we knew Justin Gaethje was going to be at a bad spot on the ground. That's not to take anything away from him. He's just that dominant on his feet. And we didn't think Charles Oliveira was going to go out there and slug it with Justin Gaethje. If there was a takedown of Justin Gaethje by Charles Oliveira, we all thought, without a shadow of a doubt, it would be a double leg, single leg, body lock, put him up against the cage. Not that Charles Oliveira would drop him with a shot and then get on top of him and then choke him out.
Two last quick
things. It was great. It was great.
Two last quick things, because I know you got to run. Appreciate the time very much, sincerely. Number one, I'm just curious, like that kick, very different than the Anderson kick, very different than the Lyoto kick. Obviously, the result similar, but the technique, that is something you practice. It would look like a punt. That was the closest thing. Like, it looked like you are a football player punting the ball. That's the way your body moved. You're like, do you actually practice that, or was that just you flowing in the moment?
I don't practice it a ton on a pad or on a bag or anything like that. I throw it in my shadow boxing here and there so you can kind of learn the distance. Luckily I did kind of jam my toes up a little bit, and the fat pad of the bottom of my foot is definitely a little bit sore after cracking off of the skull. But, for the most part, it's something I throw in shadow boxing here and there. And you can kind of see stalk, and then I almost kind of stepped and I guess hopped into it, if you will. And it went straight up the middle, and dadgum, it landed right where it needed to at the exact right time. And had a lot of force. Now, and I heard DC talking about it not having technique, and it looked more like a punt. I don't really know the difference between what mine was and what Anderson Silva's and Lyoto Machida's was. I know Machida's was more of a hop kick straight out, but I thought Anderson's kind of came straight up. I mean, at the end of the day, we all got two arms and two legs, and we're just kind of trying to throw these extremities at a human being, and sometimes I land, sometimes I don't.
Last one. This last 2-year stretch for you is really unlike anything we've ever seen. I don't recall, I've been racking my brain, like we haven't seen a guy be in another organization, have tremendous success over there, be the face of that organization, but, not get the shine that the UFC guys were getting, come over here and have 4 fights like you've had. And you're 2-2, but there's never been a better investment from the UFC in terms of box office, in terms of delivering for the fans. Every one of those fights was more exciting than the next. And now you're like, I look at the little things. I look at the retweets you're getting, the likes you're getting. You've never gotten this kind of love before, and it's long overdue. Again, the ones who've been watching, that you deserved this a very long time ago. How do you not let your head get so massive now? Because you're not new to this game, so you're a vet. But man, I'm sure life is crazy behind the scenes for you right now. Opportunities coming your way, business. How do you not, feel like you're king shit at this point? Because I can't even imagine what life is like for you after competing like that and delivering like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is what we live for, Ariel. Like this is why we do what we do. Obviously my favorite why and reason why I do what I do is obviously to provide for my family. But there's part of it too that said, man, I was just a small guy from a small town who set off on a journey, who never really thought I would create too much of a crazy life athletically, but I have now, and it's really, really great. And I want to feel the exhilaration of those backflips and that crumble lawn chair knockout of a legend like Tony Ferguson in front of millions of people. And like, this is what we live for, But then I still got Ariel asking me to do an interview, and I'm like, hey, can we push it to 145 so I can go be at my son's, school at 2:30 and pick him up? Like that's trying to live between the two extreme servanthood and servant leadership to my wife and my sons and being a good steward of our finances, and also extreme tenacity and ridiculous psychopath that you guys just saw on Saturday night. And somewhere in between is the real me. But I just think it's easy to stay grounded when I know where I started and where I came from. And it's also easy to stay grounded to know that this all could be taken away from me at the drop of a hat. One bad decision, one bad comment, one bad thing, getting caught on camera, one bad decision, one bad, we've seen all these different careers fall by the wayside. This all could be taken away from you at the drop of a hat. I by no means think I'm any cooler than I was, years ago, and when I was just somewhat of an irrelevant fighter, I'm just the same old guy, and I'm just a testament to all the hard work eventually pays off. You just have to still be standing there ready to receive it when it does. And now I'm still standing here with arms wide open, willing and able, and put myself in a position to receive all of the blessings that hopefully the last 13 or 14 years have afforded me. And we were building this thing brick by boring brick outside of the UFC. We were building all the bright lights, tiny bulb by tiny bulb, decades ago now. And now it's all just kind of coming to fruition. And we're talking about a Conor fight. We're talking about a DS fight. We're talking about a lightweight title fight. These are all really, really great options and the epitome of accomplishment inside the sport of mixed martial arts. And I sat down with Hunter Campbell September of 2020. And I said, Hunter, I'm going to come in and I'm going to work really, really, really hard. I'm going to say yes to every opportunity, and I'm going to be the most exciting fighter on your roster. And most importantly, I want to be a good thing for your organization. And I think as of right now, as we sit here today, not only have I been entertaining and put on great fights and people have finally come around, but I think ultimately I'm being a good thing for an organization that needs as many good fighters as they possibly can, not just inside the octagon, but outside the octagon. So I'm happy, I'm grateful, and I appreciate the platform and the opportunity, man. Thank you.
Anytime. Congrats, man. Go be a dad. Appreciate the time. Very, very happy for you. I remember Conor telling me after he beat Aldo, the fight game is all about numbers and options. You have the numbers, you have the options, my friend, and I can't wait to see which option you pick next, because you've got a pretty nice cast of characters wanting to fight you at this point. So well done. Enjoy it, Mike. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you, man. See you at the top.
All right, there he is. Michael Chandler, Iron Mike. Incredible. When have we seen this story before? I don't know, man. I don't know if we've seen anything like this before. This guy was fighting in Bellator, he was in Dave & Buster's commercials. It's not like he was on the prelims. They were doing their best. And he was the face of the promotion. I remember when they debuted on Spike TV, he was the guy that they rolled out. The fight against Eddie Alvarez, one of the best fights we've ever seen. The rematch was on pay-per-view, all that stuff. Supposed to be. And yet, he comes over to the UFC now, and he is a megastar. A megastar. And rightfully so. And this is why you'd love to see some of the other guys get that attention. He's right what he said about you don't get that kind of attention when you're not fighting the best. There's a reason for that. But golly, look at those 4 fights in the UFC. Dan Hooker was, relatively short, but insane. Charles Oliveira fight, tremendous. And he was that close to being the champion. Justin Gaethje fight of the year in many people's eyes, including mine. And this one. Like, what a great investment by the UFC. And now you've got the Conor fight. I could easily see that happening. I can easily see the Diaz fight happening. Now, the July 30th thing, again, why don't they just do July 30th, Dustin versus Nathan? I can't figure out why, if I'm being honest, but maybe down the line they want to wait. Point is, he is in line for all those guys. And there's also Beneil Dariush out there who maybe doesn't have the name, but has the resume and the stature. And one would think if Dariush isn't ready and if Islam isn't ready, like, he's probably in the running for the Oliveira fight. And that's only after one fight, or I should say one win, 2 fights, but he's 1-1 in those fights. Because ultimately what the UFC wants are exciting fighters, people who deliver, people who entertain. And at this point, when Michael Chandler is on the bill, when he's on the marquee, he is delivering. And it's a crazy thing to see this happen all these years later. I mean, we're talking over a decade. This guy fought in Strikeforce in St. Louis on the prelims. November of 2009. Fought in Strikeforce again in May of 2010 against Sal Woods. I was there. Heavy Artillery. May of 2010. Lasted 59 seconds in St. Louis. Then was signed by Bellator and went on a crazy run and beat Eddie Alvarez November 19, 2011 in Hollywood, Florida, on one of the most memorable nights in the history of the sport. Same night as Shogun and Dan Henderson, number 1. Became champion. fought Eddie Alvarez, fought Will Brooks. Those didn't go his way. Lost to Will Brooks again. Lost 3 in a row at one point. Had the loss to Patricio Pitbull. That was not great. Had the loss to Brent Primus here. I remember he came in studio after the Primus fight at Madison Square Garden, couldn't walk. I remember he sat on the chair and rolled himself over here, if memory serves me correct. And that was 2018. No, I'm wrong. 2017, June of 2017. Crazy story. He's got options. I'm sure some of you are going to want to talk about them. So still to come, by the way, UFC featherweight champion Alex Volkanovski at 4:30. Stay tuned for that. And still to come, your questions. Can't wait to see what my guy Lewis picked out from the bunch. But in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by GC to get his picks for this weekend, his bets for this weekend. But first, what a show so far, by the way. NBA playoffs are in full swing. Non-stop action going down right now at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big payday during the NBA playoffs? With DraftKings same-game parlays, you can do just that. Create your own parlay by combining multiple bets like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and more, and boom, you have a shot at an even bigger payout. I feel like I'm in Paris right now. It feels like very Parisian, very French. I like this. Right now, all customers can place a same-game parlay with 3 or more legs and get a free bet back to up to $25 if one leg doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code TheMMAHour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. If you're in Michigan, listen up. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Gambling Disorder Helpline at 800-270-7117. 21 and older, Michigan only. Minimum $5 deposit required. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full terms and conditions. Catch our breath here for a second with GC. I mean, what a day, GC. What a day.
I would say so. What a day. A whirlwind for the last, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I would say even before that.
Yeah, I guess the last couple hours, huh?
I mean, I would go 2.5 hours almost. But we're doing good. How are you? Everything good?
I'm doing great, man.
I see you got the Kai Kara-France shirt there. You're very happy?
Yeah. Interim title fight. Still got the picture up. We'll update this after he beats Moreno.
July 30th, interim title fight. How do you feel about the interim title fight? Some people, they hate the interim titles. They feel like it waters down the belts. How do you feel?
Yeah, I thought about it more, and I was like, man, this is actually kind of a bummer because I thought his next fight was going to be for the undisputed title against Figueiredo, but...
You thought he was going to usurp Brandon Moreno, or you thought he was going to wait to fight the winner of that fourth fight and Figueiredo was going to win, and that's why you thought it was going to be Figueiredo?
Yeah, I thought we'd do... No, actually, no. I thought he was going to get... I thought he was going to usurp Brandon Moreno.
Wow.
And he was just going to get the undisputed title shot next. But he's just going to go through everyone in the division, and then when we get undisputed, it'll be that much better.
So you don't mind?
No.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Plus, we get to see him fight sooner. Plus, I mean, Kai Kara-France, Brandon Moreno. In all actuality, whoever wins that, it's going to be a sick fight.
It's going to be a sick fight. They fought once before, but no one was really talking about that back in the day.
5 rounds, too?
Yeah, 5 rounds.
I guess that's one good part of making it an interim, because I'm guessing it's not going to be the main event of that card.
No, there's been some talk of Nunes and Pena, too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who knows if we'll get Diaz, Poirier. That'd be a nice little 3-pack of fights. I just like it mainly because they get paid as champions if they win.
Right, yeah.
So who cares? I know people get mad about it. The UFC hasn't been abusing the interim titles like they have in the past. I don't really mind it. And I just like the fact that a guy like Kai Kara-France, who, by the way, last time we had him on was talking about his contract situation. Well, that's been resolved. He has a new deal as a result of this, I'm told. So he's getting paid. And if he wins, he gets paid as champion. That's a pretty big deal. And Figueiredo,
if he wins, we get the image of, him with a belt on, and he's guaranteed.
Yeah, you got the
title shot.
Yeah, you got the unification bout. I saw a photo of, I actually posted it on my page yesterday, a photo of Figueiredo's finger. It's pretty swollen, It's like a little worse than Chandler's is right now. So obviously he can't fight right away. And what a month. What a 28 days for CKB, huh?
Yeah.
Volk,
I gotta get a Volk shirt because I already got the Izzy and the Kai shirts.
Well, you got the Kasori.
Yeah. I do have the Kasori. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to cook with that for 276.
Yeah, I wonder what would we make? I guess you got to make the chicken wings.
Yeah.
In honor of Volk.
Yeah, we'll get Frank over. We'll make some chicken wings.
Have you tried to make chicken wings?
Not like that, no.
Right, so you've only done it once, and it was on this show.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm big on the fries and the tater tots. Those are the best things to cook. Chicken nuggets, too. Anything that's like already made and it's just going to get crispier. That's the way to do it.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing because you're not actually deep frying them, but the French fries in the air fryer. So for those that don't know, I have one now. Had it for a few weeks.
A double engine one. You got the bad boy.
I don't even know what it is, but it's tremendous. The French fries are next level. The kids love the pizza poppers.
Yeah, pizza rolls.
Yeah. Those are next level. I mean, we're not going crazy here, but
I'm with you. Honestly, it's like the frozen foods.
Yes,
It's like I know people that put taquitos in there. I've reheated pizza, like slices of pizza.
Oh, really?
Fantastic.
How do you get it to fit? You have to cut it up?
Yeah, I mean, just like slices. Throw a couple slices in there.
Yeah, but it's not a big spot. It's like there's not a lot of real estate there.
So I actually don't use the Kasori.
Oh.
That obviously went up to Connecticut. My roommate has like a spaceship looking one. It's like the space that he has is massive. I mean, you could fit a miniature pizza in.
Okay, so maybe mine is a little smaller.
Yeah, it takes up a ton of counter space.
It is a big thing. It is a big piece of equipment. All right, well, I know you were happy about that. I know I gave you the heads up before it went out in the world. Did you feel like that was like?
Yes, I felt special about that. Yeah. You had me a little nervous with, how you came at me.
Why? I said, yo.
Yeah, all caps, though.
Oh, really?
And you slacked me instead of texting me. So
well, I was on my computer. I was writing. Wow. So you really thought I was mad?
No, not mad. I got a little, you also, you said yo. You left me with just the all caps yo.
I wanted to see if you were there.
Oh, yeah. And then you weren't typing or anything. I was like, what?
Oh, I was like, I see it now. You wrote back, what's good, LOL.
Yeah.
So what if it was a serious thing and you're writing back LOL to me?
Well, you all caps yo'd me. So how serious can it be?
I actually feel like you have a point. I probably shouldn't have all capped it.
I was a little nervous. Well, when you all caps it, you immediately followed up. I should have seen Ariel Helwani is typing. So it's just like, all right, he's about to drop
something else. Yeah.
But there was nothing. I was like, all right, what
was happening?
What are we waiting on?
We need you to go back to the studio. We're going to do a impromptu show.
Yeah, this was like 10 o'clock at night.
10:32. Yeah, Diaz wants to talk. That's probably what's going to happen. He's probably going to say, I want to talk to you on a Thursday at 7 p.m.
I'll be here. We'll start the records.
Frank, will you be here?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Thanks. All right, what a day, huh? Sheesh.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, you holding up all right?
Anything you'd like to say about anyone? Or no? Okay.
No.
Frank, any thoughts on the show so far?
I think Connor might.
I'm excited for the post-show meeting.
The post-show meeting?
Yeah, I'm excited for the post-show.
When's the post-show meeting happening? I didn't know about this. Is Frank holding a post-show meeting? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for everyone out there, we got tacos last week.
Yeah, we did.
His words.
It was nice. Well, we said it on the show.
Yeah, we did.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yep.
Frank had a crazy drink. What was the drink, Frank?
Michelada.
Tell us what it is again.
So it's like a Bloody Mary, but with beer.
Crazy.
Yeah, forced me to have a sip.
Forced you.
By the way, that was the craziest part of the whole thing.
I could see on Ariel's face.
Oh my God, I was mortified. I went to take a shower on the spot. I asked them for a shower. They actually
went to the bathroom right afterwards.
They shared drinks. I would have crumbled.
Yeah.
I would have disintegrated in the moment.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got this weekend?
Yeah,
Busy weekend. Let's obviously kick it off with Invicta tonight.
Yep. We're betting every fight on the card. No, I missed just about every line on that. I have no bets.
What does that mean you missed?
Like there were openers that opened at like minus 200 and I checked today. They're like minus 550. Like I got nothing. Plus it's a stressful Wednesday. We'll wait till Friday Bellator. That's when we'll get our bets. But right now, let's just go through UFC card we got. All right. Angela Hill, plus 3.5. This is the third time I'm doing one of these point spread things. I know people hate them, but
is she a favorite now? Oh, the plus 3.5 is a
she's
favorite.
the underdog. She's the underdog. I mean, she's notorious. She keeps the fights close. The queen of losing split decisions. She actually would have covered plus 3.5 in 9 of her last 10 fights, 13 of her last 15. Not like Jandiroba is like a world beater by any means. She fights in close fights. She's 3-3 since joining the UFC. Main concern, all 3 of her UFC wins come by finish. Obviously, that would be a loser here. But I think Angela Hill is tough enough to last the whole 15 minutes and keep it close.
You know what? She might be
my the week.
I mean, yeah, she's the one, right? Is she still the dog?
Oh yeah, she's still the dog. I think she's getting bigger as a dog, actually.
Wow, bigger as a dog. This is interesting. All right, well, I got my eye on her. I'm not going to lie.
Not making it official yet.
Nah, you told me I don't have to, and last time I was bullied into it.
She's plus 155 right now.
Okay, and what is Virna?
Minus 180 via DraftKings Sportsbook, obviously.
Right, the official sports betting partner of the UFC.
And the MMA Hour. All right, let's keep it rolling. Andrea Lee. Said on our podcast, No Bets Barred, Atlanta native.
Is it out?
Yeah. Nope, not out yet. Will be out soon. Yes, today. Obviously, I'll tweet it again out. But yeah, Atlanta native.
What a logo, by the way. One of the all-time best logos.
Yeah.
How long did that take?
A long time, actually.
Did it actually take a long time?
Yes. A long time, and I had to revisit it multiple times. But good stuff. All right. Andrea Lee.
Mm-hmm.
She's not going to be athletic here as Araujo, but... and I do worry about the takedowns, but I just think she has a striking advantage. I think she's going to throw more volume. She's better defensively. Most importantly here for Angela Lee, I think she has a much better gas tank than Araujo. In third rounds and in UFC fights, Araujo has a minus 45 striking differential, and she's only 2 for 7 on takedowns. Both those 2 takedowns coming against Roxanne Modafferi. I mean, we've just seen her gas in third rounds going up against someone in Andrea Lee who has sustained cardio into the third rounds. We've seen her have success in third rounds. She's usually outstriking her opponents in third rounds. So I think, I honestly should have waited and live bet this after the first round because I think Araujo is going to take the first round. And then as the second and third rounds go on, Andrea Lee is going to take over and be able to pull out a close decision win. I actually really like a winner to come by split decision prop here. I see it somewhere at plus 400. I'm waiting for it to come out at like DraftKings. Hopefully can get higher than that. But I could just totally see this going to split decision. Andrea Lee, 9 decisions in her career. 4 of them have been splits. And this just feels like a setup to get like a nasty 29-28 with a flipped scorecard.
And right now she is a minus 120.
Yeah, I mean, it's a coin flip of the fight. That's another reason that I kind of like a split decision prop.
Okay. That's crazy that you could do that.
I know, and I'm bummed that I missed it on Serrano Taylor. That was the last time I got the feeling that
it drives me nuts, by the way, when people are like, I think it's going to be no, when they say there's no way that was a unanimous decision, it had to have been a split decision. Like, you understand what you're saying, right? No.
Yeah, I mean, a split decision, you're basically assuming that judges are going to disagree. Like,
yes.
There's going to be something
But people then, when there's a close fight, there's no way that was a unanimous decision. It had to have been a split decision. Like,
like a 29-28 unanimous decision. I feel like the unanimous makes it sound more dominant than it was, when in all actuality, you're just squeaking out.
But also, saying that something is a split decision isn't necessarily like a referendum on the fight itself. Sometimes it's like a referendum on the judges being incompetent. A fight can't be unanimous or split. It's more on what those three people. Yeah, it's just one of those things.
All right, Camacho Torres under 2.5 minus 175. Frank Camacho coming back after a couple of years laid off after getting knocked out in 41 seconds by Justin James. On the other side, Torres, we have only seen him go to the scorecards one time in his career. He hardly ever leaves the first round. He's got finishing abilities, but he's also been finished before. Camacho finished in his last 3 losses, but he's also got finishing capability as well. 19 of his 22 pro wins are by finish. If you combine these guys' 2 records, I'm taking this at minus 175. If you combine these guys' 2 records, 39 of their combined 45 professional fights have not gone the distance. I will take my chances with those numbers at minus 175.
Okay.
Another prop. I feel like I've kind of been on props lately. But I'm taking Chookagian Ribas over 2.5. Took this one at -210. I mean, this has just been the gift that keeps on giving, taking the over in Caitlin Chookagian fights. She has 0 finishes at the UFC level. This will be her 15th UFC fight.
Crazy.
This was another crazy stat. I think she only has 3 finishes in her entire career, and she has 21 fights. Ribas, she does have finishes. I'm just not as concerned with her getting a finish here because she is moving up a weight division to flyweight, and she's going to be at a massive side disadvantage. The UFC lists it, I think it's 5'9" versus 5'4". I don't know if that's going to be spot on, but that's a huge discrepancy. Couple-inch reach advantage for Chookagian as well. I could see her just outsizing her, being the bully on the block and outpointing her like she does to everyone else and getting a decision win. Plus Chookagian, on top of that, she's really not that easy to finish. Andrade and Shevchenko are the only 2 people to finish her. So yeah, I mean, I bet this almost every time Chookagian fights, and it's a playable line. It's going to burn me eventually, but hopefully it does not here.
Chookagian was a free agent, and she was represented by CAA, and we've talked about this story. CAA and the UFC not really seeing eye to eye with the whole Markel Martin, Francis Ngannou situation, Kevin Lee being released somewhat unexpectedly. Yada, yada, yada. Have you seen Seinfeld? Are you a Seinfeld guy?
I've seen enough episodes
to know the yada, yada, yada
reference, yeah.
No, but do you remember that episode? Or do you remember the reference?
I just remember the reference.
Frank, do you remember the episode?
No.
Really? We went out. We did this. We had dinner.
Yada, yada, yada.
I had the bisque. Yada, yada, yada. I went home. But you yada, yada the best part. I mentioned the bisque. Do you remember that? Anyway, yada, yada. That was Elaine and Jerry. Yada, yada, yada. She now is represented by Dominance and no longer CAA and has a new contract.
Therefore, ipso flipso, she is not going to be appearing on the show.
Well, I mean, that was the big takeaway. The big takeaway was she was with one group. She was at the end of the contract. It looked like her future was dicey. No longer with that group, and got a deal. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caitlin Chookagian.
Why do you have to bring up the negative? I was trying to.
I only felt like that was.
I was trying to put a spotlight on the pod. No. I mean, has she been on the show in your era?
No.
There was a period where she didn't like me, but I think we got over that. I hope we did. Anyway, back to the picks.
Yeah, back to the picks. Let's keep it going. One more prop here for you. It's Smolka and Davy Grant.
Ooh.
Going under 2.5. Smolka 3-3 since returning to the UFC. All 3 losses by finish. All 3 wins by finish as well. We saw how quickly he got knocked out by Vince Morales last time out. And that was Morales' first knockout win in over 3 years. It's not like he's some knockout artist. Whereas Grant, I think he holds a lot of power in his hands for someone in the bantamweight division. He's got good boxing. We saw it in his last fight out against Adrian Yanez. And I think he's probably going to knock Smoke out here as well, just like Vince Morales did. But if he doesn't win by KO, if he loses, I think it's probably going to be him getting submitted in a loss. Smolka 7 wins by submission in his career. Davy Grant 4 of his 6 losses coming by submission. So either way, I think this is going to be one of the most exciting fights on the card. I'm very excited for it, and I don't think it goes to a decision.
Solid fight.
Yeah, I really do think this is a solid fight. I'm looking forward to it. So there's the recap. We got 5 singles. If I get a tasty line on that Lee Araujo to win by split decision, I'll play that as well. And then 2 quick parlays for you. Cutelaba Spann, fight does not go the distance. I mean, Spann is just kill or be killed, dude. 10 of his last 13 fights have ended in the first round. He's 7-3 in those. Cutelaba, he's no stranger to a finish as well. His last 2 went through decision, sure. But before that, 6 fights ended in a finish. 5 ending in the first round. I mean, just watching these guys, their aggression, their finishing capabilities, I will be surprised if it goes all 15. Jan Rakic, over 1.5. A lot of people say the Polish power, but Jan, in 15 of his last 18 fights, they've gone over 1.5. And that's actually who I'd be more worried about here. I think Rakic comes in, takes a similar approach he did against Thiago Santos, stays on the outside, stays patient, uses that reach, and just kind of gets in, gets out, tags Jan up over the 25 minutes. So I do think this one goes over 1.5. I really like that as a parlay piece. Last one up, Davy Grant. I already said I think he's going to knock out Smolka. And then Lee Araujo over 1.5. Combined 14 UFC fights for the ladies. Never been under 1.5, and I don't expect it to happen here.
Wow. I mean, I don't know where else you can get this kind of insight. This is tremendous. Oh, I know. No Bets Barred, brand new podcast from one GC. Now, I noticed that in the inaugural episode, GC and of course Jed Meshew, you didn't go with like the Georgia Boys. You didn't go with like a name like that, right? You just kept it because that would have been the obvious.
Right, yeah.
But I noticed in the inaugural episode, you didn't really talk like when you were running down who you were. You know, I'm Connor. I work on the MMA Hour, producer, blah blah blah. You didn't really get into like your previous job. Like I feel like most people always mention that the resume.
Yeah, you know, I'm not that.
You're not that guy?
Nah, yeah.
All right.
Put it in the bio. Previously.
Yeah, I'm not a big
ESPN.
fan of that. No.
Nah.
Like they say, previous stops, CNN, Fox. This. My takeaway when I read that is like, man, you get around. You know, like why aren't you keeping the same job?
I'm sure there's quite a few people listening to this right now that are offended by our bio hate.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, if you were listening to this right now and you had that in your bio, you'd be like, damn.
Well, I want to help you.
I just feel like that's what LinkedIn's for. That's what LinkedIn is.
Are you a LinkedIn guy?
I mean, in today's day and age, you have to have a LinkedIn, yes.
I have not updated.
Yeah.
I have one. I don't know how to access it.
Yeah, that's what you have an agent for.
Not necessarily. What, to update my LinkedIn?
No.
Oh, to get the word out.
Yeah.
You have an agent?
No, I don't have an agent, dude. That's why I have a LinkedIn.
Oh, that's right. Frank, do you have a LinkedIn?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
I think if you ask anyone of like my...
I guarantee you New York Rick doesn't have a LinkedIn.
Right, I said my age.
Oh. How old are you, by the way?
28.
Why did you pause there for a second?
I don't know.
Were you thinking about lying?
No,
was it too personal?
I'm just considering not saying it yet.
Why? Who cares?
I think I've said I'm 28 on the show before.
Yeah.
And then someone hit me up on Twitter and was like, "You're 20?" I was like, "No, I'm 28."
I wouldn't ask Frank how old he is because he's gonna get all weird. Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, I didn't know that we get into this sort of thing."
How old are you, Frank?
Old enough.
By the way, Frank, who's the guy in your Twitter picture?
That's a guy from RoboCop
Oh, wow.
named Frank.
Oh, that's amazing.
Kind of an inside joke between Corporate Alex and I.
Really?
Yeah.
That is, I mean, your name is great. I was, the main reason why I pulled it up is because I was wondering if you had the previous stops in your bio.
Which
No, he just edited it out. I saw him editing it.
Oh, New York Rick has chimed in. I have a LinkedIn because I take pride in my work. All right. Well, I guess I got that one wrong.
There it is.
I mean, I don't know if it's actually accurate to say that you don't take
Do you
pride in your
really
work.
not know how to access LinkedIn?
I mean, I know where it is.
I think he just doesn't care about it. He doesn't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think I don't need it. I don't really get the point. What's the
I
point?
think I tried to add you months ago, and
Did I
just
accept?
ignored it.
I'm
Yeah.
actually gonna let's look at the old Helwani LinkedIn real quick here. LinkedIn. I wonder if anyone has made like a fake one for you.
Can you?
Ah, here it is, right here.
Look what.
Journalist, host, writer, and reporter.
There I am.
What job does
Look
it
at
say
that
he's
picture.
currently at?
That's a good one.
Yeah, look at me.
Look at that.
What does it
Kinda
say he's
washed
currently at right now?
ESPN.
Okay.
There you
That's
go.
that's probably why O'Malley asked.
Oh,
you to
that's
he
right.
Probably checked.
He looked
your,
up.
Yep.
And now it all makes sense.
Wow, we both
confusing
worked
everybody.
at ESPN and Vox Media.
Yeah. See, I didn't have to update
Wow,
it.
317 connections. No wonder you don't use it.
Why? Is that bad?
Yeah, you gotta have the 500 plus.
Really?
I mean, come on.
Can I get the thing where I see who's looking at my LinkedIn?
You can.
Yeah, I don't even know if I believe all that.
Because I get messages. X amount of people are looking at you right now. So I
Yeah,
click on
right,
it, but then it's something to sign up
It looks
for.
like it looks like I can't even. I don't know what's going on. Like I can't connect with you. Like the message is locked. Like I can't. Like
Yeah, I did that on purpose.
oh, I can only follow you. Oh, okay, you have 654 followers.
That's kind of whack.
Yeah, we can't connect though. Classic.
Now I know what it's like to be Dylan Dennis. No,
I don't know what that means.
well, no followers, no one cares. It missed. Can I get? Thank you, Frank. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Nothing on Bellator London, huh?
No, I will have something.
Okay.
But I like, if I'm going to be totally honest with you, I
Yeah,
like just
please.
tweeting out those picks, so I don't have to do like a full written
No, it's-
breakdown for them.
we get it on No Bets Barred.
No.
It's a UFC only show.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? I don't know how I feel about this.
I mean, the write-ups, they do take a second.
Wait, the write-ups? What do you mean write-ups?
Like the
It's a podcast.
breakdowns. Breakdowns, essentially.
Sure.
I like just making the picks and knowing why I made the picks, and then...
Yeah, but you could just give out the picks. Sometimes people don't even want, like I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most people don't want the breakdowns. They just want to see the pick.
During that historic run that I had with the Helwani Dog of the Week,
Of course, we all remember.
Yeah, I was just throwing them out, if you may recall. I wasn't giving you a whole breakdown.
Does Angela Hill get us back on track this weekend?
I'm thinking about it. There's a part of me that feels a sense of loyalty towards Virna, and so I don't know if I want to turn my back on her just yet.
Go against your boy Maximov. Andre Petrosky plus 290.
No, Maximov's good. First fight of the night, too. Jeez. You're not a fan? He's solid.
He is solid. Great wrestler.
Never met him. And what's Jan?
Plus 150 last time I checked. Let's see.
Yeah.
Plus 165 now. Wow. I mean, Rakic is confident going into this one.
He is very confident, yeah. That's the main one that I'm looking at. Amanda Hebus is another, but Caitlin is so tough. She's like the female John Fitch back in the day.
Yeah, my knee jerk was Hebus, but then the moving up.
Yeah.
The moving up is kind of sketchy for...
Smolka plus 235, interesting one.
Smolka by sub, like plus 650.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But the Bellator card is a nice one as well.
Yeah.
We've got MVP. You have it right on your wall right over there. MVP going for the title shot, the interim title shot, because of course the champ is back home fighting a more important fight in his home country of Ukraine. But he is going up against Logan Storley, who's a tough matchup for MVP. Is Storley the favorite in that? Are the lines even out?
Big favorite. Favorite. Minus 300 at some places.
Lyoto Machida returning against Fabian Edwards, the brother of one Leon Edwards, and I do believe Lyota's a underdog in that one.
Yeah, a little bit, plus 135.
Yeah, and Paul Daly fighting in presumably his last MMA fight, though he did say he was open to other kinds of fights when he was on and left the door open. Denise Kielholtz as well against Kana Watanabe. And Luke Trainer, one of my favorite people in MMA, just an absolute legend guy. This guy is like, in his spare time, he's doing like bicep curls and donating toys to underprivileged children. He's unbelievable. Daniel Weichel, Robert Whiteford, my good friend, who gifted me the flying haggis over here. Oliver Enkamp.
Oliver Enkamp. I might go back to the well on him. He's the guy that completely embarrassed me. He was the last guy that took on Kyle Crutchmer.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow, and Charlie Ward on the card. Conor McGregor's longtime friend, not to be confused with the former point guard of the New York Knicks / Heisman Trophy winner from
FSU.
Yeah,
Houston.
No, FSU. Yeah, you got it right. So Charlie Ward on the card as well. So that's this Friday afternoon. I like the afternoon fights. Don't love them on a Friday. I like them on a Saturday instead.
Love the Saturday afternoon fights.
Don't love the Friday ones.
Completely heartbroken when I found out that this card starts at 7:30.
Which one?
Jan and Rakic starts at 7:30.
What do you mean, the main card?
No, prelims.
What?
Yeah,
that's
11 fight card. Yeah, I think it's on ESPN too.
Oh, and by the way, I'm wondering, are you gonna bet on the big card in Dubai or in the UAE? You gonna bet on that one? Anderson Silva fighting this weekend.
Really?
And Floyd Mayweather. The showcase in the skies of Dubai. No one's talking about this. Floyd Mayweather's fighting this weekend against someone named Don Moore. Who is Don Moore? Anderson Silva's fighting Bruno Azerrado. Badu Jack is fighting Hani Atayo, and Elham Mekhaled is fighting Delphine Persoon, who actually fought Katie Taylor back in the day. Floyd. Are there lines for that?
Evan Holyfield also fighting? Yeah, here's your lines. Floyd Mayweather, minus 5,000. Badu Jack, minus 10,000.
Jesus.
Evan Holyfield, minus 5,000. I mean, there's just a bunch of squash matches.
But who is Don Moore? Who is this Don Moore guy?
Dude, I don't know.
Is he like
Devin
an
Haney? Is Devin Haney George Kambosos this weekend?
No, that's first week of June 4th, 5th. 4th here, 5th there.
Don Moore.
Don Moore. I'm looking at a picture of him right now, who used to be his sparring partner. Dangerous Don Moore.
18-0.
All right. I mean, why did they pick him?
I don't know.
But Anderson Silva's fighting. And if he win, I mean, there are big implications. If he wins, could be Jake Paul next.
If they get Anderson Silva odds, I'll blindly bet on him.
All right. All right, GC, thank you very much. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for
Why
a
does it seem
good
like my microphone is louder than
Q&A,
before,
MMA
Frank?
fans.
Is that why you keep hitting it?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios
I like to
in
make love to the
beautiful New
microphone.
York City.
I like to hold
on
it,
the nose.
bring it close.
And now,
What?
to answer your questions,
Well,
get out of your
correct.
seats and
I've
on
always
your
heard that
feet
that's what great
because
radio
here he is,
hosts do. They make love to it.
Helwani.
They hold it close. Have you never heard that before? I like to hold it close. I like to make love to it. I like to seduce it. No, you never heard that?
So what's the first question?
All right, here we go. By the way, Frank, questions were left over at arielhelwani.substack.com. And by the way, still to come, Alexander Volkanovski at 4:30. So stay tuned for that. Spread the word. The featherweight king of mixed martial arts will be stopping by. But our good friend Louis Gilmore, he spanned all the questions. How many were there? 162 comments. I don't know if all of them were questions, but he has sent me a very important document picking the 21 best questions. So without further ado, no time to waste. Let's go. Thank you very much to Louis. I think he probably nailed it. How do I know? I haven't looked at them, but I just have a good feeling about this lad. He is that kind of guy. First up is Adrian Budram. Dear Ariel, and you know what I love about this? Someone has looked at it, not me. So I know there's no stinkers here. You know what I'm saying? Dear
You're putting
Ariel.
a lot of trust into this one guy.
You know what? Luz, he's a mensch. He's a one of one. Dear Ariel, greetings once again from London, Ontario, Canada. I have a bit of a dilemma that I was hoping you might be able to help with. For many years, I've been going to the same coffee shop and almost always order the same beverage, tea, 1 milk, and 1 sugar. Interesting. I'm such a regular customer that the barista now makes my tea as soon as she sees me walk through the door. By the way, that's the ultimate, right? When they're like the usual. If there's a better feeling, I haven't experienced it yet. My dilemma is that about 5%. I've actually experienced this. This is an incredible question, by the way. I feel like Adrian drops these all the time. My dilemma is that about 5% of the time, I would like to have a beverage other than tea. For example, I occasionally enjoy hot chocolate. However, because... Do you see where this is going, Frank? Do you see this? Because the barista has already made my tea by the time I arrive at the counter, I can't bring myself to tell her that I would prefer to drink something else. In this instance, I simply take my already made tea and tell the barista I would like a second. This is amazing. Is this the guy that asked me about the waving to someone from afar and then not knowing what to do when you get close? Because this is right up this alley. I say I would like a second beverage for a friend, which I will then pay for and drink myself. Although I'm paying for 2 beverages instead of the 1, about 5% of the time, I believe this cost is worth it because it avoids a potentially awkward conversation with the barista, which could jeopardize the exceptionally fast service I receive other than the other 95% of the time. Would you approach the situation any differently? As always, appreciate your valuable thoughts. Wow. What a question. I would 100% do the same thing. 100%. 1,000% do the same thing. Because I do this as well. There's a place next to my house that I love to go after I drop my kids off at school. And I always get the same thing. But then a year ago, I switched it. And there was a process there in order to switch it. And so you have to catch them on a busy day. And in my place, they say the usual. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to change it. And you got to catch them on a day where they didn't see you in line, as opposed to you walking through the door. There's nothing. Oh, I'm going to get right on that. You got to catch. You know what? I'm feeling different today. I'm feeling froggy. I'm going to switch it up. You catch them in that moment. And then you say, you know what? I really like that thing that other time. I'm going to go to that. That maybe opens the door. But if you're in a spot where you walk in, they jump right on it, you kind of have to do what you're doing because they appreciate the fact that they remember you. They appreciate the fact that they can get your order without you asking, and they suspect that you appreciate that fact as well. Now, you could rip the Band-Aid off, but to your point, it might make for an awkward conversation. So, look, ultimately, you're asking for a T, right? So, I mean, that's the easiest thing. You're not asking them to make you a flat white or something like that. So, it's a pretty easy thing to discard. But if you feel bad about it, I understand. It's a tremendous question, by the way, tremendous. And I would put myself in this situation and wonder and actually worry about this same exact thing. El Cubano up next. Tremendous. Way to lead off. I mean, the Lewis era is just off to a flying start. What a crazy main event last weekend, which saw Charles Oliveira once again being knocked down and coming back to finish the fight. While I will no longer doubt him, I can see how the public will view him as an underdog in a fight against Islam. My question is, where do you currently rank Charles in the history of the lightweight division? Also, hypothetically, if he were to continue the streak and defeat the names of Islam, McGregor, and maybe even Volkanovski, where would he rank all time? If you eliminate every fight that Charles Oliveira had before the 11-fight winning streak that he's on, he would be on one of the all-time great winning streaks. He would have one of the all-time great resumes. And I think that people get somewhat clouded by his early days in the UFC and some of the stumbles and the mishaps and the failures on the scale and whatnot. But if you actually look at his resume as of late, Michael Chandler is 100% right. His resume right now over these 11 fights is way more impressive than Khabib's. It's just the body of work that hurts him because he has 8 losses, 1 no contest. Gaethje, Poirier, Chandler, Ferguson, Kevin Lee, Jared Gordon, Nick Lentz, David Tamor, Jim Miller, Christos Giagos, Clay Guida. I don't know if anyone has a run like that. And as far as all time, he's starting to be in that conversation. And don't even begin. Like, when it's time for him to break that record, if in fact he does break it, if anyone brings up this fight on Saturday not being a title fight, I will slap you in the face. Not literally, but I'll think about it. I think he's in that conversation now. For the longest time, I always thought that the greatest lightweight champion of all time was BJ Penn. The greatest 55er of all time was BJ Penn. But then over time came Frankie Edgar and Benson Henderson. Conor was incredible. Like, I don't know if anyone's had a better performance in a single title fight ever, especially as challenger, than Conor versus Eddie. And then, of course, you had the somewhat brief Khabib run. Remember, Khabib beat Al Quinta, then he beat Dustin Poirier. Sorry, beat Al Quinta, beat Conor, beat Poirier, beat Gaethje, and then walked away. It was almost like, could have been so much greater. Didn't want to, totally understand. But you could put Quinta, Conor, Poirier, Gaethje up with the recent run that Charles is enjoying at this exact moment. So he is on his way. There's no doubt about it. I'm not going to sit here and say greatest of all time, this and that. But I think the reason why people don't talk about him in that same light is because we have seen him lose. We have seen him stumble. And so that's sort of, it's the same reason why I think in retrospect, the move to 205 for Izzy was a mistake. In retrospect, in the moment, we all thought it was great. But in retrospect, because it made him seem a little more human. Imagine if he was still undefeated right now going into this Cannonier fight. Everyone likes that O on the record. Everyone loves someone who's invincible. Yeah, could you imagine if he beats Islam? If he beats a Volkanovski? If he beats Chandler again? If he beats a Conor who comes back? He would have to be in that conversation. Maz Abdullah. Hi, Ariel. Longtime listener and first-time poster. Quick question. What is the nature of the contract extension clause that the UFC exploits, quote unquote? Can the UFC continuously offer the Khamzat fight to Nathan, knowing he'll decline and in turn repeatedly extend his contract? Or does the 3 fights offered per year that Dana states, whether true or not, have to include different fighters that have not been previously declined? I don't believe so. I believe they can keep offering it. But again, there's no real rhyme or reason to any of this. They can get rid of that thing. They could waive it the same way they can cut you after 1 loss. and after you signed a 4-fight deal or a 6-fight deal. And by the way, if they offered him Khamzat right now, I think he would take it. That's how badly he wants to move on. Again, amazing that we're approaching 1 year since his last fight. June will be a year since his last fight. Dude wasn't injured, wasn't sidelined, wasn't suspended. I actually think he would have come back in August of last year, September. Well, his brother fought in September, but you get the point. 1 year. And they threw him one fight, and he didn't like the fight. It didn't make sense. And I think most sane people would agree it didn't make sense. And he's been on the sidelines since. Nico, ça va, Ariel? Conor seemed to be torn between the call-outs he received last Saturday, both from Chandler and the champ. If you were advising him, which one would you tell him to pick and why? Also, any truth to the rumor that the UFC were annoyed by Islam's fake call-out of RDA after his last win, and that's why he might have to face Beneil Dariush rather than Oliveira? Yeah, 100% that's why. To answer the latter first, that's exactly why they said initially, or Dana said initially, that he would have to face Beneil Dariush. Now, ultimately, will that happen? I don't know. Ultimately, did they think it was fake? I don't know. But the fact that it was brought up and then he didn't come through when it was offered definitely annoyed him. And that's why he said, yeah, you know what? You're going to have to fight Beneil. If I were a betting man right now, I would say they're not going to go through with that. And by the way, it might be up to Beneil. He's been relatively quiet, suffered a serious injury. Who knows how long he's going to be out for. As for Conor, honestly, I feel like the fight for him is Justin Gaethje. I feel like it's the right style. It's a name. I mean, in a perfect world, you do the Diaz fight, but he isn't ready to come back, and the Diaz situation is weird, and he doesn't want to wait. That's probably the fight that makes the most sense at this point in his career. And of course, if the title shot is offered, you take it. Why would you wait? You could cut the line. But if we're looking to build you back up, and a Ferguson fight would be a big fight as well, but I think Ferguson should take an extended period of time off. Here's the thing. The way they handled the return 2+ years ago when he came back to fight Donald Cerrone, that's the way they should handle the return whenever he's ready to return. Let's be honest, the Cerrone fight wasn't one that was met with a ton of excitement. And when it was first announced, people were like, this sucks, this, not a good fight. By the time the fight came around, no one cared. No one whined. Everyone watched. It did big numbers. And I think that they should go with the same approach because they picked him because it had been a while since he won. It had been, 4 years since he won a fight, 2 years since his last fight. And they just wanted to get a W. And that should be the ultimate goal. Because despite the fact that he's coming off these 2 losses, he's still popular. He's still a big deal. He'll still generate a lot of money. You don't necessarily need to fight. And so I'm sure there's someone at home saying like, well, then why are you suggesting Justin Gaethje? And you're right. I'm trying to find someone who makes sense for them in their career, makes sense for Conor. Stylistically, he's not going to wrestle him, this and that, but Gaethje's a super tough fighter. There's no doubt about it. The timing, Gaethje likes to take time off, so he'll only really come back later this year, early next year. But yeah, perfect world, it's Diaz first. I don't know if the timing's going to work out there. Ferguson, I don't know if the timing's going to work out there. The Chandler fight would be a big one. It will be gigantic. You can make a case right now that the Chandler fight would almost be bigger than the Oliveira fight just because Chandler's become so popular. And I know it's Conor fighting for the belt, but he's bigger than any belt. So if you're looking for the biggest fight possible for Conor right now, you can make a case, other than the Diaz trilogy, it's Chandler, just because Chandler's become such a big deal. Crazy, right? But I think it's actually probably true. Chandler's got some big options. I'd love to see him versus Dustin, by the way. I love their little rivalry. Spicy. Patrick, favorite segment of the week, 2 quick questions. Who do you think DC will have introduce him into the Hall of Fame? What are the chances we get a DC and Helwani reunion that weekend? Oh, golly. That would be something. Who do I think DC will have introduce him into the Hall of Fame? Other than me? I'm kidding. Or am I? I'm kidding. Or am I? I'm kidding. Or am I? Well, if times were a little bit different, honestly, I would have probably picked Kane, even though Kane's not a big talker. Who knows what's going to happen with him between now and then? Other than Kane, could have made a case for Khabib. Khabib's being inducted, so that might be weird. Bob Cook might be the guy. I mean, I feel like I can make a strong case for myself, if I'm being honest, but I'm not gonna be that guy. I'm not gonna give myself the old Barry H here. But I mean, is there anyone else? Luke, maybe. But I feel like Bob Cook might be that guy. Haven't asked him. As for a reunion, we shall see. GC, break the fourth wall for us. What was Ariel like out at the bar for the fan meetup? And you got to rate his fit. Wow. Okay. Here you go.
I mean, I feel like you kind of explained it on the show. It was like you were at a wedding, having to check in on everybody.
You felt the same way about me.
Oh, yeah.
That was the vibe you got.
Yeah. You were bopping around to everyone. The fit is what you wear
every single day?
Every time, yeah.
Well, I guess we're about to find out what you think what I wear.
It's like you put on like your Helwani cloak. Like this isn't how you show up to the office, what you're wearing right now. The what did Tom Aspinall call it?
Yeah, what the hell? What did he say?
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, I like Tom.
I love Tom. I already bet him against Curtis Blaydes.
Is he the favorite?
No, he's the underdog.
Is he really?
Slightly, yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean, that's just a biased pick. I just like Tom Aspinall. It's in the O2 again. Like
No, I like that pick a lot. I'm surprised. That's
a Wani Dog of the Week 3 months in advance.
Can I do it? Can I do it right now? Lock it in. Lock it in. Lock it in right now for then.
Yeah, you were. Yeah,
remind me of this.
The Helwani cloak. That's what I'll call it.
Wow. Okay. I'm still not sure if that's
you put the hat on and the jacket and.
I guess I don't know what this guy Patrick is thinking that I'm like out on the town. I feel like I'm a pretty good time, right? I mean,
the Guinness can't go understated here.
It was big. It was a big pop.
It
was a big pop in the crowd.
Big pop.
Frank, you want to tackle this one?
Yeah, you looked great.
No, not about the look. Just like what was I like to hobnob with?
Yeah, you did well. Good job.
Thank you. Liam, happening, Ariel, what fake name will you be going by at the UFC Hall of Fame? And will it just be the fake mustache, or will you pair that with fake glasses as well? Maybe a ginger wig. It's a great idea, by the way. This is the spicy part. If DC doesn't mention you, you got to run in on him with a steel chair to set up the feud. Make sure GC knows to cut off RC trying to get DC's back. See you later. By the way, Lewis has done a very underrated thing in this little document that he sent me. He's put pictures of people. So for this question, he put a picture of DC laughing. That one felt more like a comment than a question. Sonny, yo, Ariel, with the recent announcement of DC entering the Hall of Fame, I have a question that relates. We are familiar with a few names of deserving fighters that are likely never going to see the hallowed staircase in the PI. Frank Shamrock comes to mind. My question is this. Which current UFC fighters do you think will be future snubs of the Hall of Fame? In other words, current fighters who you think would eventually deserve a spot but might end up being snubbed for rubbing the brass, the wrong way. Thanks for everything you do, and don't forget to name the waters, Baba. Bapa. Current thorns in their side. I mean, maybe Diaz, Nathan, maybe Francis, depending on how that ends. Current thorns. Not a ton of them. But there are dudes like Jens Pulver is actually in their good graces and can't get into the Hall of Fame he does this Twitch thing for them and he still can't get the rub. He can't get in. I don't understand it. Why can't he be the pioneer guy? They don't have a pioneer guy this year. They've got two modern guys. They've got to fight. Can we get Jens in there? What are we waiting for? Jens Pulver, Little Evil, legend of the game. Former champ, former Ultimate Fighter coach. He wants this. He actually wants this. He wants the honor. This isn't a nuisance for him. He wants to be a part of the Hall of Fame. At this point, more than anything related to MMA, he wants that distinction. Can't we give it to him? Please. Good people, bad intentions. This question is in 2 parts and is directed to Ariel and Connor. What are some skills that you rely on during your work for the MMA Hour from your past education/work in journalism? And 2, when a media member does not have a background in journalism and covers MMA, are there any observations you have, or for the most part, are they functionality the same? Thank you. I mean, for me, it's just listening, asking follow-ups, being prepared. I don't necessarily think you need to have a journalism background to do any of these things, including this. I mean, look how many podcasts there are right now in the world. The vast majority of those people don't have a journalism degree. It's like playing football. It's like playing a sport. It's like playing an instrument. The more you do something, the better you get at it. The more reps you have. But the main thing I tell everyone is don't write any questions down. If you're going to meet your friend at the coffee shop, are you writing questions down, or are you sitting there listening, talking, asking a question, they answer, you reply, they answer? You know what I mean? Follow-ups, listening. There's not a single question written down today. You just have to know what you're talking about. You have to know the subject. You ask a question, they answer, you listen to what they say, and then the whole thing. And there might be a roadmap that you want to follow somewhat, but for the most part, you got to be open-ended and just know the subject and be prepared to ask follow-ups. Listening is a very underrated thing that I don't think enough people do. Drives me nuts when I listen to or watch sit-down interviews with really big names, and you see these people who cover this particular field for a living, and they're sitting there with a list of questions. How can you not, like, you're sitting there and you're in front of LeBron James or Giannis Antetokounmpo, and you have a list of questions in front of you? Are you kidding me? Anything you want to add, GC?
No, I feel like you covered it. You're there.
Do you have a journalism degree?
I do, yeah.
From where?
What do you think, man? Georgia.
Oh, right.
Jeez.
I don't. Well, no, you could be a fan of the team.
It's no Syracuse, but you know.
That's for damn sure. Is it a good? Is it a good journalism school?
Yeah, most people consider it top 10.
For real?
I swear, yeah.
Most famous alum?
Ryan Seacrest.
That's not a journalist. In journalism.
Sorry, I watched American Idol on Sunday. He looked pretty journalistic up there.
Wait, he's still doing American Idol?
Yeah.
And you still watch it?
Now.
Wow.
No, it was just on. It was just on.
Wow.
It was on, you know.
Wait, sports journalist, most famous?
Maria Taylor.
Oh, right, all right.
We've got quite the alumni network.
Okay.
Google us sometime.
Yeah, all right. Sweaty Spaghetti. Good day, Ariel. I'd like you to play odds maker in a hypothetical blockbuster matchup between 2 veterans of the game, GC versus New York Rick, in a best-of-3 showdown to determine the official second in charge behind your great self of the MMA Hour. The contests are as follow. 1v1 half-court basketball, first to 11. Hot dog eating contest, first to eat 10 hot dogs. If required, best-of-3 arm wrestle. My personal opinion is GC's youth and energy gets him over the line, but I wouldn't rule out Eric's unwarranted self-confidence from propelling him to a win. What line are you setting for this epic showdown? Golly. What line are you setting, GC?
I mean, to win, like, minus 800 for me. To win in two challenges, just to clean sweep it, I'm going to put it like minus 350. I mean, basketball, that's easy. I'm going up 1-0. Hot dog eating contest, I feel innately confident in, but oh, wow. Rick is just giving up.
He just waved the white flag on Slack.
Yeah.
By the way, what happened to the gimmick where Rick weighs in on, did he drop that already? I mean, you can't count on a guy.
I don't know. Did you send him the Zoom link?
It's just the same Zoom link every damn time. Anyway, he waved the white flag. He said Connor's got it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a walkover.
You think he makes it to round 3?
No, but I think round 3 is most likely the one he would win.
Right.
I mean, we're not working with a lot here, you know.
Sure. I mean, it's not bad. Hot dogs, though.
I mean, that's...
You could smash them?
I just don't know. I don't know how he is.
10, though, is not a lot.
I could take down 10 easy. I think I'm going to go to the Nathans.
Oh, yeah?
July 4th. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it.
Nice. Frank, he says that because I criticize his mic that he's not coming on.
Fair enough. Yeah, we'll get it fixed.
Oh, but he's offering an IQ test
Oh,
instead.
that's spicy.
Wow.
That's spicy.
Wow.
Especially because I would beat him there as well. So I'm down.
Knucklehead guy. Knucklehead guy? Hey there from Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. Beautiful part of the country. Thanks for keeping me loaded with great content, which helps my day at my job go so much smoother. I love the ongoing development of the show and seeing even more from the likes of GC and even Frank. My question is twofold, so feel free to answer one, if not both, but I think they are on the same wavelength, so I hope you don't mind the double dipping, so to speak. Which one of the crew members are you most surprised with when you consider what you thought of them when they first joined your team, when compared with how much of a bond you have with them now? Oh, I kind of thought that he was going in a different direction with this, like that I had low expectations in terms of what they can bring to the table, and now they're exceeding my expectations. I'm glad that's not where we're going. Considering what you know of each and every one of your crew members, if ever you crashed a plane on a deserted island, assuming everyone on board survives, how would you delegate tasks for the best chances of survivor? For example, who would be in charge of gathering food, making fires, building shelter, creating tools? So we're on an episode of Lost here, protecting the tribe from potential beasts or other threats. Golly, this is intense. Well, in the past, I will say that we've had a lot of audio people, and they've never really been a part of the show. So I think the emergence of Mysterious Frank has been a very pleasant surprise. So I would say that. I mean, when I first saw him, he was sort of like detached from the whole thing, didn't really want to be here. He was a bit disgruntled. So I feel like it's been a nice change.
Wait, what?
As for who we keep, I mean, I feel like number one, there's a bit of a debate in the so I'm not really sure how to refer to this member of the team. Are we going with CJ or SJ? I don't want to.
I'm still CJ. I'm never changing from CJ.
It's SJ all the way.
Well, the debate is Crypto Joe or Sloppy Joe. He's number one in terms of, like, if anything breaks around here, he's the first guy up there and he gets it fixed within seconds. So, God forbid if we crash on a deserted island, I feel like he's getting shit done, like, off the bat.
We'll have coconuts before we even assess the situation. Yeah.
He's climbing trees. He's building fire pits. I mean, I feel like GC's I feel like because you come from the South, you're going to go fish. You're going to get us some food. What do you think? I feel like you're good at it. No? You're not that guy? I feel like you're good, like fishing, fly fishing. No, none of that?
No, not
if there's
safe.
ranch involved, he'll find a way.
Well, I'm from Georgia. I'm also from Atlanta, so.
Right, you're from the city. I feel like New York Rick will just be off to the side criticizing everyone, just sort of not really helping, just criticizing, pointing fingers. I'll assume the leadership role. I feel like also Corporate Alex will be very good with his hands. He'll get the task done. He'll build us a nice teepee. He'll have a place for us to sleep.
I get that sense he would be like Ralph from The Simpsons when they get stranded on an island and they're like afraid to eat the berries, so they have him do it. He's like, it tastes like burning.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that about me. I'm happy you did.
No, you're the one. We'd use your glasses to start a fire, like Millhouse.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Matmo, bonjour, Lord Ariel. On June 18th, the UFC will be headed to Austin, Texas for Calvin Kattar versus Josh Emmett, and I must compel you to attend. You have said you are not actually banned from UFC events, so this would be the perfect one to test the waters. Why? Why that one? Not only will Kattar Emmett likely be the fight of the year, but you can make a trip to Texas with the whole family and maybe even drop into the JRE MMA show finally when you're in town. In my opinion, it's a tragedy that the number one journalist in combat sports has never been invited onto the JRE show. I feel this would be a great opportunity to finally squash you and Joe's past beef face to face, and it would be a tremendous platform to discuss things you stand for, like fighter pay, open scoring, etc. Get DC or a mutual friend to hook it up. The fans and fighters would appreciate this long overdue union. This is what the sport needs right now. Pack your bags. You're going to Texas. Long live the man of steel, Wani. I mean, what do I say about that? I don't know why I've never been on. I mean, I think I know, but I don't know. I ain't about to be thirsty here and beg people to have me on their show. I'll tell you that much. But it's a nice thought. and I appreciate it. Tanner, Ariel, we often talk about how the UFC has lost some incentive to try to put on good cards because they're receiving guaranteed money from ESPN for the events. However, wouldn't this give ESPN some bargaining power the next time they go to renegotiate the deal? They could show the UFC poor viewership on most fight nights because no one wants to watch boring fights in the Apex anymore. Speaking of which, when is the UFC ESPN deal up anyways? Oh, it's got a few years left. I think it's 4, 5, because, you know, in the early stages of the initial deal, they re-upped it when they added the pay-per-view component. So we got a ways to go. And I don't think ESPN is upset with the numbers. Remember, this is a plus play, and it's helped out Plus tremendously from a pay-per-view perspective, from a subscriber perspective, and from a viewership perspective. So I don't know if there's anything that they can point to be honest. Right now, everything is Gucci. The pay-per-view numbers are great. Like, there was a period where they were getting 200, 150. The bet that ESPN Plus made on UFC has paid off for not only the UFC, but for ESPN as well. Lewis, hi Ariel. What are your thoughts about the UFC disallowing flags from fighter walkouts? I don't like it at all. It seems inconsistent with their past treatment, that they are more for free speech than anybody. Why do you think the reason for the flag ban wasn't stated outright when Dana was asked about it at the post-fight press conference? I think it's because of the Russian situation with Ukraine. I think, because he said the media should know. In my opinion, you take away the sponsors, you take away the banners, now you take away the flags. The flags were the last personal thing left. Someone coming out with a Canadian flag, with an American flag, with an Australian flag, with a New Zealand flag, with a Nigerian flag, like that's the last thing that you have left as a fighter to connect with the people back home, connect with the fans, connect with the audience on television. And now they've taken that away. So now we're literally all looking the same. All looking the exact same. Don't like it. If for whatever reason you wanted to go with the Russian ban, fine. That's a different conversation as well. But to ban everyone else, no. Why are you throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Makes no sense. Don't like it at all. Don't like it at all. Greetings, Ariel. I've just subscribed to ask you about a moral dilemma that I've been having, and you're the only one who could help me with it. This is from Alex. It is all centered around the following question. What is the root of your Jonathan Coachman beef, and how deep does it go? A couple of weeks ago, you mentioned how much of a jabron he is, and that left me in a tough spot. You see, he is the host of a daily sports betting show called the Sportsline Daily Edge. They also have a panel of analysts who cover every sport, and they have all made me a lot of money over the years. God bless. Also, I don't know how well the show does, but they are owned by CBS Sports. Anyways, I'm a very loyal Helwani fan, and I cannot be supporting anyone who's disrespectful towards you. I always ride for my guy, and just like how I cut Brendan Schaub's podcast out of my life, I've decided to cut out Jonathan Coachman's as well. Only difference is the coach runs a show that helps me make a lot of money. What should I do? Remember, Ariel, you mean a lot more to kids like me, far beyond being a journalist, and I really appreciate your honesty and integrity that you put into your work. You're a true role model, and I'm forever grateful for your existence. Keep up the great work, and Viva Helwani. All right. First of all, please continue to watch, especially if he's making you money. I ain't telling anyone not to watch anything. So please, I have no beef with this guy. Jonathan Coachman, I remember when he was on WWE, and he did a pretty good job over there. You know, he was a character. He became a heel, a wrestler, all this stuff. All of a sudden, 2 years ago, here's the truth of the matter. I think he wanted to do a show with DC at the same time that our show launched. And I think he became very mad about that, or jealous or disappointed about all that. And so he took it out on me. I have never met this guy in my life. I've never had an interaction with him. I don't even know if I've ever tweeted at him before any of this. I don't even think I was following him on Twitter. And all of a sudden, the guy takes like personal offense to my existence. Some of the wrestling stuff that I'm doing, talking about me at ESPN constantly, acting like he knows my situation, acting like he has any idea about what goes on. And then when he was doing all that, all the people that I know at ESPN who knew him, because he had a bit of a run there as well, would tell me things about him. And like, I don't want anything to do with any of this. If I had to boil it down, this is just my guess, I would say maybe he's jealous, but I don't know. I don't know. Like one time I saw him talking about me being this and that and all this stuff. It was like, he was talking to Ian Parker about this. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, you guys don't even know me. You know nothing about me. And you're just talking about me like you know about my whole, it's basically the same thing that bothered me about Brendan. I just didn't really care to respond to this guy. There's been a couple times where I've been like, should I just respond to him in 10-7M on the spot? But I don't really care. I feel bad when I see this sort of thing, honestly, because it just comes across as sour grapes and jealous. Yo, you're on the PFL broadcast. It seems like you're doing great. God bless. Do your thing. Are you mad because your second run in WWE came to a crashing end? I don't know. Why are you taking it out on me? Are you mad because you don't work at ESPN? I don't know. Are you mad because you want to be at UFC events and you're not doing the... I don't know. But why are you coming after me for, bro? I have nothing to do with you. It's very weird. Anytime there's like a wrestling thing, he's like, I don't know. Bottom line, I have no beef with the guy. I don't even know the guy. Never met him. Never talked to him, to the best of my knowledge. Maybe I've seen him around here or there, but if he's making you money and if you enjoy his show, enjoy and God bless. As my good friend Peter Rosenberg likes to say, stay mage and enjoy yourself. Lewis, putting himself in there with the old Barry H. My man, good afternoon, Ariel. I'm giving myself the old Barry H if I moderate the questions. Am I giving myself the old Barry H if I moderate the questions and ask them as well? Let's find out. And no, you are not. I mean, you should have put yourself at the top. That's what I would have done. You pride yourself on reporting news that is accurate and true. This has been a staple of 2 decades you've been in this game. Almost 2 decades. There was, however, a time when you were also the fastest gun in the West. It feels fair to say that you've let that aspect go. We know it's not due to lack of information, just more of a timely release thing. My question is, when and why did you lose interest in that aspect of breaking news, being the first to report items? Was it gradual or was there something that triggered it? Much love, Lewis. Shout out and thank you to Ross from the Energized Show for planting the idea for me to moderate. Yes, shout out to Ross as well. And as always, stay energized. That is a good question. Basically, it came down to a few things. Number one, came to the conclusion that the juice wasn't really worth the squeeze. You know, they plant this thing in your head, the UFC does when they make these fights. Don't let it leak. Don't let it leak. We have big plans. Meanwhile, it's just a tweet. You know, no one actually cares how it comes up, but they just have a tweet plan or something like that. And so at this point, as I've said before, I get greater joy out of like an interview with Michael Chandler than I do breaking his upcoming fight. That to me gives me way more joy. So if they feel uncomfortable with confirming something, a source, a manager, a fighter, a coach, if they feel uncomfortable, I'm not going to jump in there. Hold that thought. I want to finish this question, but I don't want to keep our first or our last guest waiting because he is waking up so very early. So let's put a pin on it. If we're doing the clip out thing on YouTube, just go brum, 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 because it is very early over there in Australia and I cannot let our guest wait. Not that long ago, he was sitting right here with me and we were eating chicken wings. Now it's 6:30 in the morning. Dare I say 6:27 in the morning. And he is amazingly kind enough to join us on the program. He is the best featherweight on the planet, regardless of organization. He is one of the pound for pound best fighters in the world. He's returning to action on July 2nd to fight in the trilogy against Max Holloway. He's the one and only Alex the Great Volkanovski. Alex, what the hell are you doing so early up and on my show? This is crazy, Alex.
This is what I do for you, mate. This is what I do for you. The girls are always up early, mate, so it's all good.
You're a freaking mensch. You know what a mensch means, Alex?
What does that mean?
A mensch is like it's an old Yiddish German term. It means a fine gentleman. It means like a good soul. It's the highest compliment that a Jewish person can give to another person. A mensch. I mean, you are salt of the earth.
I appreciate it, mate. How do you say it? A mensch?
A mensch.
A minch. A minch? Okay.
M-E-N-S-C-H. Mensch.
Okay. Oh, good.
By the way,
thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. What about that trip you had to New York City? I mean, you were everywhere. We were having chicken wings. We were hobnobbing. Then I see you having a steak with Action Bronson at Peter Luger's. How was the steak, by the way?
The steak was good. It was really good. Yeah, we all know Action knows how to eat as well. So he took us to one of the spots there. It's meant to be one of the best steaks around. So we went and had a go, and it was delicious. It was good to, obviously chat to Action here and there, but it was good to actually meet him in person and hang out, mate. He's cool dude.
Yeah, and that is one of the best spots to get a steak. in New York City. It's in Brooklyn, Peter Luger's. Shout out to them. You went to a bunch of American sporting events. You went to a baseball game. You went to a hockey game. You're rocking the LA King shirt over there. Did you enjoy those, or did you think that they were crazy weird? Are you familiar with those sports?
Yeah, of course. No, I'm definitely familiar. I'm familiar with all sports, but it's good, mate. I've got a thing that I do whenever I'm in America. And if I go to an event, like whoever gives me the treatment, right? Like, so they go there, oh yeah, we're going to take you to an event. They give me the treatment. I was like, that's it. I'm loyal because I don't really have a team. So, my first real experience. All right, that's it. It's my team. So as you would have remembered, after Ortega, I went to Raiders game. So I'm a Raiders guy. Same as the Yankees. I'm a Yankees guy. And LA Kings, I'm a LA Kings guy as well. So yeah. So now, hey, all right, I ride them hard. Look,
I love it.
Look at that.
I love it.
It's pretty cold here, so I chucked on whatever jumper I could. I was like, hey, listen, dude.
It's perfect. Now you just
they just won as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry.
They did. Yes, in the playoffs. That's crazy that you're following that. But yes, now you just need an NBA team to show you the love, and then you'll have all 4 major sports, covered.
There you go. What's up.
I do have to say, before we get into the business, I do have a bit of a bone to pick with not only you but your manager Ash. I saw you guys sort of, reminiscing, doing the photo dump thing on Instagram. There were a lot of photos. That you both posted on your social media. We didn't make the cut on any of them. I mean, there were tons of we didn't make one.
Oh, shit.
We didn't get one picture. I mean, I saw you with a bunch of other people. We couldn't get one photo there. I mean, we brought out the food for you. We had a great time. I thought we had a really nice time. Didn't make one cut. Not even a single picture. What was up with that?
Mate, I'll be honest with you, mate. Like, it was nothing personal. I didn't even realize I didn't do that. But hey, we got a YouTube channel. I've got you on a YouTube episode and everything, didn't I?
Yeah, that's true.
I would have put that on my socials and all that. I apologize, mate. It would have been a busy day. I don't know. Like, you can blame Ash for that one because hey, me and you were doing work.
We were doing work.
We had our chef hat on. We were cooking some chicken wings. I couldn't take photos, so you can blame him for that one.
Okay, fair enough. It was a great time. And then all of a sudden, I mean, this was literally 3 or so weeks ago. Thought maybe you'd come back end of the summer, early fall. You're fighting July 2nd, same card as your good friend Israel Adesanya, an incredible international fight week. Was this your plan? Did you want to come back this soon, or was it presented to you and you said, you know what, I'm not that hurt, I'll jump back in there?
Look, I said I wanted a quick turnaround. I didn't expect to go this early, to be honest. Like, I didn't have that date in mind, but it doesn't matter. I'm healthy. I was keen to go. So it didn't really matter. So once I heard that and heard that it was going to be this card, I was like, yeah, sweet, let's do it. I'm still sharp from the last one. So, I'm in good nick, and, now I'm still, mate, we did that little media tour, went on a holiday with the fam to Thailand, and that's enough. That's it. That's my holiday. I get back into training no matter what, and I train hard. So let's do camp. I'm healthy, ready to go. So I'm in the best, I'm in my peak, you know what I mean? Like, you can see I'm the sharpest I've ever been. So let's just keep that rolling. You know what I mean? Why wait?
So does training camp start already?
Yeah, training camp starts. So that's all. I love it, mate. Honestly, I love training camp. You know what I mean? I just don't have to worry about too much else other than just get ready for this fight. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I train and I do the hours I do outside of camp. I probably do more hours, to be honest, more hours outside of camp than I do inside of camp. Just the intensity in camp goes up. So everything is very specific. We're out of camp, I do a few sessions here and there, and I just cover all grounds. And obviously, as I always say, get better, get better. This time I didn't get to go and just work on a couple of things. Now while I'm sharp, I just stay sharp. And then obviously we're gonna have a game plan and all that type of stuff. We're gonna just focus on that and get ready and stay fit and stay sharp.
Was Max always the next guy? Or because you remember, when we spoke, there was Henry here and this guy. Was there any talk of anyone else, or was it always Max?
Man, it was not really, because again, we had Ash come to me and with and just say, like, so what do you want to do, that type of thing, and I'm like, oh man, whatever, you know what I mean, whatever. Like, at the end of the day, it's all about the timing, and the biggest fight and when it makes sense. And like, let's be real. I'm sure you're going to go into this question. Why the trilogy? Why Max? Is like, what bigger fight is there in our division right now? Mm-hmm. There is none. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters to me. So, I benefit the most out of this fight, especially right now. Look, if there was someone else who was kicking ass and taking that number one spot or something like that, all right, it's a different story. We'll look at that option. But right now, as you know, and everyone knows, I'm not scared of anyone. It doesn't matter who it is. I know a lot of people still rate Max as a great fighter. So that just, when we talk about legacy, it just makes me look even better. So whatever, everyone could put him on whatever pedestal they want. They could say he's a man, whatever. I'll take him out again. But my stocks just keep rising. So it doesn't matter who they put in front of me. As long as I know that I'm going to be in a better position after this, we're laughing. And, like I said, this is I would have talked to you about, taking the fights for the right reasons and all that type of stuff. This is not because I got something to prove or anything like that. It is because this is the biggest fight. When you're talking money, you're talking the position you'll be after it and all that type of stuff. So that's why we took it. And I'm glad it's a quick turnaround because I'm excited. Can't wait to get in there, man. Like, I'm pumped. I obviously didn't get touched up too much in the last one. So why not roll into a camp while you're still firing? Mm-hmm. I'm still firing right now. I'm still sharp. I still got my eye in and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? My speeds are still there. You know what I mean? Like, as I was talking about capitalizing on every opportunity I see in that last fight, that's still firing. All that is firing. Now, I just need to, work, with a different game plan and all that type of stuff, talk to the guys and just let all that good stuff roll into the good stuff we're going to do this camp and just watch me do work.
And so you have this situation where you're fighting him for a third time, but we thought the fight was originally going to happen, a couple of months ago. The rug was pulled under you. Is there any part of you that is not allowing yourself to fully, I mean, you obviously have to go full bore, but are you worried at all because of the nature of the injury that he was dealing with that the same thing might happen again in the build up to this fight?
The nature of the injury, I don't know what it was. To be honest, what I was sort of told that, I think, he obviously wanted a little bit of time to see how whatever injury it was. We needed a couple of weeks or something like that. And I don't think the UFC wanted to wait just because they didn't know what was going to happen. Maybe, I don't know. So I don't think that's too serious. I'm not worried about that anyway. I'm not the type of guy that's going to, what if this happens? What if that happens? I'm just going to prepare with what's in front of me because that fight's happening. Yeah, that fight's happening. Why think, what if? That's in life. You know that you can't worry about that. I'll worry about that when that happens. So right now we're fighting and yeah, exactly. I'll be, I'm sure there's going to be pressure on him. Last thing he wants to do is pull out again as well. So I think it'll look good because how many chances can you get of an injury when you obviously, again, the timing works now. Mm-hmm. But as I said, there's no one really else like at the front line. So that's why this is going to happen. If there was someone else, this fight might not happen. So I think he would understand that. And obviously being injured in the last one and having to pull out, I don't think he'll want that happening again. So this fight's going to happen.
It feels like you are finally starting to get some respect in this sport. Most people have you top 3 pound for pound. It feels like people are starting to recognize and appreciate your greatness. However, do you feel like in order to fully get the respect that you deserve, you needed to beat him one more time to put that all to rest, to move on with your life, to prove that you are the better man? Was that something that you needed to do? I know you kind of have been asked this sort of thing in the past, and you've never really turned down the Max thing, but but honestly, the competitor in you, do you want to put an exclamation point there and finally move on so there's no questions to be asked anymore?
Look, man, at the end of the day, I don't really care what some people think. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, people can say whatever they want. I am 2-0 against it. That's just fact. People can carry him however they want. But at the same time, it'll be good. Like I said, doing this will put me in a better position. You know what I mean? It will, for these, like you're saying, there's going to still be people that are, that are going to have, there's still question marks there for some people. All right, fine. I'll go out there and then they're all on board. Do I care about these people that, they're probably going to make another excuse. A lot of people anyway, a lot of the haters are probably going to still make an excuse about whatever happens, even if I go out and finish. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. So do I really care about that? But no. But in saying that, I still believe, there are still question marks there for some people. So going out there and putting that to bed, I reckon that does put me in a better position. You know, you go out there and you do this, because let's remember, he's in his prime. You know, I beat him twice in his prime. You beat him 3 times in his prime. You know, people are trying to say, oh, he's gotten better, blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean, how do I not take that GOAT status? This is what's good about this fight. People don't realize that when I say I'm in a better position, you and everyone else is going to say I'm the GOAT after this one. I'm the pound for pound number 1. You know what I mean? Like, look at what position this one will put me in. Because he's went and done his thing and then been on a tear as well, got a couple of wins himself. So this only makes this fight better and only puts me in a better position if I get another win over him right now. People can't sit there and say, oh, yeah, he's done. You know, that's all crap. So people will definitely, if they haven't jumped on board now, they will jump on board. But yeah, again, as I talked to you last time, I don't care. I try not to worry too much about that. I look at it now like, all right, this will put me in a better position. That's it. You know, people are like, oh, what about haters? I bet you can't wait. Yeah, it's going to feel good to shut haters up and, you know, and prove the doubters wrong. That's always going to feel good. But I mean, that's not my, you know, that might be a bit of motivation for me to train harder in the gym and things like that. But I mean, I just don't let that shit get in my head, because if you start focusing on all like things like that, even though some people go, yeah, you can use it as fuel, I'll use that as fuel inside the cage. But outside of the cage, I don't care about that. If people don't want to like me, they don't have to. But at the same time, after this one, if people do like me and the hype does go and, you know, say you get a highlight reel finish, all this type of stuff, it puts me in a better position. You know, you're talking bigger money. You're talking everything. So at the end of the day, I'll be lying if I said I would love to go out there and get everyone on board, because at the end of the day, you know, we talk about having a legacy and, you know, looking after my family forever. In doing so, you need to do these types of things. So, you know, and that will prove haters wrong and the doubters wrong and all that type of stuff. But that means money in the end at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's very intriguing to me.
Was part of the appeal to take this fight on relatively short notice the fact that, you know, Izzy is on the card as well, and it's perfect, right, for you and the team, the coaching staff? Was that part of the appeal?
I mean, yeah, for sure. You know, fighting on the same card as, you know, good friends of mine and all that. Like, obviously, I'm at a freestyle fighting gym, right? Mm-hmm. But, you know, we'll definitely be doing a week or 2 at City, you know, go over there and, you know, get that feel that we're going to have when we're over there in fight week. Obviously, we're like one big team. We're like affiliated gyms and they're like family. Yeah, we are. We're like family. So get that feel in camp. Obviously, pick the brains of some of the guys that they're training with. Some of them are high-level guys, and then do what we've been doing, obviously, at freestyle, which has been working. Everyone can see how good I've been, you know, with that structure we have at home. So we don't want to change too much, but at the same time, I obviously want to go over there, get that feel, work with some of the bodies over there at City Kickboxing, then come back at freestyle fighting gym. But it was appealing. It is, you know what I mean? Like, if it wasn't such a big card and these things, I would have just said, oh, let's just wait a little bit, maybe, you know what I mean? But the fact it's such a big card and fighting with, you know, teammates and things like that, why not? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I? When I'm in good nick and I'm keen, like this isn't me like, oh, I may as well. Like, get me in there. You know what I mean? I'm pumped. You know what I mean? Get me in camp again. I can't wait. Like right now, obviously I'm in camp, but I mean the real shit hasn't picked up till we do that about 6 weeks. So I can't wait. You know, I want to see where I'm at going into that. And again, like, I'm just looking forward to it. Can't wait to go over see the guys over there. But man, I'm just I'm keen, man. Keen is down. That's
I know. Trust me, I know.
In Australia, we're keen.
K-E-N.
You know that?
Yes,
okay.
Of course. I'm familiar with that one.
I say it a lot.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
I've talked to enough of you Aussie types to learn a few things. By the way, speaking of Australia, was there any talk of Australia? I see George Kambosos is fighting in a month over there in front of thousands upon thousands of people. Was there any talk of you in Australia before all this materialized?
No, like there obviously was. I wanted to do something. I think there may be an event, like, you know, I don't know if there's going to be any pay-per-view events or not in the time zone, like, you know, the timeline that I want. So I don't think, a pay-per-view in Australia is happening this year. So there's no way I'm waiting around. You know what I mean? So that, obviously I was saying I would have loved that trilogy in Australia. I think I earned that as well. But if they can't give me that, give it to me International Fight Week with my guys. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, that sounds good too. So, it's just, maybe that's why they treated us with this big event and have us all on there. Like, obviously, we're from the same region. So sometimes this doesn't happen. You don't really get the chance to two champions from the same region fighting together. But maybe that's, a little bit of a trick because they knew that where I wanted this trilogy. And I don't know, maybe that was one way that they thought they could pitch it to us. But it worked because I'm keen.
By the way, what do you think of Charles Oliveira getting stripped?
Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, what did you think of Charles?
You cut out a bit. Sorry, brother.
What did you think of Charles Oliveira getting stripped after coming in 0.5 over?
Look, man, at the end of the day, you need to make that weight. I know there was some dramas, which you got to feel for him in a sense, but at the same time, put me in that position and I'm in the exact same position. Like, I would have, probably would have checked other things, you know what I mean? Because I'm, I've got other scales. I calibrate scales to these scales. And, I would have been like, oh, yeah, cool, yeah, we're on, we're still here. And then if I seen something that I'm like, oh, shit, you know what I mean? I would be checking again or, if not, I don't know how much time. So did he still have the hour to get the rest off?
Yeah, but he came back the exact same. Yeah, he came.
Okay, and look, I don't want to throw shade, you know what I mean? I don't want it to look like I'm throwing shade. But at the end of the day, I would have got that weight off. You know what I mean? It's a job that we have to do. You know what I mean? Like, if it mean like, oh, shit, like I don't usually like to run or do exercises to get that weight off. But if that was going to be a quicker way of doing it, even though, my dietitian would be like, no, rather you just, relax and do all that. Like, I'd run. I'd make sure that I'll run or get on a bike in the hot room and do that and get that blood going, get warm, that core warm as soon as I can, and then go in saunas and do whatever I can. I would have got it off. I would have done what I had to do, no matter how shit I felt. So, in a sense, I feel bad for him because I know shit didn't go his way in that sort of situation. There might be more to the story, but at the same time, put me in that position, I'm going to get it done. I would put myself in a certain position, and if I was in that position, I still had an hour ago, I'm fucking getting that weight off. You know what I mean? But so it's, again, I feel for him, but in saying that, let's be real, everyone still looks at him as a champ. Now, if he goes and wins again, they can say he's two-time champ as well, you know what I mean? So, it's not that bad, right? He's a two-time champion. But yeah, look, and as a performance, man, he's tough and exciting fights. He is, and he's really good. But it's just funny, this sport is so crazy, Ariel, like you would know. But I mean, it's funny, you could go out there and just absolutely whitewash someone, make it not get touched, and you'll have some people say you're shit. And you could go there, get dropped, get bashed for half the fight, come back and get a finish, and people think you're some sort of rock star, like you're the best fighter on earth. You know what I mean? Look, the hype, you're going to get hype because it's an exciting fight and all that type of stuff. But trust me, the guys that watch them fights that know what they're doing. Like, I look at that and I'll be like, mate, you give me them opportunities, I'm going to capitalize that. If I don't, I'm not giving you them stupid opportunities to get me back either. So, I look at this because, again, I'm moving up soon. I'm going to go out here. I go out there and do what I plan on doing in fucking 7 weeks. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to be wanting that. That's what I mean. He's going to put me in a lot better position. Whether I need to wait for someone to do that and then do that after that, whatever it is, because I still need this division to sort itself out. You know what I mean? I will definitely be looking at that division. If I don't have shit happening in my division, I'm telling you, I'm going to have my eyes in. And I'm looking at them and I see great opportunities in that fight. I don't care what people say, oh, lightweight, this, lightweight, mate. I fucking train with lightweight and welterweight as well. You know what I mean? I'm used to big bodies. I've fought. I'm undefeated in these divisions. You know what I mean? So it's I don't look at this as that big of a challenge. So I can't wait. Obviously, I've got a challenge in front of me in Max. He's a great fighter, but I plan on doing my thing, going 3-0, get that number one pound for pound, get that GOAT status. I want to go for that double champ status. And believe me, it ain't going to be as hard as what some people think it's going to be to do. And that's no disrespect to the guys. But, I mean, you'll see anyway. People are going to doubt me all the time. At least now, after this one, I don't think people are going to doubt me too much. But if I move up, maybe we get some doubters again, and then I can prove them wrong again.
And it sounds like Dana White is open to it as well. He talked a little bit about you moving up, and sometimes he doesn't like it, but it sounds like he's open to it. This time next year, so let's say May of 2023, do you think you have a lightweight fight under your belt?
Look, if well, you never know. Remember, I wanted 3 fights this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it just depends. Like, I don't know what exactly is next for Oliveira. You know what I mean? Like, what if anything? Like, I get if there's a lightweight fight. Say they do schedule something, whether it's Islam or whatever. I'll be there. I'll be there weighing in. I'm telling you, I'll be there weighing in if that's at the right time. If that's later this year, like, I don't know, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I'll be there, and I'll be ready. So if someone misses weight again or something like that, anything goes wrong, injury, it's like I'll put my hand straight up. So I'll be training all year if that happens. So I'm training all year anyway. So may as well. I don't have to cut weight or anything like that, so I can have a bit of a fun camp. I love training hard anyway, so why not, mate? Why not? Hey, as I always said, put yourself in these positions. That's what I keep telling this division, my division. You want that title shot, put yourself in a position where no one else can get it. And I'll do the same even in the lightweight division. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how I roll, man. That's just how I am. That's my mentality. And if I go there and I put my hand up and say, hey, all right, they're getting that title fight, okay, I want in next. So I'll go in as a fill-in. I'll be the replacement. If someone gets there, I'll be ready. If that doesn't happen, give me that shot after that. Whoever wins. You get what I mean? Like, I'm going to go there. You go and do these little things. It's like you sort of leave him no choice. Oh, fuck, we've got to give him the title shot now. Look at the shit he's doing. He deserves it anyway. All right, let's do it. That's what I've been trying to tell my division for a long time. If you're going to have some of these guys crying that Max is getting a third chance, put that shit on yourself. Don't blame anyone else. Right now, this is the biggest fight because there isn't anyone else at the front line, and this is still a big fight, and that's why this is happening.
And you would know, I remember in Edmonton, you flew all the way from Australia to be there, to be the backup fighter when Max was champion against Frankie Edgar, and then you eventually get the title shot. So you would know. So that's fat, and it could work out for you if they do this in October in Abu Dhabi. The timing would work out perfectly for you. And so,
perfect.
Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. And not a lot of champions, I think, would be humble enough to say, "I'll be the backup fighter." By the way.
Yeah, man, I probably don't need to. Like, you're probably right, but I mean, that's just like it's easy, right? It's not too much hard work involved, I don't think. I'm going to go there and I don't have to cut weight. What? You're going to have to, people are scared of busting their ass because they don't know if they're going to be fighting. They don't, they feel like, I need my motivation. No one getting a fight. So a lot of people put themselves in that position because some people aren't built like me.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, obviously, you being a replacement fighter isn't as good as, being involved in the promotion of a headlining a fight and all that type of stuff. You're right, but at the same time, if I give anyone else any chances, I'll be there and I'll get that. So at the end of the day, if that doesn't happen, that fight, if they do make it through, all right, I'm next in line anyway. So then I get that headline that I'm talking about. I'm getting all that promotion in that double champ, me going for the double champ and all that type of stuff. So I'm just built different. I don't care. I'm always going to have that competitor in me. You're right. Do I need to do that? Can I probably just have another fight and then wait and maybe yeah, probably. But fuck that. I ain't getting any younger. Let's just let's want to stay active, man. I want to get this shit rolling. I want to make as much money as I can. I want the hype rolling. And as you said, man, look, when that Edmonton trip, that was a fucking nightmare. That was a nightmare. Oh, like if I had to fight, I thought. I say this in Max and my rematch. Like, if there was ever a day that Max could beat me, that was the day. And I'm not even going to get into it, but trust me, I did not turn up. But put it this way, if I had to fight in Edmonton, the fight island would have been a walk in the park compared to that. I was absolutely cooked. That travel that I had to do like 48 hours travel. My back, I couldn't even move because of the travel and all that type of stuff. The wake up was terrible. I didn't even have much time to prepare. But hey, again, I didn't want anyone else to take that opportunity away from me. So I went and done that. And even though like I was in no state to fight, if someone got injured, I would have done it. You know what I mean? That's just the type of person I am. But mate, look at the shit that I do. And then that's I still have that same mentality. I'm still that same guy. I'm still that same guy. And now I'm the champion, defending the belt, four-time, you know what I mean? Like I've had 4 title fights, about to go for 5 title fights. And this is still that mentality that I have. And that's why I can't see any of these guys beating me. And that's why you see me getting better and better, because it's just who I am.
By the way, I'd be remiss if I don't follow up. What were you referring to in the rematch?
Hey?
What were you referring to just now in the rematch? I never heard you talk about this. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, don't talk about it. You don't. Why do I
you just brought it up. You brought it up.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, I think maybe not to you. I have mentioned it. I just say, if there was ever a day that Max could beat me, that was the day. Mm. There's a reason why I am very confident that I can, you know what I mean? Like everyone tries to say he turned up. I didn't. And he still couldn't get the job done. So, I hate that I went down this. It looks like I make an excuse.
No.
It doesn't matter,
yeah,
really, because I get to fight him. I get to fight him in 7 weeks, so people can say whatever they want. But at the same time, yeah, I'm very confident. Look, Max is a great fighter, and I'm not taking anything away from him. Like, he's a great fighter. We know that. But I'm on another level, and I'm going to be too much for him. And the beauty of it is I get to show that. And I'm going to be in such a better position after this one, so I can't wait. But again, I'm looking forward to it, man. I really am. I'm looking forward that I still believe it will be a bit of a chess match in a sense, because they've got a smart team. And again, he is a great fighter, but I'm just, I think that chess match and then the way I'm going to capitalize it and, just be that step ahead and too sharp and capitalize on openings. And, I think it's going to be a fun fight for the fans and fun fight for me as well. Because, again, I like that. I like seeing it. I like figuring people out. What type of Max are we going to see? I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to just shutting whatever Max it is down, you know what I mean? So I'm looking forward. Let's see what their team come up with. We'll be ready. And, man, I'm pumped, man.
Just a couple more things, and then I'll let you go. Thank you again for this. By the way, will you watch the first 2 fights a lot in preparation?
I don't watch as much. My team do, and obviously they cut out clips, and you do all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? They won't give too much away, but they definitely look into it a lot.
Okay, interesting. Have you watched
I can't really tell you how we game plan and what we're doing, right? Because that's just again, they've got a great team.
Yeah.
They'll be keeping an eye. They're keeping an eye. They I'm sure they're doing the exact same thing. But I mean, they're going to see, what information is Alex going to give that we can capitalize on.
Sure.
Again, you'll be surprised how deep some of these teams go.
No, I know they're probably watching. By the way, when you watched Oliveira on Saturday or Sunday over there in Australia, you say to yourself, I could beat that guy, right? Just to be clear, that was your takeaway. Like, there's no way that you're...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Like, again, I'm not saying he's not a good fighter. Like, I mean? Like, I remember, I feel like I'm one of the best fighters.
Sure.
Know what I mean? Like, so that's not an insult. You know what I mean? Like, and if he wants to get insulted by that, whatever. Well, you're going to get insulted that someone thinks that they can beat you. They have every right to think that, and they should. And if they don't, they're little bitches, you know what I mean? Like, you should be worried about them if they don't feel like they can beat you. But I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, not only do I feel like that because that's a competitor in me, but not just that, it's, we know the game. And like, again, a lot of the opportunities that he's getting in these fights, he ain't getting them opportunities with me. I see a lot of holes, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's dangerous and there's obviously things I need to be careful of. But I mean, at the same time, the opportunities there aren't going to be there like they are in his last fights. Like, again, like good on them for having them type of fights going in there. But I mean, now you see why they've got losses on their records. And when you fight like that, and that's why some of these guys might not be champion. I'm not having shots at them, but like, it's exciting. You'll get a lot of hype early, but I mean, when you fight people that know what they're doing, or fight people that are just as good, if you're going to fight that way, someone's going to get caught, right? So that's just how it is. But so again, but I've found the perfect balance where I don't take risks, but that risk is, I'm not taking crazy risks, but now I'm capitalizing on so much more. So I've got this perfect balance where it's I'm still there firing. It looks like I'm firing, but I mean, I'm still very calculated in everything I do. But I mean, I'm capitalizing on every opportunity I have. So that's why it's still so exciting. But yeah, again, you're not going to just see me rushing forward and throwing bombs and missing and getting careless like that. That's just not how I roll.
I can't wait. Alex, I can't wait. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Why are we talking about that? I've got Max to worry about. Anyway.
Okay. I'm sorry. I mean, are you going to finish him this time?
You're right. Man, look, this is what people want to hear, right? I'm going to go out there and finish him. Do I think I can finish him 100%? Put it this way, the opportunities that I feel like I am going to land on his chin, and I'm going to land big. All right? I'm going to tell you that. He should go down. If he doesn't, and that fucking granite chin of his somehow survives like it fucking always does, good on him, man. Credit to him. You know what I mean? I'm going to give him that. So that's the only reason why he's still going to be going. Do I think I can get the finish here? 100%. Most of the shots, like same as Zombie. Like some of them shots, the way he took them, chucking his chin from, just like rattling his brain like that, and like for somehow it's still just wobbling and like just literally Zombie. I'm glad Herb stopped him because it just seemed like he was never going to be just out completely cold. So like, let's save the kid his brain. But I mean, that's the same as Max. It's exciting style. Like I know, he's volume striker, but he obviously is hittable. Man, it just can't. That chin can't hold up forever, right? But I mean, it's held up. He's still young. It's held up for a while, so I'll give him credit. I ain't going to say I'm going to go out there and finish him because I've said that a couple of times and it didn't happen.
All right.
Am I in a better position now to finish him? Yeah, 100%. Mm-hmm. A lot better position. So that's why the chances are definitely higher. But the only thing that saves him from getting finished is his granite chin that he's proved he has. So I'll give him that credit. It's going to be a high-paced fight, though. So that's why I need to be prepared just in case that damn chin survives what I plan on doing to it.
I just wonder if is he going to promote the fight? Is he going to do media? Is he going to go out there and promote this?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope so. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's up to him. He can do whatever he wants. At the end of the day, the fight speaks for itself. I'm sure he knows that. People are going to be tuning in. But at the same time, that is our duty, right? Say, mate, hey, does he give you the time that I give you? Let's be real.
I mean,
I know you love him. I know you've said some things and all that, and you've probably got his back fully, but he don't give you the time that I give you.
100%. 100%.
You know what I mean? I can pretend I'm a fool. I can pretend I'm a nice guy, and I'm all happy, I'm all good, chill. And then behind closed doors, and people want to do interviews, I told them to get fucked.
Yeah.
No, I ain't doing this, I ain't doing that, I ain't doing that. Yeah, I can pretend to be real nice in front of a camera too, but hey, me behind the camera, I'm going to be the same man you see 24/7. I'm going to give my fans the time of day. I'm going to give you the time of day. I'm going to give every time of the day because that's the guy I am. I'm not better than no one. But yeah, that's not a real shot.
No. He is
thank you.
He is a lovely guy. I think he would be okay with me saying I don't think he's waking up at 6:30 in the morning to do an interview with me. He has woken up early because of the time difference.
But he's saying that. Let's be real.
Yeah.
That doesn't make him a bad guy. If he
exactly.
I'm not going to give him
100%. He has only been kind to me. He is a lovely guy.
I think I'm too fucking nice, and you know what I mean?
Jeez.
And people take advantage of it, like yourself, mate. What the fuck?
What? You know how guilty. I'm going to send you like 8 messages afterwards to profusely apologizing for making you wake up. But I will say, pound for pound, there is no champion that is more media friendly and accessible than you are right now. Pound for pound, I would argue it's probably you and Francis at this point. Unless I'm forgetting about someone, if I just go through the list right now, so God bless you guys. You make my job better. You make it a pleasure honestly, when I asked Ash for you to come on, I was like,
appreciate it.
I said, I know he's probably going to say no, and I actually feel bad asking, and then he came back, he said, yeah, no problem. I was like, what? You do realize, so I hope people appreciate it's 7:00 in the morning over there. This is rare. I mean, if I asked Izzy to show up on my show at 7:00 in the I know. Yeah, it's been, but if I asked Izzy to show up on my show at 7:00, I mean, he would laugh in my face. That's all I would get. I would get a ha 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 laugh video back. But that's why everyone's
I've got one more question for you though.
Yeah, please. Can
I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I go out there and do my thing, get my hand raised like I plan on doing. Where does that put me on the pound for pound and go list?
Okay, well, those are 2 different lists.
The featherweight division.
Those are 2 different lists, right?
Okay. Well, let's say pound for pound then. Let's just go pound for pound.
Okay, well, right now.
Pound for pound then.
Okay, so there's 3 people in the top 3, right? Pound for pound. Right now, the names, I'm not ranking them right now. It's Usman.
I'll put you on the spot.
No, I'm happy to have this conversation. Usman, Izzy, you. That's the pound for pound list, right? Would you agree with the top 3?
No, it's Usman, me.
No, I'm just
top. I'm second.
Okay, I'm not. I'm
2.
Yeah. I'm not ranking them right now. I'm just saying these are the 3 choices. Okay, Izzy.
Oh,
right.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes.
Those are the 3 to choose from. How would you rank? Just curious. How would you rank them right now?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Give me your top 3.
Okay, right now.
Yeah.
That's the top 3. That's how it is. Yeah. How it is like now.
Okay.
I've got definitely like us 3 in the top 3. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Okay. So you agree with that? You win this fight. I think there's a strong consideration for you to be in the 1 or 2 spot. And the reason why I think Izzy gets put number 2 is because he went up, right? He went up. It didn't go his way, but I think you get points for going up in a crazy world, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have long been a staunch Volkanovski supporter and advocate, and I think there is no. If you look at the resumes, I'm building this up here. If you look at the resumes, and it sounds like you don't think that Izzy should be number 2, you would put him at number 3 with all due love and respect. I would put your resume up there with Usman's.
Well, as in like, I get you. I get what you're saying. Like with me, I will put it this way. This is how I want you look at it now. Well, you don't have to. But I don't beat Max. Say I didn't beat Max. I didn't fight Max the first 2 times. He goes out. He'd be pound for pound number 1. Let's be real. If he doesn't have them losses to me, he'd be pound for pound number 1.
I think Usman would have a case. Usman would have a case, no?
Again, like obviously, he didn't have that's hard to say, isn't it? Like if he had
undefeated,
do this conversation, we have a conversation.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, but I mean, but that's not really fair to say, is it? If he hasn't had them losses to me, he'd be on like a 7-5 win streak or title reign or something like that. You know what I mean? So, what is he rate? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. But I just mean, I think the quality in opponents that I've faced, and this is where I put a lot of respect on Max's name. I don't think, many of the champions can say they've had to fight someone like Max. You know what I mean? That's what I believe anyway. And I have to do it. This is going to be the third time.
Yeah.
So no, that's me giving a big compliment to Max, because Max isn't just anybody. He's right up there. And, I think when it comes to, have an opponent like that, you know what I mean? I don't think any other champion. Look, actually, in saying that, Rob Whittaker is absolute beast as well. So Izzy, so you know what? You're saying something. And Colby Covington, I'll give as much as I like to give him shit.
Nah, he's not
actually really.
He's not in that.
So you can see,
it's not Colby's not in that discussion. It's you 3, and I think you're all jockeying for position. No.
I mean, I'm talking about our opponents.
Got it. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay.
We've had to verse. We've all had to verse these guys multiple times. So you got your Colby Covington.
Got it.
And I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
No, this is fun.
because you got me up nice and early, so I may as well have a nice fucking conversation with you. You know what I mean? I got my fucking breakfast here. I already had my coffee.
What do you got, by the way? What's for breakfast? What is it, yogurt?
I don't even know. The missus made it for me. It looks like a yogurt with some berries and shit in it.
I love it. What a life you have. No, you're right. By the way, you look at your strength of schedule, Zombie, former title contender, Ortega, incredible resume, Holloway 3 times, Aldo, considered by me, the featherweight GOAT before he met you. And then Mendez, Elkins, tough out. Like, there's no easy fights here. There's no, especially the last few years. There's no easy fights. So I think you would have a very strong consideration. My question to you is, does Izzy get points?
That's what I wanted to ask. I wanted to see what are you saying?
Does Izzy get points for moving up and not winning, or does he get docked points for moving up and not winning?
He shouldn't get docked points. No way. Put it this way: we all deserve to be top 3, 100%.
Right.
Like, and I'm not trying to sit there. It might sound like I'm trying to go, hey, put me at number 1. I'm just trying to have this conversation. Like, how do people look at this? You know what I mean? Like, but again, right now. We've all had fights. Like I said, Usman's had fights with. Look, again, I give Colby Covington 2 fights with him, beat him twice, and like, that's no easy task. So that's big points. Same as me with Max, and the same as easy with Rob Whittaker. We've had some very. That's why we're right up. That's why we're top 3. Like, look at the guys that. Some of the guys we've had to face, and had to face them a couple of times. But now I've got to face this guy a 3rd time as well. I think that, you know what I mean? That might give you some brownie points, you know what I mean? But look, put it this way, I believe, and I have every right to say this in my opinion, that I'll go out there and do what I plan on doing to Max Holloway. I'll be surprised if I don't get that number 1 spot.
And to answer your other question,
it's hard because Izzy's going to go and have his fight as well, right?
Right.
As well. But I mean,
to answer the featherweight question that you asked, so Aldo, you consider the WEC belt the same as the UFC belt?
Because that was the division, right?
Yeah,
it was pretty much the same division, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's got to have some sort of.
I do.
Yeah.
I count it as a title defense because there was no featherweight division in the UFC, and then it just got rolled over. So in terms of title defenses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for Jose Aldo, and this would be for you, your 4th.
Now look, I put Aldo's GOAT. I've always said that. And that's because of title defenses. And I've talked about why I believe he should be the GOAT, because title defenses, being a champion for that long, having that many defenses, like think about it, I just told you about not turning up on a certain fight. There's going to be days where you have bad weight cuts and whatnot. You don't turn up. I told you about the Edmonton. Like, there's going to be days where things don't go your way, and to still go out there and win. I don't care. Look, do I think he had the opposition as what I have to face right now? No, nowhere near, to be honest. But to be champion that long, that's saying something. Do I need that many defenses to take GOAT status? Please don't tell me I need that many defenses to get GOAT status. Because look at who the people I'm fighting. I'm fighting someone that a lot of people are trying to say Max is a GOAT. I go out and, like, you cannot tell me. It's pretty hard to rest that case to say he is GOAT, and then he's still in his prime. So I'm beating him in his prime as he's supposedly GOAT. How, like, that's pretty weird. That's, there's a massive fucking bias there. You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, I go out there and do that 3 times. Fuck, man, I don't know. Again, I love Aldo, and I gave him respect, and I still put him as a GOAT, but I go out there and do this again. Whew.
Okay.
Let's have some real conversations then, yeah?
So how about this? All goes to plan according, to your plan on July 2nd. That following week, we will reconvene and talk about the pound for pound list and the featherweight GOAT list. Okay, we'll put a pin in this. You have stated your case. Of course, the fight is coming up in very short order. I can't believe you're fighting in less than 2 months. It's unbelievable. I feel like we just fought and just had a whole conversation about your fight in your year. July 2nd, we shall find out, and then we can have an even better conversation.
You might have me and Izzy in your building sitting there. We're going to just debate. All three of us just debate. Who's number one pound for pound?
I would love it.
Me and him just both,
I would love nothing more. Nothing more would make me happier. You have no idea. You're a mensch. Can you come out to Alexander the Mensch Volkanovski? By the way, it's even better than the great. I just want to let you know. It's a greater compliment than great. The Mensch. Alexander the Mensch Volkanovski. You'll have a whole new fan base.
First say, I thought you insulted me when you first said. I'll be honest. I was like, hey, Mensch? I'm like, what? I don't know what that means, but you're definitely having a go at me. I literally, that's what I was thinking, I'll be honest.
No. Google it when we're done. Google it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to look that up. I will. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it.
You're the man, Alex. Thank you so much for doing this.
Brother.
Have a great day. You're the man. Good luck to you. Thanks for doing this, and we'll talk to you soon. Appreciate you very much.
Too easy, man. Thank you. Go Kings. Let's go. LA Kings.
Alex Volkanovski, the newest member of the LA Kings fan base. What a great guy. I mean, is there a bigger mensch than him? That was a question for the team. Greatest mensch in the history of mensches?
Definitely Volk.
Definitely Volk. All right, I have some questions to answer because we've gone way over time here, and I want to pay my respects to my friend Lewis. So let me go back to that, and then we'll wrap this up. If you want to put the counter up there. Okay, so the question he was asking me about breaking news, I remember having a conversation. So now you do the thing with the video. You know what that's from, by the way? Anyone?
Wayne's World?
Yes. Thank you so much. You're the best. Oh. Oh, God. Someone's mad at me. Okay, so here's the thing. Early into my time at ESPN, I remember having a conversation with someone. It was actually, I'll just tell you, it was my boss. And my boss was like, I don't care if you break news. I don't care. That's not why we have you here. That's not. And through that, it took a while to sort of reprogram my brain. But it was really that conversation that he let me know, like, this is not worth your while. You don't have to chase these things. That's not your value. That's not what you bring. That's not why people want to hear from you. We had the show with Chael, et cetera. So it was really that experience that got me to stop caring as much about that. And again, it's a very fleeting thing. And I don't want to be tied to my phone. You're obsessed. You leave your phone on, sound on in the middle of the night because you're afraid to miss a scoop. You're checking your phone every 2 seconds. That's not the lifestyle that I want. That's not the life that I want. Rest assured, whenever I break news, it usually just falls in my lap these days. And I'm not saying that to be like some sort of big shot, but I'm not bothering people, begging for things. It's just not something that I feel like I have to do. There are people out there who do a great job, and it's a very important part of the game, and I'm not begrudging anyone who does it. I just feel like I have sort of moved on from that. And then also when I was there, I didn't want to battle with colleagues, namely one, you know who I'm talking about, Brett. He was getting the scoops, he was breaking the news, and I didn't want to battle that. So there were times when we were kind of, going after the same stuff, but that would get increasingly uncomfortable, and I didn't really enjoy that. So I kind of just focused on some of the other stuff, Chael, DC, the shows, the interviews, and I felt like no one really cared otherwise. So that's really why I kind of took my foot off of that particular pedal and focused on the other stuff, and I'm happier. I mean, I've been doing a new thing lately where I don't turn my phone on ever. If you text me, I will only see it if I pick up the phone. If you call me, I'll only see it if I pick up the phone. And more often than not, I'm missing the phone call because it's not ringing. I'm really trying hard not to be attached to this thing. I'm really trying hard not to be addicted to this thing. I'm trying hard not to be so consumed by it. I'm trying to get that percentage down every week when I find out how long I've been spending on this thing. And part of that is not having to be on the phone, texting people, finding out things, And there's so many, what does it all mean? Again, I'd much rather get that interview with Volk than break the Volk fight, which I think I did. Mark, greetings, Ariel. What do you make of the light heavyweight division post John Jones? The fighters competing in the division seem to be lacking popularity amongst casual fans these days. Because of this, do you think the UFC will continue to specifically hold light heavyweight title bouts in foreign countries to promote the sport outside the U.S. until there's a star? No, I think it's fine right now. But by the way, there's just a lot of European guys at the top of the light heavyweight division. Jan, Rakic, Yuri, Glover, obviously not from Europe. I think that they're actually building it up rather nicely. A couple of years ago, it felt like the well was pretty dry, but I'm quite high on Rakic. Still believe in Jan. Yuri, if he wins, has the personality to be a big-time star. So, yeah, is it in a bit of a rebuilding phase? Sure, but I think they're not too far off. So credit to Mick Maynard, who's been building that up. Are we putting the counter up there? Because I don't want to be sitting. I think I've answered, 2 since then, right? Or maybe it's 1. Can the number move or no?
Yeah, they're adjusting it.
All right. Steven, hey, Ariel. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I have the questions here. I wanted to ask you a question about your beloved Buffalo Bills. While I was in Penn State marching band a few years ago, Terry Pagula asked our band to travel to the Bills Stadium for a game against the Broncos. Unfortunately, we were only scheduled to perform pregame, halftime, and then leave, so we didn't get to meet Pagula himself afterwards. Nonetheless, the stadium was filled, and all the fans were super happy to see us there. Since then, the state of New York and the Bills Mafia have gained my respect, and I still root for Buffalo to this day. Sounds like Volk with the Kings. My question is, which of the all-time great Bills players would you love to chop it up with, and which one of them is most likely to be a guest on the Ariel Helwani show? All the best from Central PA. I actually reached out to the Bills recently about having Josh Allen on the show, but I think I was politely Heisman trophied, if you will, stiff-armed. Thurman Thomas is my number one. He's my favorite player of all time. He was at UFC 210, Oklahoma State grad, somewhat of a friend of DC's, so I think that would be a cool one. It was Thurman and Bruce Smith. They were my 2 favorites. Jim Kelly, number 3. I always love Kenneth Davis as well. Cornelius Bennett, Darryl Talley. But yeah, I would love to have Josh on. I'd also love to have Sean McDermott on. He's actually a big fight fan as well. Kevin Clark of The Ringer wrote a great story about that. So I just love the Bills. Bakri, salut de Montréal, salut. Eddie Hearn made a good point when he was on your show when he said that the short nature of 2-minute rounds made fights a lot more exciting. With the way the Rose Esparza fight went, this got me thinking, would it not be more interesting if MMA had 8 3-minute rounds instead of 5 5-minute? Your thoughts, please. Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't know why they went with 5-minute, to be honest with you. I thought you were going to go with women's fights being 3-minute rounds instead of 5, which I would not be in favor of, because we've already been there before. But I'd be down to try that. I don't think there's a necessary need for it. Look, let's not try to revolutionize the whole sport because of one bad fight. There are bad fights every single week. It just so happened that this one was a title fight. So let's not try to change the whole game. I think it would be fun, but I don't think there's a lot more things that I'd love to change before that. Hello. Hey, Buffy. Hey, Boff, excuse me. My eyesight sucks. I need to zoom in on this. I was just talking to the guys in the back and it dawned on me. What do you mean he was talking to the guys in the back? Why don't judges ever score around 10-10 or 9-9? This guy's the best. You know that reference, Frank? 9?
No.
I practically fell asleep during the Rose Carla fight, and trust me, I know a thing or two about sleep. I don't feel like anyone deserved to win a few of those rounds. I think that fight was as good a case as any for open scoring. 100%. Couldn't agree more about the open scoring. And I'm down with some 10-10s, but man, I just feel like that's really subjective. Not that 10-9 is not subjective, but like you're going to have to make a very strong case for a 10-10. And you can make a case round 1 was a 10-10. The real bottom line here is, and we don't have the time to get into this right this second, but the real bottom line is we're using a boxing scoring system to score MMA fights. That's the problem. I know what a 10-8 is in boxing. Easy. Knockdown 10-8. Sometimes it's a beatdown, it's a 10-8, but knockdown 10. I don't know what a 10-8 is in MMA. Oh, too much damage. What does that mean? It's crazy. Matt L. Ariel, let's say you could combine 3 fighter skills into one. You get the ground game of one, the striking of another, and the skills on the mic of the third. Which fighters are you choosing, and what's this monstrosity's name? It's a tough one. Well, the mic, I mean, no one was better on the mic than Connor. Chael would be number 2. I'll take DC's wrestling, Connor's mic skills, and Izzy's striking. How about that? And Oliveira's jiu-jitsu. That's my guy. Just a couple more here. Good afternoon, MMA reporter Ariel Helwani. That's a nice. I think he's referencing the ESPN credit. They call me MMA reporter Ariel Helwani, just in case people don't know. I was curious what kind of interest the PFL and Bellator have in co-promoting in the future. 0. Seems it would be mutually beneficial if they want to continue to grow. I don't know about that, but No serious talks of this whatsoever. P.S. What are your thoughts on two Seders? As I've gotten older, I find it more and more ridiculous. Love the two Seders. I look forward to Passover every year. This idea that we should only have one is crazy to me. Do two. Why not? And especially if you're married and you have to go one night to one family, the second night to the other family, it's fantastic. If there was only one, everyone would be upset. Feelings would be hurt. I'm Mr. Two Seder all day. David. Good day, Ariel. Can you list all the UFC fighters you believe can headline a pay-per-view simply off name value alone and actually do good buys? I feel like Diaz and McGregor are the only ones that are sure things. Probably Jones, Izzy, and Francis. Oliveira might be creeping up to this. Not quite yet. Also, as a casual boxing watcher, can you explain what this loss does to Canelo, if anything? And will his next fight be against Bivol? Well, he does have the immediate rematch clause. No word, at least I haven't seen, that he's using it. He's going to take advantage of that. I actually think that the Triple G trilogy would be even more interesting now if they did it in September. And then if he wins that, he goes up to fight Bivol again. Remember, this is a guy who has not fought at 175. 168 is probably his best weight class. He was biting off a lot more than he could chew. And then you have people out there who are disrespecting Dimitri Bivol, saying that he's a bum, he's a no-name, he's a nothing. He is not. He was bigger, he was longer. And his defense was great. His jab was great. I mean, he just dominated that fight. So I don't think that his stock drops at all in this fight. I think Bivol's stock went up. I don't think Canelo's stock drops because he was moving up. It's sort of like Izzy going up to fight Jan. Did it really drop? No. People are like, nice try, and go back to your natural weight. I'd love to see the Triple G rematch. And by the way, I'm happy that losses in boxing aren't meaning as much. Fans get all crazy about boxing losses and, you go 40-0, you lose once, and they want to say that you're the biggest scrub of all time. No. It's okay. Just look at MMA. Some of the best fighters have multiple losses, double-digit losses. It's all right. He'll be just fine. Reclamation projects, bounce-back fights, rejuvenation project, all that stuff, just as interesting as a long winning streak, in my opinion. Charles Oliveira has won 11 straight fights and has finished 10 of those opponents. Those wins have come against Chandler, Poirier, Ferguson, Gaethje, Kevin Lee. Where does this put New Bronx on the all-time lightweight conversation? He's up there. He's 100% up there. He is up there. And if he beats Islam, there's a serious conversation to be had. Last one, and this has been great. Afternoon, with Khabib and DC being a part of the modern wing of the Hall of Fame class, who would you like to see be inducted for the Pioneer wing? Have a great show. Keep up the great work. Olajuwon the Dream. One man only, who can happen. It can happen with him. Frank Shamrock, it ain't going to happen, but he should be in there. That guy is Jens Pulver, Little Evil. I didn't even see this question, and I answered it at the top. Put Jens Pulver in the Hall of Fame. It will mean something to him. He will be emotional up there. That's what you want. That gets the Hall of Fame over. That makes it a big deal. Put Little Evil in there, and thank me later. Great job, Lewis. You're hired. I love you. Frank, you can hit my music. It's time to go. Now I got to deal with people who are mad at me here on text.
Yeah, you should tell us what's going on.
No.
Cool.
I'm not going to be bothered. Once upon a time, I'd get mad about these things.
Read it off your glasses.
What a show. I mean, can we make, speaking of pound for pound lists, I mean, can we make an argument that this was one of our better shows since we returned back in August? And by the way, what about the 1-year anniversary of the announcement of us returning rapidly approaching? Next month. It's been a year. Isn't that crazy? A year! Where has the time gone? Oh, now I've lost the top of the pencil. Now, not only do I not have an eraser, I don't even have like the metal thing that I've been squishing.
What happened to the erasers, by the way?
I don't know. Also, what did the fox say? This feels like one of those old school shows where it's like 7 o'clock at night and Rick and I are still debating things in the MMA after hour. We used to do that, by the way. You should thank your lucky stars that we don't do that anymore. We did go a little longer today, but we had some big time guests who had a lot of things to say. And guess what? If you space this out between now and Monday, you'll be perfectly ready for a brand new batch of interviews and a whole new show. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you very much to Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Thank you very much to Tom Aspinall. Thank you very much to Rose and Pat Barry, Joanna Jedrzejczyk, Michael Chandler, the guys in the back, the whole crew, and to all of you. Back on Monday, same time and place. Till the same. Peace. I'm out of here. Sorry for yelling.